potentially the most exciting group, and we're kicking things off with Astralis going up against MIBR.
Oh, he's being played with, he's being toyed with it, Tayake! Picking up a triple all the way back from 14-8 to overtime, and then winning it at overtime. That is just fitting. That's Astralis. VSM coming in for the execution, and he'll definitely get it. Oh! This could absolutely be the map-winning move. He's knocking them all out! And oh! It's gonna work his flash.
The Astralis, Inferno, they managed to dominate.
Furia Esports versus G2.
This Furia lineup, they're deadly, they're dangerous, and they are one of the most unpredictable teams we have.
Art's gonna shank him! Down goes the bomb!
To die is one thing, but to die without dignity is another.
Hunter looking for more fresh blood. But even alone, Amanek puts up the show. G2 Esports survive on Mirage. 10 seconds left. Nico doing everything! He has unraveled this ball of yarn. As quickly as they conquered, they have disappeared.
An excellent debut here for G2. It certainly was an excellent debut for G2, but they've got a big task ahead of them today. We're moving on to the second day after the opening matches for the final group here for Blast Premier Fall. And I've got Maniac alongside me. Yesterday, that was pretty wild. We did not expect such a fight from MIBR.
No, absolutely not. I mean, we painted a picture of MIBR being a glorified punching bag when they arrive in that group, next to Astralis, next to G2, next to Furia, and the least we can say is that we were wrong.
We were wrong, but this man wasn't. This man was large in charge, smart from start to finish, and a big smile on your face like right now, mate.
Yeah, you know what, James? I know you probably never had the feeling, but when you walk into a room and you feel like you're the smartest guy in the building, you know, it just feels good. It just feels really good, James.
I just go the strongest, right? I can deal with not being the smartest, mate. No one's outwitting me in that way. But we got to get on with the show. We got to keep things moving forward, and we got to look at how things will be panning out, because this is what we're looking at. This is what we had yesterday. It was a 2-1, but Astralis still made it. The new Astralis back with their original 5. It was good to see Zipnik's back on the server, but he certainly needs to deliver in a bigger way today than he did yesterday. And then G2, well, he continued to crush the hopes of NA, because NA will fall short once again. One of those teams will be eliminated out of Furia and MIBR, and it all comes down to these two matches. Astralis up against G2, a big clash of EU greatness, and one team is certainly looking slightly better, but we'll come on to that a little bit later. And then we've got Furia going up against MIBR. And for Furia versus MIBR, well, it's the battle of the Brazilians. And many teams would say, yes, Furia, much better. But from what we saw yesterday, MIBR gave them a bit of a run for their money in terms of what they offered on the server.
Yeah, I think that could be a much closer game than we initially would expect. I think Furia yesterday made too many mistakes. They weren't looking good enough, you know, looked a little bit rusty. Whereas for MIBR, they surprised the both of us.
Yeah, they do. And I think the good surprise for NA is that they finally going to win a game today. That's going to happen. That's finally going to be the case, right? Listen, we talked about how Furia and MIBR are two different teams, two different circumstances right now. Furia should take it, but at the same time, MIBR, they made liars out of us yesterday, so I'm going to keep my eyes open.
Well, let's take a look at the format so we can understand exactly how all of this will be panning out, because this is the full series. 12 teams, 6 going on to the showdown, 6 advance to the finals, and we're one step closer to working out all of those teams and who they will be. And it's all getting to that final spot. And what they want to hit is the global finals. But only one team will make it from there. And it's certainly a tough task for all the teams at hand, because it is brutal when it comes to all these teams. And what's been more brutal is EU versus NA. This has been some savagery. North America, they made their way over, and they have not looked pretty.
Nah, it's been looking rough for them.
EU versus NA is probably more for the fans. For the teams, it's more team versus team. We just want to show that we have the strongest region and the strongest teams, and that's what the fans want to know as well.
I think it's something everyone in the EU has been missing. Like, we've been playing against the same teams over and over every single event.
I think it's gonna be something fresh for us. We're kind of tired already of playing the same teams and practicing against the same teams.
The most exciting matchup is obviously Furia. I'm excited to see how they match up against the EU teams with their playstyle, which is very aggressive and different.
I think EG, Furia and Liquid are the 3 main ones, and honestly I'll be happy to play all of them at one point.
I think for this group, I would say Astralis. We managed to beat them like last year, so we should beating them right now.
EU is best. I think we've shown that.
In NA, they have the 3 teams that are at the top, but in EU, you have like over 15 teams literally that can contest for the #1 title.
I mean, if they will have like 16 teams on NA competing as well, the both regions could be like good.
Fighting words from the NA teams, but the fight has not been in the NA teams. It's been EU all the way, as we've already seen the likes of EG and Complexity. Okay, Complexity slightly NA, I know, it's kind of a different side of it, but they have found their way to the showdown, and either Furia or MIBR will be in the showdown at the end of today.
I was just about to say, you know, one of those teams will also be eliminated already today, so it has not been looking too good for them. We saw EG come over here, and I think we had high expectations to those guys, you know.
Yeah.
One of the best teams in North America, one of the best teams in the world before we closed down and we had to separate the 2 teams. But they just haven't been able to replicate the performance. They haven't been able to go up against the top European teams. So, you know, Furia, it wasn't looking too good yesterday. It's not like it was a disaster. Let's, you know, manage the expectations just a little bit. They can still fight their way back, but they got to win against MIBR, and then they got to beat a European team if they want to make it.
And Astralis versus MIBR is what we saw yesterday, which was a very interesting one. We expected this to be oh so easy for Astralis, but it was MIBR that fought back in style, though Inferno showed us a bit more of the old Astralis.
Yeah, if you connected to the Go TV and only watched Inferno, you might think, oh, well, that's easy. That's exactly what we expect. You know, Astralis just styling on them 16-5 with an 11-4 T side on Inferno, absolutely under control. But if we go back in time, just one map before, it was not the case at all. They were not in control. MIBR really managed to push Astralis against the rope, to push them out of the comfort zone. We see here some of the stats. Magis had to pull 71 frags as an IGL to save his team. A couple of clutches here and there, but it could absolutely have been a 2-0 for MIBR.
But MIBR are trying out new players. I think that's the key thing here, right? There's only 2 of the original MIBR. You say original, at least the most recent form of MIBR. And then we got these 3 new players trying to show their stuff. And at least VSM, he's certainly delivered in many ways.
Yeah, I mean, they tried their best yesterday. They had good, you know, sequences where they showed the talent, but, you know, just looking by the stats and to be honest, you know, KNG top frag and TRK being the second top fragger, those 2 were the only players going positive yesterday. The rest of the guys went minus in double digits as well, -12, -15. So you could see who were the stable players, you could see who were the experienced players, and you could see who is still new to it.
Now, Furia going up against G2 was our next match. And that was the one we all expected to be the banger, the one that really delivered. Well, it did deliver if you were a G2 fan. It did deliver if you were pimp and picked them, because Furia, they were falling on the NA side of things.
They really did. And if you're a G2 fan, you must have loved that game, honestly. Pretty much everything was going the way of G2. We've seen individuals shining all the way. Amanek is obviously going to be a player we have to talk about later on in that pre-show. Hunter was doing well. If you just keep your eye on the stats right here, you have 4 players on the side of G2 between 39 and 42 kills. Everyone was doing their job. There was not an eco dependency at all. In the communication as well, he was kind of quiet, just doing what he had to do. And Furia, unfortunately, they come here as champions from NA. They won Pro League, they won New York. Would they go out 0-2-0-2? That would be a circus.
I can't believe I would even be thinking about that.
Nah, and the problem for Furia yesterday, they made too many mistakes, right? They made too many mistakes. We got a round coming right here. It is a round where the score is currently 10-8 for Furia. Then the CT side of Nuke, so you think to yourself, they're going to win this. 4 versus 3 anti-eco. Look, there's one player with now almost 0 health. Yuri, for whatever reason, rushing through a smoke, getting killed right here. Not smart. Then Art making a mistake coming from ramp as well. I don't know what it was with Furia yesterday, but it seemed to me like they were too used to play against NA opposition. Those mistakes you see right here, they get punished in Europe, and they may not get punished in North America.
Yeah, you're spot on. I think EG had the same symptoms when you saw them play, is that they were a little bit sloppy in situations where they felt maybe a bit too comfortable. They were too nice. As you said, the score was 10-8 at that point in time. It's an anti-eco. Furia feeling good. But you know what? G2 is going to punish you. Maybe you don't get punished in NA, you get punished here for sure.
You really do. But that was our overview of what happened yesterday. Next up, we're going to see Astralis taking on G2. That is a game that you won't want to miss, so make sure you're back with us after the break. It's time to discuss the games we have coming your way today. And the opener is a European banger. It's Astralis going up against G2. And this is a look at how things have worked out so far if you are only just joining us. And that is right. Both the North American teams are in the lower bracket. One will go home today, and one of the European teams will march on forward to the grand final with all the glory behind it. But I guess the first thing before we get into the discussion, guys, is we should hear a bit more from Nico. He's newly joined into G2, and we certainly want to keep finding out what he's been thinking.
If we play good as a team, I believe that I can be the best player in the world.
But Nico, 1v3, has a player in the open, jumping, hoping, was NAVI, and there's the head on display! He takes it!
Joining G2 is a great relief for me. I won't be the IGL anymore, which I believe is going to help me a lot play like better individually.
Like when he's just focused on himself, I just see him like one-tapping everyone. He's like full of confidence. I think he feels like there's been like some chains on him this whole time, and now finally they're off and he's like unleashed.
A big part of the reason why I was team here today. Nico!
Honestly, it was kind of inevitable with him and Hunter. It was just a matter of time.
Me and him, like we always obviously wanted to play together. Why we decided to like do it in G2 is obviously because they are already like a really strong team. They already have the structure, they have the players, they have the slots.
I'm just glad I'm like, you know, with them there for the ride.
It's just the beginning, but hopefully things will work out good.
Baby, let's go!
It is just the beginning, and it is a beautiful beginning so far with the result they had against Furia. And looking at this G2 lineup, Nico now doesn't have to win game lead, doesn't have to do a lot of these moments himself. He doesn't just need to be the star player, because there is plenty of stars on this roster.
Oh my god, that roster is so deep at the moment, right? If you think about Kenyas and the form he brought in on the server yesterday, you think about Nexan, his fragging ability, you think about Hunter, in my eyes, for my money, one of the best players, one of the most improved player we've had in 2020, and obviously Amanek, who yesterday filled in the gap like a superstar. If you can guarantee me that these fives will connect to the server today, yeah, that's a championship team for sure.
And without a doubt, you know, one of the most stacked teams we have within this international Counter-Strike right now. We often talk about those super teams. We had Faze in a period, you know, where you had one of the most stacked lineups. They couldn't really make it work. So that's always going to be the big obstacle. Can they make it work together? Can you unleash Nico and Hunter and Kineas at the same time? Or will someone have to sacrifice? Will someone have to step down a little bit and take on another role? We don't know that yet. Only time will tell. But what we saw yesterday, that was definitely a positive sign. Yeah, real good signs earlier on, right? And I'm going to come down to the chemistry. And I keep coming back to that Nuke bit. Looking at Kenny, who has been not in a slump, but not performing to his standards, right? Yesterday, looked great right next to Nico.
I think it's fair to say Kenyas has been in a slump, right? And you know I love him to death, but the problem is he hasn't been, you know, delivering the way he should in the past few months. You look at G2, he was always going to be a win conditions for them, and he disappeared, he dipped a little bit. So now you have to hope, you have to take the angle of the motivational one with Nico coming in the server, you know, now maybe fueling Kenyas' fire, and if you get the real Kenyas, the one I know, then yes, you have some damage to come.
And next up, though, we've got to look at Astralis, because they have come back with the final form, right? All five, the ones that everyone knows and love. And when it comes to this Astralis, they have so much to offer. But we touched on it already in a little bit of detail, right? The in-game leadership being split between Magisk and Glaive. They're saying that, okay, Magisk is the one leading the charge of all of it. But actually, I want to hear from Zonic before we get into this, because this man's going to shed some light on it all for us.
I also wanted to ask you specifically about Magisk and Glaive sort of sharing that in-game leader calling role. Obviously, I spoke to Glaive yesterday. He said that Magisk is still taking on most of the primary calling. But I'm wondering from your perspective, how are you helping to facilitate that relationship? How are you involved with it?
I think that in general, in practice, I obviously come up with input. But now that we have two in-game leaders, I think we have a lot of talkers on the team. Everyone comes with input. It's always been like that, even though that we have now officially made two roles. Magisk is obviously the in-game leader right now, but he has always been a guy that came up with ideas as well as the rest of the team. So in that regard, we haven't changed much. But I think that it was important for me that we talked about the roles and then defined them in the way that the rest of the team knows that right now Magisk has the last call, as it were with Glaive back when he was in game leading. But I think that's in terms of them having a duo where they share the in-game leader status. I think that's it's difficult to master, but I actually think that it can work quite well. We just need to figure out how we are going to approach it whenever these two disagree on a game plan, which will happen and has happened before. So I think that defining the roles and then making sure that right now Magic is the guy with the final call has helped us a lot.
It is very important, right, when it comes to the IGL side of things, that there is enough room for Magic to do his thing.
Yeah, definitely. And I was listening into the communication yesterday, and they were sharing the role. They were, chiming in, all of them. And it seemed to me like there was a good synergy. I just wanted to bring up that lineup one more time, just for the viewers out there to understand that right now, you're looking at the best team to ever touch Counter-Strike. Those 5 players together have made a new era of Counter-Strike. They have redefined the way you play Counter-Strike. Yeah. And everyone was looking up towards Astralis. How do you approach the game, both in and outside of the server? So the 5 players you have on your screen right here, the best team to ever touch Counter-Strike. Are they the best team in the world right now? Probably not. We'll have to wait and see. But the only difference, right, is Magic's now being a joint in-game leader with Glaive. Otherwise, it's the same players, the same team. So what is to stop them from we find that, insane form they had at a period?
Well, we love to see that insane form, but I love to see the veto even more, because this is where it's going to get very interesting, guys, on where we might go on the map pick.
All right.
Now, you mentioned an interesting thing for G2 last time, Maniac, that their Dust 2 has been oh so dominant, at least in practice with Nico.
And they should be able to pick that Dust 2, because if I'm not wrong, Astralis is going to remove Mirage at the risk of getting picked up against. So Astralis should remove Mirage.
Okay.
For the picks, I'm going to go ahead and take a risk. I'll say Astralis picks Nuke and G2 picks Dust 2. These will be my pick, right? G2 are going to be allowed Dust 2. Very brawly map, very skirmishy as well. You can just unleash Nico playing towards Catwalk. So I wouldn't be surprised to see that. We have exactly the Dust 2 pick coming out of G2. And then Astralis, if they want, if they, they take the responsibility, they could pick Nuke.
It's either going to be Nuke or Overpass for my liking. I think Nuke...
Overpass spam by G2 at the start.
Oh, sorry, not Overpass. Train for my liking. It is going to be Nuke. So we talked about it as well. Nuke... They didn't look good yesterday. Astralis, let's be honest, they lost yesterday against MIBR. But as Nico said in the interview, G2 have only practiced Nuke once the entire time together, right? So if Astralis looked at that demo yesterday, they know that's what they have to offer. So if they can find a counter, they shouldn't be too worried.
That's where I'm getting worried. As a G2 fan, as everyone knows, I'm getting worried because Astralis is going to be able to push them to Vertigo if they want to. That is a very technical map, very deep as well. How is G2 ready or not? If I'm Astralis right now, okay, they go for Inferno. So we have Dust 2, Nuke, and Inferno at the very end. Astralis, obviously, very good on Inferno. We've seen it yesterday versus MIBR. They smacked them once more, 16-5. But G2 must be happy about that veto.
Yeah, and I just want to point out why we got 2 of the most strat-heavy maps, or at least 2 of the maps where on the CT side, you need the most synergy. You need the most team play. Many people think Nuke is the toughest to play on the CT side. I would go as far as saying Inferno CT side, if you don't have synergy, if you don't know how to rotate, if you don't know how to flash for each other, if you don't know how to smoke for each other, position yourself, it takes, sometimes a month to build up a good CT side on Inferno. And G2, they've had a couple of weeks, well, not even, they have 1 week to build that up. So it's going to be incredible tough for them to win, not only on Nuke, but also Inferno should we get there. If I'm G2, I'm happy about Dust 2, but the rest of it, that's going to look tough.
But I'm going to come back to this Nuke part, though, because we saw it there for Astralis yesterday, and GT might be looking at that and feeling, hey, we had it pretty good yesterday as well for ourselves. This could be our 2-0.
Oh, yes, it could. Yes, it could. But I'm going to take the flip side on that one, is that G2, in terms of preparation and how many plans they have, Astralis, if they've done their job, there's not going to be that many variations. It's not going to be so different. Yesterday, G2 played Nuke. They probably threw everything they had in the battle. They've used all the setups, all the executes. Do they have enough to surprise Astralis? Do they have enough to throw in a curveball? Astralis will do their job. They will be prepared. And I would be surprised to see G2 get away with the same gambits they did in their first game.
Now, when we look at in-game leaders for these 2 teams, right, you've got Nexa, you've got Magic right now. Glaive is kind of the secondary leader when it comes to it. But, okay, look at this. These are the stats from just this event, which is a game that was played yesterday. And I'll give it to Nexa that he is normally an in-game leader that frags out like crazy. But really, he didn't need to yesterday.
No, he didn't. And he was still, having a decent game. He didn't have a bad game. And looking by the statistics as well, those are okay numbers, especially for an in-game leader. So I think we're in a new era of Counter-Strike as well, where the in-game leader used to, in the old days, you could have a guy like, you could have MSL on your lineup, right? You could have some of those low fracking in-game leaders who
still plays the game, by the way.
Still plays the game. Anyway, but I've almost forgot about him. Anyway, you could have those low fracking in-game leaders on your lineup, and they wouldn't necessarily be a liability. But I think if you want to be one of the best teams in the world today, you got to have a guy like Nexa. You got to have a guy like Magic, for that matter, you know, to be your in-game leader, but also have a fracking ability next to their name. Yeah. Magic yesterday, he started out slow, but he completely turned it around and ended up being one of the most best performing players on the server. So Astralis, they have everything it takes to be a good team. We've seen that before, and so does Nexa and G2. There's so much skill on the server.
And I'm pushed for time, so I'm going real quick on this one, guys. I want to see this Device Kenny S moment, because Kenny yesterday, he impressed me when I was honestly a bit concerned before this tournament.
Kenny S showed a great Faze, great performance yesterday, you're right. And Device on the left-hand side as well was key. If you look at the stats for Astralis quickly, there's two divided worlds at the moment. You have a trio of Magisk, Device, and Dupree doing great numbers, doing great work. And then you have the two players that are catching up back, you know, Glaive and, Xypnix, obviously, coming up back together. To me, that's also going to be a talking point. Are the individuals from Astralis now, as a 5, able to match up with G2? Because we have 2 players returning from a break, and it's not going to be so easy.
Judged by the stats, Kenny has had a decent game, or a good game yesterday. Judged by the eye test, I don't think he played well. I think he had plenty of options where he could have gotten more kills, plenty of opportunities to get even better stats. So Kenny will have to step it up. Despite having the better stats by the eye test yesterday, I wasn't impressed.
Wow. Okay, well, you've heard it here from our analysts. We're only a few moments away from getting into the game. We know our maps. We know what it's going to start with. It's Dust 2, the G2 pick, and they've got to face up against Astralis, who are known to be one of the best in the world at this map. It's going to be a bloodbath. It's going to be fun. So make sure you come back here soon. The maps are set, the players are getting ready, and G2 versus Astralis is about to go down. Two of the best in EU going head-to-head, and Dust2 is the starting position here. And I'll be honest, if you're a G2 fan at this, I know what you said, man. Yeah, good in practice and stuff going well, but Astralis, they are very good when it comes to Dust2.
They absolutely are. And how many times have we stood here talking about a team picking Dust2 and ended up regretting it? That has been one of the themes now. Just want to quickly point out to the viewers the positions of G2, because to me, there's a question right now.
Okay.
With Jax in it and Amanek in it, you had Amanek and Hunter on the B-bomb side, and Nexa was playing towards A-long. I'm wondering, are we going to see a shift? Do we see Nico on the B-bomb side and then Nexa filling in? We know Amanek can do it. He's proven on Mirage, so I'm going to keep my eye for it. And on the T side, it's going to be quite easy. There's going to be a highway to hell for Nico to catwalk. It's going to run catwalk and take all the duels. I guarantee you that.
You had to get a bit of a sing in there. I love it, Maniac.
It's terrible, I know.
But Astralis, we know how deadly they can be on this, right? G2, it's not going to be easy for them.
They used to be deadly, Astralis. The past 4 times they played those two, they've lost, and it's been some pretty significant losses. 16-7 against Fnatic, 16-2 against G2, 16-10 against Vitality. That's not looking good for Astralis, but that was with S-Attack, right? So maybe he was never really slotted in on Dust2. Maybe Dust2 was one of those maps where they didn't get to practice too much with S-Attack. Now that Supnix is back, they can probably go back to the old way of playing Dust2, where Astralis definitely were one of the best in the world.
Well, let's get into our predictions, because you're the self-proclaimed smartest man in the room. And don't even, we're going to get a clip again at this point. But Pimp's come in with the Astralis picks. Me and Maniac are rocking it on G2. And even our fan pick has gone with us on G2. So Launders, me, Maniac, with the smart ones this time, surely.
It's painting a nice picture for today, right? We are not sure anymore. We don't have certainties anymore. We thought we had, and after day one, I mean, obviously he's acting up because all crazy, like bossy around because he won the first day. Fair enough. But we don't really know what's going to happen. It's actually not that easy to predict.
It isn't easy to predict, but one thing is easy to predict. Great commentary coming out from Anders and Semler, who I'm sure are excited and ready for this one, while Semler has his head down.
Yes. He's out of the frame. He's gone. He's abdicated the throne to Pimp, obviously.
Listen, Anders, when you get spicy CS like this, it gets hot in our little studio here. Just have to turn the fan on real quick so we're prepared for this best of 3.
We need that. The odds are favoring Astralis just a little bit. It's not a huge differential here between G2 and Astralis, but it's something. I don't really know. I think this is it's a very hard match to predict. Astralis weren't looking at themselves against MIBR. G2 were, I think, surprising almost everyone. Almost.
There was one.
There was one, but it was, I mean, it was great. I really thought that match was interesting. It was well worth watching. If you missed it, obviously, you know, the Kovacs being together, you've got it all going on.
We need to work out the white balance on Magisk's camera there. I don't know, just a little washed out, just a little burnt.
I'm focused on that, Izzy.
We are ready to go, aren't we?
We're about the game. I think we are close to at least. Should probably just, you know, fixing some last minute stuff, maybe someone's mouse or monitor or something like that. But regardless, yeah, we're going to get into the game real soon here. It is a best of 3, and it's the first game of the day, so there's going to be a lot more coming up. We've got Brazil versus Brazil later on in the evening. I think that is going to be fantastic. But for now, it's going to be Astralis versus G2 in a best of 3 here at Blast Premiere. So let's get the show on the road. Astralis going to be starting on the T side, G2 on the CT side. And I missed out on the Kovac party yesterday, but I didn't want to miss it today, so I went for G2. I really didn't know what it was going to be, but I just thought, you know what? I don't want to miss out one more time. I think that's all I was feeling.
Dude, they crashed the club yesterday. It wasn't much of a party. It was a bit of a blowout. They just showed up, you know, poured all the booze on the floor, said screw you, and bounced out the door. 2-0 clean win over Furia. And so we'll be seeing Furia later against MIBR. That's going to be so good. I have got my stakes on Furia on that one. But now, G2 versus Astralis. You and I have both predicted Astralis on this one, Anders. A lot riding on this.
Oh, did we pick it? I didn't pick Astralis. I forgot. I thought I picked G2. I should have picked G2, but it's too late to change
you
now.
noob!
Oh, man. Here we go. Amanek all the way in the back. They've got so many people lining up for this bomb site. I think Astralis are taking such a slow approach and getting slowed down that this is a nightmare for the Danes. Did he just get stuck in the car? I need a replay of that alone. I have no idea what just happened, apart from the fact, obviously, that Danes got absolutely slaughtered in the B-bomb site. I'm not sure what slowed them down, but whatever it was, that is definitely what killed them in this one.
Holy smokes, that hard counter coming in from G2, though. That could not have gone any better for G2. 4 players on the site so early on into that. The anti-flashes, just halting Astralis in their tracks. Astralis were really hoping to just get that rush down hard, but they all ate a flash and that just pretty much spelled their demise.
I don't know, maybe it's just me. If you get flash running that B tunnel, that is not a good reason to stop.
Well,
must keep going.
You know, us amateurs, Anders, yes, we would hold W and keep going, right? But the pros have their reasons.
I don't know. Listen. I mean, let's not compare the level of Counter-Strike that we played. But all I'm just saying is that when people stop in that B tunnel, that is one of the worst things that people could do to me, and I will instantly unfriend you if that happens in a game. I cannot deal with it. All right, here we go. MP5 up against a bunch of unarmored targets. The grenade's going to be a little bit late. That grenade is on time, but it's not the right one. And Nico does go down. It's just Glocks here, and if they get a bomb plant, I mean, that's already so worth it. And another kill. They're never going to win this round, but 2 kills and a bomb plant for having nothing but Glocks. What a win for Astralis.
Monster round. Actually managing to make it up there. Kenny fluffing that HE, that was really unfortunate. That would have done tremendous damage. Instead, it lands in his face. So that probably is what made the difference there. That gave Astralis just enough of a gap to get onto the site, swamp it, and get that plant. And then you're right for pointing it out. The whole point of that round, hard eco, just get on there, get that bonus 800 for everybody across the board so that you can get a round like this. Look at this buy that's coming in from Astralis now. Even going so far as a glass cannon AWP on device. It is Dust 2. We do expect to see Ops in play.
Yeah, getting this early, though. I mean, AWP third round. Their buy right now is completely outclassing what G2 have. Hunter getting tagged through the mid doors by device. Might have even been a surprise to G2 that AWP was there. They're like, oh, wait, what?
Yeah. I bet you they were just expecting AKs, right? There will be some quick plays coming in from Astralis, left full nades, and it is quick. Minute 35, we've already got a push going through. Kenny gonna get one through the smoke. That's Dupree already down, but now it's all on MNX. Has to hold the line solo here on the B site. Will take Zipnix and drops Glaive down to 2 HP, but now Astralis, they've got 3 alive, and they're gonna be getting that bomb planted.
I think it's remarkable that G2 are even in a 3-on-3 right now. They were in no position whatsoever to hold that B split. They were actually at almost the worst possible setup to deal with that kind of situation. If not for the kill through the smoke by Kenny, this isn't even close to a round. But it still might be very tricky. Again, we always mention it, but retaking the B bomb side, even at even numbers, is just not that much fun. Oh, and they line up. I don't know. That's ridiculous.
Well, Anders, you were very correct. And you were correct. And just, lining up, that's actually the worst case scenario.
That was, it's like Tetris, wasn't it?
Listen, I really love to see that out of Astralis. That aggression.
Yes.
Minute 36, and they're already pushing through mid doors. They've got a full-on split going. That's fast. And so they're just they just let G2 drop that guard for an instant. They're putting G2 on notice. Device got that tag early, and then just very quick putting the pressure on. It's gonna be. I feel like we're gonna have a really exciting match just off of these first 3 rounds here, dude. This is awesome.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's still so much on the line, right? Astralis getting the old team back together again, and figuring out how that feels. But the fact that Nico and Hunter are all of a sudden on the same team, and the way that they were looking in that last game yesterday, the 2 maps that we saw, it was real impressive. So I'm sure there'll be much more of that. So there's always that infamous honeymoon phase that everyone was talking about.
And in Astralis' case, it's comfortable. But will it ever be the same, Andrew?
They were divorced, but not
will it ever be the same? Will they ever be able to reignite that flame again, or is it just going to be doing it, for the kids?
Yeah, that's it. So, I like that. That's a good question, and I guess we'll find out if it will work or not. If nothing else, do it for the investors.
Well, we saw what happens to Device.
It's too rough, isn't it? Over on the CT side right now, no reason to get divorced at all at the moment, because none of them have any cash to really, there's not going to be any spreading it around. It's not really worth it at this point in time. Device down in the pit alone with the AWP. He has to actually keep this alive. He's getting some backup now once again. Apart from the fact that they didn't really have any pistols, this is one of my favorite strategies on Dust 2. So just, if you're new to the game or if you haven't seen it, because it does get used incredibly rarely for probably good reasons, but you can sometimes, if you take long on the T side, you put the AWP player in pit, and then you go back and you make noise across the rest of the map. Eventually, the CT side will feel like, well, there's no one long. They haven't been there for a long time. I'm just going to go check, and then you check right into the AWP and die. And I just, I really like that idea. I think it's so cool. does obviously come with a bunch of different risks. I mean, amongst other things, you can end up wasting most of your time doing this, right? And if you take long and you lose a bunch of people. But anyway, I just think when it works, I really think it's satisfying.
It does. You know what else is satisfying? Having Device and Kenny both with ops. Yeah.
Right.
This is what we've been waiting for, dude. Full buy. Essentially, Nico is going to have to skimp a little bit and go for that UMP next up with the FAMAS, but now we've got that AWP in play on Kenny, and this is going to be at the big buy round. What do Astralis have for us now? Oh, just lands barely short. Amanek should have eaten that nade. So close. That's so unfortunate.
Yeah, he needed a little bit more trigonometry or something like that.
Man,
calculate the full angle.
Weak throwing arm. Didn't play baseball growing up. Like catch with your dad, throwing it out back. Pigskin.
We don't have baseball in Denmark. We don't know what that is.
It's true. You guys aren't a big fan of throwing things.
Not unless
it's kicking things. That's what you guys are all about.
Kicking, yeah. Maybe if it's axes or something, we can get into it. That's fine.
Axes.
Axe throwing is amazing. Yeah. Should be a sport.
Yeah,
like a full on.
Sure, Anders, but it's not like something that every kid does growing up. You know, it's like
I did all the time. I don't know.
All right. Well, you were just really tapping into those Viking roots.
Something like that. Ooh, 35 seconds. That's a very, very good time to be doing that exact counterplay from G2. That's very smart. It's super late in the round, so Astralis, now they have to change their minds, but this doesn't feel like, a natural change. It's more like oh, damn, we just got caught, and there's almost no time left. Let's go. And look at this other counter. They've set up Hunter in case there was another B split. Great thinking coming out from G2. This is what you like to see. Just one step ahead of Astralis in this entire round. That was all so well lined up.
That is lethal. He really did live up to his name there as well. Impeccable stuff from Hunter. He lets him walk right into the trap and just, really commit.
Yes.
No backing out at that point when they're just getting sprayed down. And you can see here, just lets a few of them walk out at the same time, gives himself multiple targets. You may think this is greedy, but that angle, unless you're ready for it, you can see the frustration from Dupree. They know that they should be checking that.
Something like he was up in one of those hunting towers they built as well.
There you go, yeah. Just sitting there.
Smoke to mask his scent. Like they'd never know. I'm obviously not a hunter.
Oh, nice shot though, Device.
Yeah. Next was partly flashed, couldn't really see much, so... Oh,
get out of here!
It looked like Kenny would have seen that. I'd love to see that without the X-ray. I wonder how visible he was, because obviously with the X-ray,
yeah,
it looks so much easier. It could be a little bit deceptive. Still, 6th round, and it's a 5-on-3, and this is a round that Astralis, the full 100% version of Astralis will never lose a round like this. And they're doing a pretty remarkable job in this round. And that's good to see, because that's the kind of Astralis we would all really like to see when they're all the way on top. 5 versus 3s, those rounds you win, 85% or more of the time, probably.
What even are these kills? Device catches Nexa with a flash. And then he barely squeaks Kenny through the smoke on the edge of the smoke. And then you get the lurk smoke on B, and they barely get the kill there too. That was a very, very close round from Astralis. You can see Device, from his perspective. Oh, wow, clear as day from Device's side. It looked like it was definitely a little bit harder to make out there on Kenny's.
Probably was, yeah, probably was.
Wow, but that is such an insane difference, because from Kenny's perspective, we could barely see Device. Yeah, Device clearly could see him clear as day.
Yeah, that is one of the dangerous things in the game sometimes. Couple of people up a catwalk, I don't know, just running in one at a time and getting slaughtered by Nexa. He's just 3 kills with a USP. That should never happen, and that should be a strong reminder to Astralis. That is completely careless and frankly indefensible.
Well, let's pump the brakes just a second there. He was backed up. He had a little bit of firepower there to help him out, didn't he?
No, but
just a USP.
No, but it doesn't really matter. Like I don't care if they all had negatives up there. It's more about how they turn that corner, right? Like that's just there's no excusing that.
You're right.
That can never happen.
Did they go in dry? I didn't notice. I thought I heard a flash go off, but clearly they weren't flashed.
I was gonna say they definitely weren't flashed, and even then, do you just want to run in one at a time around the corner? The whole thing just seemed very confusing.
God, that's the thing, Anders. Now you just you get a little sloppy for an instant, and that'll come back to bite you. And if this bomb gets caught out here on Catwalk, this is just timing everything. Oh my God, Nex is gonna pick up an AWP. Oh, and he gets around the corner. Does Zipnix manage to walk his way up Catwalk? Now this is getting really silly. We have a smoke from Zipix as well. He can block off Cat behind him.
Yeah, they're being very slow about it, and obviously they don't want to give away exactly where they are. And you can tell that the result is G2 are looking everywhere. Spotted him tip. Yeah, he's ready and waiting, but can't get the kill. Hunter will take him down. So many issues in this round for Astralis, quite frankly. And the Molotov on top of the bomb, because why not? Device now fighting them, 10 seconds left. He might as well almost just go straight for it, but he's going to be running, and they'll catch him in the meantime. One round for G2, and I mean, I've got very many bad things to say about what just happened in this round for Astralis. But
It's a freebie.
Listen, I'll leave some of them for the analysts as well.
We just got the replay there. Unfortunately, I was looking at the eco from Astralis. I didn't see whether that flash went down or not. Whatever. Point being is, that's one of those rounds that Astralis obviously wish they could have back. Eco round, sort of anti-eco losses are always painful, especially against pretty much hard ecos like that.
No takesy-backsies.
No takesy-backsies. Flash, though, Device expecting it. He had that angle pre-aimed, but Kenny now going into upper dark. The drop is there, though. Dupree's been spotted, and Kenny, of course, is going to hit that shot. No fear.
They actually had people pushing in from the B-bomb side, but now they've left Kenny alone. They're back in, and Amanek just in the last second to help him out. I love this. The CT aggression, we've mentioned it in previous games that it's much, much harder to do on the CT side than people sometimes recognize. There are a bunch of other maps where you could be way more liberal with your aggression on the CT side than you can on Dust 2. And G2 just going above and beyond and showing us how that can work. Nico! I can't believe it. He's so blind, and Sip crouches right into it. G2 looking absolutely dialed up for this game, and they are going to lose nobody in this round.
This is rad. Give me dialed up, full-on aggressive, opping Kenny S straight into my veins every day, please.
We love to see it, don't we?
I'll take this every day. I can watch that kind of Kenny play all the time, forever. So good. And that's all confidence. That's all just him being like, right, time to make the play. And I am going to be faster. I'm going to be better. You know, Device managed to get me through the smoke, pull that rat play. Yeah. And just,
Well, what's also, I think, what makes that way more frustrating for Astralis is that they gave them the previous round.
Yeah.
So, you know, if you're Astralis, the first thing you're going to be thinking in losing that ridiculous round to Nexa is, okay, it's fine, we still have money, we'll win it back. Like, we'll take that right back. It's, you know, and then when you don't do that and you actually just get completely wrecked in the following round, that's kind of hard to deal with. Grenade and Device will make it up for all of a second. Nico with a nice ace. It's all against Glocks, but it doesn't matter. You do not want to get this guy fired up, do you?
Those are the feel-good frags. Nico, he's going to thrive in this sort of scenario. Kenny helping out as well, of course, with a few of the body shots on those guys, and there you have it. G2 extending that lead 6-3, looking very comfortable on this CT side right now. I mean, Astralis' rounds have essentially been just skin of the teeth sort of scenario. The first one. The other two actually looked pretty good for Astralis. This is interesting.
I mean, they look like they've come in with a pretty good game plan right now, but G2 have a lot of different tricks up their sleeves to throw Astralis off course, right? There was Kenny pushing into lower dark. There was the point in time when they flashed their way into Catwalk at 35 seconds and pushed Astralis back out the middle, and Hunter was set up for the B-split. Those are just signs of a lot of preparation on the side of G2, and that's what you need to get put together good, successful CT sides. And it's actually just a lot of hard work. I think people sometimes underestimate how much goes into successfully having successful CT sides in general. Because a lot of the focus ends up being on the T side and like strategies and smokes and where they land. But yeah, I think it's a slightly underexposed part of the game. Dupree's taking a grenade. Default setup more or less here for G2. It's a kind of setup where you're basically saying, let's just hope Kenny gets a kill if they go Catwalk, and then we can retake 4 on 5, probably. If we get to 2 kills, probably round is already won. Ish.
Kenny is certainly capable as well. It's a position that he should excel in.
Absolutely.
Smoke going down to try and create a little bit more room for Astralis to work with here as they begin their push onto the A side. Kenny rotating around, looking to find a shot. The smoke is there, but he's got a gap. Hits it. Maysk is out. Man advantage now for G2 going into this retake with 20 seconds left. Astralis are going to get that bomb planted. Long rotation is going to have to happen here for Amanek, but the rest of them are already on site.
They have 2 Molotovs, and Astralis are probably going to be pushed back towards the catwalk, so those 2 Molotovs are going to be massive. This is all really well thought out. Astralis don't have that much. In fact, they just used their last smoke. So one Molotov goes onto the site itself, and Glaive, oh, he actually gets tagged, and there's the Molotov. Nexa and Nico joining in. It's a big double kill for Nexa right here. And what is Sip meant to do? 1 versus 5. I guess just get tapped out almost immediately. Nexa on point with every kind of tool here in the book. Nice triple for him. Nice retake out of G2. That was all so planned out. I don't think they were worried at all in that round.
They're looking clean right now,
yep.
G2. Nico slotting into this perfectly. Him and Nexa top fragging, 11 frags each, just looking really good. And they're playing with some confidence. So 7-3 G2, and there it is. Astralis, okay, they're going to be taking advantage of their time. Waiting for that full 20-second buy, and then going for the tactical timeout. Well, they're using the buy time, right? To
yeah.
maximize the tactical timeout that they're taking right now. Malek, the G2 coach on your screen now. A man who really does believe in systems and playing by the numbers. He's actually a unique coach in CSGO. Haven't heard of his strategy before from any of the other coaches. It really just, he's awesome. Talked about it a little bit in interviews in terms of how he wants to break things down by percentage, but it's very cool approach. I'm curious if he's still sticking with it. It's been a while since we've obviously gotten to talk, seeing as how Corona's shut down the LAN circuit.
Yeah, I mean, you know what? Right now, at least, G2 are looking like a strong team. So we'll see if it's going to continue that way. I mean, it's still hard to judge. Yeah, half buy coming in from Astralis. I think that makes a lot of sense. The bomb plant, I mean, they could have all bought armor and AK and then nothing else. So they would have had 0 grenades pretty much across the board. And as much fun as that could be in a matchmaking game, it's not that great in an actual professional game. Lining up for Nico, he's already had 1 ace. Don't give him more. I just don't think that's necessary. Well, it won't be this time because Kenny's taken one of them there. And Glaive does not have the bomb. Would have been a nice little tricky thing. He'll get the quad anyway, so certainly adding to the stats.
Nico, the Eco Cobra!
Yeah, 9 out of the 15 kills that he has so far are just from, you know, loosely armored targets.
This, you know, listen, they wanted to ease him in. They're giving him all the feel-good frags. You know, just get in there, Nico. Come on. Get after him, Tiger.
It's all good, right? It all just helps in the end, doesn't it? You're just going to be feeling good about it. 8-3, 12th round. And Astralis back with some money. But now, I think now the test really is, what I'm looking for here is Astralis must be realizing at this point in time that this is a really well-prepared team on the CT side. And I want to see if they can break that somehow. What if they got to show us that is that's going to be catching G2 off guard? The retake on A, again, was beautiful. The way they stopped the B split, the way they were aggressive in lower dark. I mean, those critical rounds are the ones where Astralis have had weapons, and all the rest of it, they've been fighting against a really poor version of Astralis, which is fine. Like, if G2 can pull those rounds every time Astralis have a buy, like in this one, that's great. You're going to get a free round right afterwards just for making that effort, so that's working out really well. And again, this time it's a 3-man stack over at B, which is not that common. It's a little bit unusual for the CT side. Does leave mid wide open, but we'll see if they're going to be exploiting that in any way, Astralis, if they even know. And again, similar situation where Kenny's out long. He's kind of low on health this time, so we'll see if he can snag in that kill to make the retake easier. It looks like it's almost a repeat here for Astralis.
I like that lineup. Yeah, those are always very cool. It sets it up so that that smoke goes down perfectly their device, and it's looking like Astralis are going to be able to work their way out onto this A site. The rotation is coming through from G2. They will have plenty of time there as the bomb is only just now getting planted.
Look at the difference all this time. Magisk is actually holding the catwalk, so that's going to give them 100% confirmation that no one's coming cat, so they know it's going to be long in CT spawn for the retake, and that's already good information. Magisk also has a Molotov, and now he's actually going to go out long to try and see if he can stop this, and timing is everything for this push for Magisk. Glaive goes down, Nexa next in line, traded, now it's Dupree, and coming up from long, it's a bit of a no-scope. Oh, and he gets a follow-up, back-to-back no-scopes from Device, and leaving Nico in a 1 versus 2, and I don't know how he's going to be winning this. He's caught just as he's jumping. A very, very close round here for Astralis, but they do find a way to pull it through.
Oh, and they cannot save an op, Anders. That was so close. Just not quite able to give one over to Device. Nico, is Nico calling? He's talking a lot, Anders.
I don't know. We don't know yet, do we?
He's talking a lot. There's a lot of hand motion there, you know, like he was trying to make a point.
Listen, even if he's not calling, right, I'm sure he's not going to be, you know, he's not going to be staying quiet, not going to stay out of the conversation.
Uh-huh.
Just as long as there's like a line of command, right?
I'm just waiting for the Shoxy moment where he just flips over, you know. It's like, oh yes, no, I am just here to kill, haha. And then, and then 3 rounds in, like, okay, this is what we're doing, guys.
Get me back into it. Yeah, I hope he'll resist. I want him to resist that urge. Just because
I'm very curious to see if he's capable of it. It's gonna be fun. I mean, it's really gonna be exciting to watch this G2 progression now. But Astralis, that was a critical round for Astralis, of course. Obviously, this first half was going against them. It's 8-4 right now in favor of G2 on CT. And so Astralis really do need to pick up the remaining 3 rounds. And whoa, through the smoke, Magisk is going to get lucky and take down MNEK. That's big.
Hardly seems fair, does it?
I mean, it's about time, right? That duel has been going on for freaking 13 rounds.
Yeah.
So on the 13th round, unlucky for MNEK.
Nexa down in the pit. Oh, he needs some backup now. It's a great job taking down Magisk, pushing aggressively, and they didn't really check that too hard. There was also a little bit of a helping flashbang. I think Nexa going to go straight for it, and he nearly spins to take down Sip. So incredible recovery here for G2. I actually thought they were in a tough position. There are so many little cool details. I actually would love to watch. I would love to see how well that flashbang lands from Kenny to help out Nexa in the pit, but also, once they're 4 on 5, they don't just sit around and wait and say, oh, let's see what happens. They go and find the kill on Magisk down in lower dark. And that is a huge problem for Astralis in a bunch of different ways. Oh, he only just jumped up. I need to see that.
Dude.
Maybe it didn't look like that from Nico's point of view, but from Glaive's point of view, he must have been thinking, what is happening? I was diving into the trenches there and somehow still died. 9-4.
Dude, that's gross.
He's such a monster. This is why I really don't want Nico calling. I like.
Yeah.
We've been cheated out of having this version of Nico for way too long. By Nico himself, unfortunately, but I don't care. I just want him to return to this. Unbelievable.
It's just weird having this camera angle on Nico, because I always just think of Super Sedum, you know? It's like cold sliding around the corner. Kyota. But that was a bit of a moment there, you know? Look at this. Look at this flick. What? Wait, but he wasn't even on the screen anymore.
I don't think
we need to enhance.
Yeah, listen.
What is going on? Did Glaive just get CSGO'd?
I think he got Nico, didn't he?
All right, well.
Get out.
Yeah, get out of town. Full buy coming in from G2, half buy from Astralis. Quite a few nades, actually, with the pistol and Kevlar for Astralis. So they've got options. They've invested a bit. Well, G2, I mean, full buy with double AUG on top of the AWP from Kenny. So they've got some versatility as well on their side. So I'm very curious to see here as G2 just go for a default 2-1-2 setup. Nico playing from CT, just holding mid.
Yeah. I mean, test for G. It would have been nice if you could have pulled the trigger right then. Not going to get caught by the flash at all. Seems like he's handling this very well. But yeah, I mean, just like Astralis did screw up one of their rounds earlier to Tony Pistols, it's obviously important that G2 don't, themselves fall to this kind of a round. And they're handling it fine, so
yeesh.
No real issue. But note, I mean, it's really a small point to bring up, but notice how none of them are, hunting for frags. They weren't taking crazy wild duels in the middle. They weren't doing anything like that. They were saying, fine, whatever, We'll fall back, we'll play it safe, we'll make sure that we can get these kills before we even begin to really lean into the round a little bit more. 15th round coming up.
So impressive with how confident right now G2 are. They're all just taking duels and hitting shots. Doesn't feel like they're worried at all about Astralis. In fact, it's Astralis, when you see them on the cams, that are the ones they're kind of, shaking their heads, a lot of frowning. I mean, this is going to be the big play coming in from Astralis, trying to force G2 onto their back foot, and it's just not happening. MNEK holds the line on this B site. Astralis, they're getting whittled down as Divine. Well, it's Dupree left, and not for long. Whoa, what a last round. Just brutal.
Look, they end the half with 3 people on $16,000. That should tell you everything you need to know. What an absolutely impressive performance from G2.
3-3-3.
Yeah, we are going to go to a break, and then we'll be right back with the second half.
Group 3 brings yet another episode of CS Money Skin Survivor. Today, we have Dupree, and he will be picking the sexiest op in all of Counter-Strike. How are you today?
I'm good. I'm not really an AWPer, but I'm the secondary AWPer, so I get to have an opinion anyway, so I'm happy with that.
In the CS Skin Survivor shows you 16 skins head-to-head. By the end of this first round, it's going to be only 8 left over, and I want rapid-fire answers. We will begin.
Alrighty then. Wildfire. Elite build. Electrify. Neo Noir. The Corticera. The Fever Dream. The Asimov. Hyper Beast.
Going into round 2, Dupree, I'm going to need a little bit more of an explanation. Things get more serious here.
I'm damn ready.
The Wildfire versus the Elite build.
I'm definitely on for the Wildfire. It looks gorgeous in terms of the overall design.
Neo Noir or the Electric Hive?
I know I picked Electro Hive before, but I'm gonna go with the Neo Noir this one. I think it's the most beautiful, and in general, white skins just look damn awesome in Counter-Strike.
Corticera or Fever Dream?
This one's tough, but I like the color blue, so I'm gonna go with Corticera.
Next up, we have the Hyper Beast or the Asimov.
I think I'm gonna go with the Asimov here, and that's again because white skins look pretty awesome.
The semifinals is ready to go. Only 4 skins left over.
My palms are getting a little bit sweaty, but I'm trying to focus here.
We have the Wildfire or the Neo Noir.
I'm gonna have to ditch the Wildfire and go with the Neo Noir just because I've never had it and I want it so bad.
Asimov or Corticera.
I'm gonna go with the Asimov this time around. I think the Asimov is in general just a better looking skin. I know I've let you down, Blue, but the Asimov is the one to go for.
It is time for the finals between the Asimov or the Neo Noir. Only one makes it through. Your hand on the lever. Which of these ones makes it?
At one point, I want to pull both of them because I don't want one to stand out because they're both so awesome. But I don't know which one I'm going to go for. Okay, I love you, Asimov, but you're dead to me. I've left it out. And Neo Noir is the winner.
The Neo Noir. You heard it here first. We have to, of course, find somebody to take away this Neo Noir. We need a new owner. Please choose a number between 1 and 4.
Is my Steam trade link in behind all 4? Number 2.
This skin belongs to Shamanic. Thank you, Dupree, for joining us on CS Money Skin Survivor.
You're welcome.
All right, welcome back. Second half here. It's Astralis versus G2, and unfortunately, it won't be the skins that'll save Dupree this time around. It's going to have to be more than that. They have just got utterly stomped by G2 in the first half. And not just, I mean, yeah, Nico at 23 kills and 7 deaths. That's amazing. But that, I mean, you might think, well, that's it. That was just Nico going ham. No, it wasn't. It was really good preparation. Don't let that one guy just fool you into it, although it's great fun watching him play at this level. That is not what did this. This is G2 being very well prepared for the CT side, and I hope they will be on the T side too, because this is great fun to watch. Astralis definitely waking up a little bit late for this, so far at least. You were pointing out 3 of them only have 3 kills.
Yeah, no, it's actually, it's flew under the radar for a while there. I wasn't really paying attention to the kills. I was kind of paying attention to the money more than anything, just because that's the important thing. But like 3 and 3 on Dupree, Xyp9x, and Glaive, just completely absent. Small wonder that Astralis are struggling if those guys can't hit anything right now. So G2, I mean, if this persists, I see G2 just stomping their way through this first map and things getting real complicated for Astralis going into Nuke.
I forgot what my prediction was. I did pick Astralis. I thought I'd pick
you picked Astralis.
So now it's even worse for me.
Listen, this is where you're just, you know.
I've cheated myself somehow. That is next level, though. Not getting caught by the flash in the middle, so that's important for Glaive, obviously. Not to run away from that, or not to run right into that. 2 HGs on Xyp and Glaive made me think that they have some sort of plan for explode. Actually, he's on the other side. I thought maybe they'd try and blow up a bomb plant on either bomb site if you save them, but it looks like Xyp is just ready in case there's some sort of confirmation.
What are you doing if you're Bubsky in this situation?
Tag me in.
Yeah. Put me in, coach. Put me in. Sonic, please. Please. I mean, what do you do?
Who knows? Maybe you're just happy you're not in right now for what's being handled here. What they're doing on the G2 side. Over at long, Device, some smoke coming up. They're going to be jumping down through, and yeah, CT spawn smoked off. Glaive trying to guess. That's a smart decision here for Device to fall this far back, and no one really going down. Would have been great with a headshot here for the Danish side, but they haven't really managed to land it, and now they're going to be falling back. And in a pistol round, you can be more than sure that they're not going to have a Molotov on that catwalk. They are going to have the double nade, and that double HE could still be really interesting. Just hold on and see what that actually brings. Or maybe nothing.
The flank coming in, and there's a second one as well. That's Kenny S dropping him. It's all on Device, and not for long. Nico continues his reign of terror. 2 kills at the end for him. Puts him up at 25 kills. And, well, entirely possible at this rate that he just picks up a nice clean 30 bomb against Astralis to kick off the series and to make his presence felt. It did look like a fairly one-sided affair for G2 versus Furia yesterday, and well, it looks like they're not interested in letting that slow down any. Although it is worth mentioning that Astralis, and this was pointed out by the desk. Thank you, thank you obviously to our wonderful analyst, Pimp and Maniac. But Astralis, this is not a good map for them. They recently they've struggled quite a bit on it.
Sure.
This is the return of the Golden Five, right? But it is still not a map where we should be expecting the most from Astralis, and it probably would have been shocking to see them really beating up on G2 here. That being said, it is still G2 just running game on Astralis.
Yeah, I think that's definitely reasonable to take that into consideration when you're watching this. G2 again, I would say, with a strong game plan in that pistol round. Taking catwalk, fair play. You get the bomb down eventually. That all seems pretty standard. But then actually interrupting the retake by pushing out middle and flanking them. That's just a nice little twist to the whole thing. Sometimes people do just go catwalk and say, let's just all group up here and wait and see what happens, and we'll stop them from defusing. But
I guess the whole thing is just being proactive.
Yeah.
Instead of waiting for them to push in, just taking the fight to them. Don't even let them get started. I like it. Yeah, well, you've got the race car in CT right now with that scoot. Device kind of zipping around. Oh, thought he hit that. Not quite.
I don't even know what level of comeback we're talking about here from Astralis. They just don't seem like they're really in this map right now. Maybe that's what they need to accomplish, is to get people warm. Like, you know what, this is probably not going to be our map, but let's not go into the second map with 3 out of 5 members essentially not really feeling that good about it.
All the SMGs pretty much here on G2, although we are going to get Nico, another eco frag. Man, talk about cutting it close. 6 seconds and the bomb gets planted. That HE, had it caught the wrong guy, could have been real nasty. Instead, Amanek holding top mid right now. Zip makes last man alive with the Deagle Kevlar.
It's probably not necessary to run the clock down that low.
Yeah, that was just a little awkward. Man, Amanek rewarded for his stealthiness there. Camped up top, picks up another kill.
He's got 27 and 7. The 2 highest fraggers on Astralis are Device and Magus, get 11 kills each. So.
Yeah. No, Nico's a savage. It's pretty wild. And after that round now for Astralis, it's another round of eco coming in here for the Danes. Should give G2 a 10-round lead going into the first buy round for Astralis on their CT side. There's the HE in. Dupree down to half HP already. Unfortunately for him, he's going to have to back off, and Astralis losing control of long means they can get those AKs into play if they want. Take advantage of that range.
This is the kind of round that, well, nearly the kind of round that G2 ended up winning on the CT side, because Astralis stumbled into catwalk. Not really seeing G2 put on the same kind of thing, are we? They're being pretty measured about it. Even if that had been like a triple nade out long, it would have just been a Hunter blown up, essentially, right? Like, it wouldn't have been the whole G2 team. So, yeah, really careful. Really, I guess from like a action viewership point of view, maybe you think, oh man, why aren't they just finishing this round? It's easy. But from a playing reasonable Counter-Strike point of view, this is great.
Dude, nothing goes right for them. This is brutal. Unfortunately for Nico, he's not going to find another one. Still 2 kills. I'm just waiting. 30 bomb. He's got 2 rounds now. He's definitely getting another one.
This, certainly for the fall season here at Blast Premier, this has got to be close to some sort of record in terms of one map and just what he's been doing here. I don't know who's keeping an eye on that, but I'm sure someone is, so.
Yeah, Dupree's little head shake there kind of says it all, doesn't it? Makes it. Sometimes you're just feeling like you're getting beat up and there's not a whole lot you can do. I'm pretty sure Astralis right now are feeling a bit helpless. Well, now, I mean, they don't even upgrade G2. They still just go with 2 AKs and 3 SMGs.
Yeah, I mean, they have the money to buy in the next round anyway, so I think for them it's like a bonus, right? Saying it's fine. If we end up losing it, just go for a nice buy. Decent attempt at a grenade. It will do some damage to Hunter. That's definitely helpful. Device out here. It's a pretty good flick to take down Nexa, and he's going to do very similarly to what Kenny was doing. Fall back, go for the retake, and I think that's still a good idea. Now, Sip in the middle will take down Amanek, who's trying to, you know, play spoiler down the middle and stop them from rotating in. This is going to be very hard now for G2 to hold this, even with the 2 AKs here. It's a good grenade, but it's also 3 on 5, and the flashes are coming in. Kenny will get the kill on Sip, and he's going to have to stand really tall here.
Yeah, Nico was there to try to help out. I got your back, dude. I was wondering where that flash was going to come through, and unfortunately, yeah, sure, it flashed Kenny, but it also flashed his teammate.
Strong retake. A good job on Astralis. We've been saying bad things about them for, I don't know, 20 minutes in a row. But this was good. So credit where it is due. That's the kind of stuff they need much more of.
Well, you know, that's the thing. They just wanted to give Nico more opportunities to get 30, to get the 30 ball Manders.
Oh, there's... He's already good. He's already there. I mean, he's like, I don't think anything can stop that from happening. It's meant to be, isn't it? 20th round. Yeah, and there's the bike. I mean, even after this, they have a lot of money on the G2 side. Nice shot from Kenny to drop Glaive. Smoke going up at the corner. Maybe Astralis read that as, okay, they're just going to smoke it off, and maybe there won't be that orb on the other side immediately. I mean, that smoke that the T's throw to that corner of that long it's so common. Any number of rounds.
Well, we've all heard the magic stick ring out before. Glad to see that you still got that one. Oh, well, Kenny with the man advantage going to be leading the way here. Zipmix trying to hold under a little bit of a clever angle, actually. But he's going to get spotted. Gig is up. There's the flash. Try to stop him, and he's going to find a kill. Takes down Hunter. Sets himself up for another one here, possibly. No, Nico takes his head off, and that's the 30 bomb.
It is Dupree back here. Not going to be able to stop him. He's just running into the bomb site and getting headshots. No scope, not connecting from Kenny. The bomb is in the middle. What an unfortunate accident. That's a key part of the ingredient, isn't it, Sam? You do need that bomb. 40 seconds, they're going to be charging in. Device will take one down. Or G2, they would have been in such a winnable position here. Nico's going to get one, but he's still up against Device, who's out on the other side, and Device will get the headshot. That helps out quite a bit. Such a close round. I think with the bomb plant, they probably have that one too. 32 kills on Nico.
So wild, though, wasn't it? I mean, that's a position where you're holding your breath because you think Nico can do it.
The flash that Sip through there, you notice he doesn't turn around for it. It's somehow like it's obscured by the scaffolding so that he doesn't have to turn. That's a very interesting advantage. I mean, the timing is hard to get, I'm sure, but that looked really cool.
He's probably put a little bit of work into that one, getting that dialed in.
Absolute nerd, isn't he?
Dude, devil's in the details, right? You gotta be aware of all details. I don't think you win as many tournaments as the Astralis have and not be putting in that little fine work, right?
Yeah, lost a little bit.
It's 14-6. G2 still 2 rounds off of a first map win in the series. And well, it's a full buy on both sides. A little bit more of a patient approach this time from G2, taking their time to clear out Catwalk. We'll want to delay anything, any quick rotations coming over from Astralis towards a B if this turns into a B split.
Yes. Still a minute here. And they're holding it for a long time, G2. They want to make absolutely sure that Astralis are not pushing really anywhere on the map. I mean, yeah, it still feels more like a B split, doesn't it? Nico charging out, making some noise, but the rest are down middle. Yeah, this is going to be a B split. Let's see if Astralis can hold it. They don't have anyone in middle, so it's going to be up to the 2 B defenders to do anything. And that pretty much means, you know, doing it flawlessly. They even snipe away Device there, almost with a kill, could have been maybe there on Glaive. He's going to go down anyway, and that's the B-bomb site, down to 1 man, and it's Sip with 25 seconds. He's going to spray one. Kenny's out there as well, 20 seconds, and he's just going to charge in with a Glock. That's a good idea, but Sip will stand tall, and it's a triple for him. Very important round.
Is this where we see the revival of Astralis? Because they no longer have to execute on the T side. They no longer have to have, you know, strats. And the strats that they were throwing towards the end there looked pretty paper, you know, cut and dried. Yeah. Kind of easy to read for G2. But now they're on the CT side. Now they just get to sit and turret up and wait for G2 to come to them. Is this where, I mean, dude, it is Astralis.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it. Really.
You're not seeing it?
No.
Not yet? Is it not even just peeking over the horizon, maybe?
No, because I think G2 are so close to winning all these rounds. This was so well thought out, right? Device goes down to Nico over at the catwalk, and they execute a beast split where no one is in the middle. I mean, I would say 9 times out of 10 you just win that round immediately. So I think Astralis is just only barely holding on to this at all. I really think it's tricky. The Astralis fans though are amazing. One of them had green screened himself out, so there was just the Astralis logo. Yeah, that's interesting.
The ultimate goal of all Astralis Ultras.
He's just become the logo.
become Astralis. There will only be Astralis, Anders.
You're going to have to convince G2 of that for the minute. I don't think they quite agree. 3 could have been run down. That is scary. Only armor on Amanek though with the Tech 9, so it should be okay. Astralis should be winning this one without too many casualties. So
why is it that with Nico and a Deagle, I still think that he'll hit that headshot on Zip? You know, as Zip challenges through the doors. I'm just sitting there like, don't challenge him. Don't do it. Nico can definitely bop you.
All right, 14-8. I'm just not even close to convinced that Astralis can do this. Not even close.
Another 8 rounds, Anders? Really?
Yeah, I mean, I think if you just look at the numbers, yeah, you know, could be done.
MIBR couldn't put him away yesterday.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna need to see a lot more things out of Astralis. Just a lot more things.
Well, they started 3-3-3. Zip is now up to 10. Glaive is at 8 and Dupree at 8. So we're starting to get them waking up a bit here.
The amount of people that they've had alive in the last 4 rounds that they won here. Yeah. It's good that they've won 4 in a row, but
getting progressively better.
It's
I like how I'm making the case for Astralis. Right? Like, come on, you're gonna believe this, Anders.
I don't mind. You could be right. Like,
hop on this train.
Listen, when it's time, I definitely will. I'll buy that ticket and I'll go for it.
You're
but
Danish too. You get a discount.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, that's probably true. But still, right now I'm swept up in just enjoying G2 playing the game. So some great grenades. You know, again, taking Hunter down very low. Nico dropping low. Looks like a long and catwalk split onto the A bomb site. Astralis have a decent kind of a defense here, but very often in these kind of fights here, it very much depends who goes down first. So if you lose one on A or one on long from Astralis' point of view, if one of those players go down, it can get really awkward because then you have to make up your mind quickly about where you want to defend. You can't be defending both positions suddenly anymore. Glaive hiding inside of the smoke, and this is very clever. It doesn't seem like they've really thought about it either. Haven't checked for it, so if he gets a double kill here, that's the end of the round, and Hunter was already low, so perfect play coming out from Glaive. And now they're still challenging, and I guess they'll be fine now. It's a 1 versus 4, but probably not even all that necessary. Next, they're going to be charging in, trying to do some more damage, and he won't be able to do it, so that was a smart play from Glaive, and overall Astralis were well set up for exactly that kind of an attack from G2. And if we should, give any kind of criticism to G2, as far as I can tell, they weren't doing anything to convince Astralis that it wasn't going to be that kind of a setup, right? There was not much noise middle or B or anything, right? So Astralis probably felt pretty safe, keeping everyone over on that side.
Glaive is looking dialed in as well, probably hitting into it. We've been made aware that by Device in a recent interview that Magus is still calling a lot of the shots, like 70-80% of the time it's Magus calling, with Glaive helping out. But I mean, if Glaive gets a bit more comfortable, could see him just making all the difference here. It's a 3-on-3 scenario though. Smoke gonna go down. Bomb is on the B site, and G2 This is an eco round. This is still setting it up. 1-for-1 trade. Now Glaive able to take the fight. But that is brutal, and this is really going to put Astralis in a very tough situation now. 1v2 retake for Device.
Walking around with his knife out, just to say, I know you're not going to be here any longer. It's pretty bold. He's actually gone the whole way. I can't believe it. Why has he not got the rifle out? What is he doing?
The timing, though.
Yeah, there it finally is, but I don't think they're going to guess that he's here already, so let's just see. He's going to have to scope, and that'll give it away. There's one, but right in front of him, Hunter's ready and waiting, and the no-scope not connecting. It'll be the grenade and the shot to follow it up, and that's 15 for G2, and it's just based off of a B rush that completely works.
Can't walk.
You're going to have to, Selma. That's what we're getting paid.
That just went right over his shoulder. Oh, so close.
I did. It was almost there. But that wasn't obviously the problem. The problem was going down to that B rush, right? Like not having quite the right grenades, not quite having quite the right protocol. They want to do it again. I love this. Some real attitude coming up from G2 to say, you know what? Let's just see if you learned from last time. And if not, then you're going to lose in a painful way. It seems like they have very good counter nades coming out here. Dupree swinging for the fight. He sees Kenny, and that is how you shut it down. Nice triple from Dupree. Nico in the middle here. Tag in at the very least, but Glaive will take him down. 10 to 15.
Just slapping. And there is the double AWP save. Who takes that second op? Do you give it to Dupree? Who's going to have that one? It's, you know, they've got it all. Yeah, Dupree's going to go ahead and pick up that second AWP. There's an AK in play as well that can get handed over to Magisk. And Device obviously going to take an op of his own. And, well, G2, they are going to have enough money to squeak a bye here in the 26th round. Map point, and Kenny gets his head taken off by Dupree in mid.
Wow.
What a shot. Oh, man. Where was that? That was brutal. It's so even across this. It's so funny. Everybody's sitting around 16, 18 kills, and then you just got Nico 35.
Yeah.
All the eco frags.
It is outrageous.
Give him all the eco frags.
Well, listen, you're not going to get... You need 5 more rounds here on the Astralis side. You're not going to get many rounds that start like this one, where Dupree will just snipe away Kenny in the middle. So enjoy it while it lasts, because, I mean, these are the rounds, again, you have to win. You've given yourself such a gift at the beginning. Do not throw it away, basically. Flash out there, not going to slow anyone down. Meg is getting tagged in return, and look, Device is so alone out here. He's actually in a lot of trouble. He could get shot from the catwalk just in time. A little bit of help from Glaive on that UMP, but that's not going to help with the flames here. That doesn't even put out everything, and he burns alive. Device, I think, was there 2 Molotovs, or did he only put on half of it? I don't know what's going on here. Glaive goes down to Hunter, and just like that, it's looking like it's just meant to be here for G2. Perfect time for that long push, and they absolutely catch them out. 2 versus 3, 30 seconds, and the bomb is going to be going down. Nice attempt from Dupree. That's not a bad try at all. Sip nearly lining up for a double there, but it's not going to matter. 15 health left in a 1 versus 2, and I don't know how he's possibly going to get in here and go for this retake. It's just going to be so hard. He gets one. No! Absolutely impossible! They gave him almost nothing at all to work with, and he just destroyed their whole world.
What a shot on Nico.
I'm
going to enjoy watching this replay. Hold on. Let's just go ahead and get ready here.
There's only going to be very few people in the world that can do this. Just only very, very few.
Man. Sometimes it's got to happen, Anders. Sometimes it's just got to happen. He knew where both of them were. And with that AK, man, what a shot on Amanek. Glaive can't even believe it. Nicely done. That is certainly going to be frustrating for G2. No, they know that they had that round in the bag.
Yeah, they really did.
And, well, I mean, you know, even the game was on G2's side there, Anders.
Yeah.
That smoke not canceling out the molly on Device. What is that?
Yeah.
What are these shenanigans?
Listen, it's... there was a lot going on in that round, for sure. And that is definitely a G2 round.
Except Device stays alive there. He holds that line on long. You got to deal with him at some point. You're not getting up onto that bomb site. Totally different scenario. Still, This is everything we hoped for here for this match. Fantastic stuff. Astralis 1 round closer. 15-11 G2 on map point on that T side. But it's a bye round for both teams now. Double AWP still in play here for Astralis as well. Well, G2, they've gone away from the B rush. They've gone away from the A. So now it's just kind of hang around and post up in mid here and hope that somebody peeks.
See what's happening for a minute, yeah. But again, just remember that last round, right? They got the kill on Kenny and everything else. And I mean, that long defense wasn't really... There's nothing really there for Astralis. So even though they win the round at the end to sip that, I mean, that's an amazing clutch for me. But I would still say, you look at the overall defense, I'm not that excited. Yeah, they're doing the same thing. I completely understand this from G2's point of view. Thinking everything worked. All we need to do is basically not get clutched by Sip. Meg is, though, in a better position this time, and he's going to get a kill. That's a big difference from last time. He lines up a big double there. Device going to be throwing down that grenade, and they step right on it. That's a much better long defense, and that's the kind of thing you want to see. If you want to get your way here and get to overtime, those are the kind of things you need. They will be finding Glaive. That's a nice kill there in CT spawn, and now what's going to happen here? 2-on-2, Sip and Dupree versus Hunter and Amanek.
Oh, not wasting time. They're going to take the fight to him. Do not let G2 get comfortable, but Hunter's going to take full advantage. Instead, it's Amanek actually finding the headshot on Zipnix. And once again, Dupree, 1v2. Can he clutch it? Full flash, and it's just not meant to be. Hunter shuts him down. 16-11 on the first map for G2 here on Dust 2. And well, they look really good. Astralis are showing some fight, and that bodes well for Nuke, which is going to be coming up next in the series. And so now, let's go ahead and take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll be getting right into the action.
I will give you the bomb.
I will try it.
I will give you the bomb.
I will try it.
I'm picking now.
I didn't see anyone. Maybe short or long. Short out.
One
One
dead.
more. I'm planting. I'm planting.
Yeah. I'm
He
ready.
smoked. Out.
Nice! Nice! Let's go. Beautiful.
Beautiful. Be right back, boys, as well. Good job. Never sick map, bro.
Yes.
Yeah. Be right back.
Well, Dust 2 was G2's pick, and it looked good at the very beginning, though Astralis certainly did start to pull it back. And Maniac, Nico, he was making a bit of a statement here. What a man, what a monster.
It's absolutely ridiculous. 38 kills for Nico in that game. He did pretty much anything he wanted. He was also in all the right positions. In Taiko round, he got all of it. He was so solid, and I've tweeted it, you know, in terms of style, Nico is quite unique. Rifle in the hand, there are not that many people that can be so swift, so precise, so deadly as Nico.
5 for 5 in opening duels, 12 rounds with multi-kills, ADR plus 135. He was all over the place in this game. And yeah, a lot of people will be out there saying, yeah, he got a lot of echo frags. Yeah, you know, a lot of those kills weren't as impressive. Just look at some of this B-roll. Try you, go on a server against Astralis that didn't necessarily play a bad game of Counter-Strike and post off that amount of frags. Nico all over the place, and as Nexus said in the interview, right, maybe finally he's free of the chains that, you know, he was leached into when he was the in-game leader for Faze Clan. Did performance right here from Nico? Isn't that what we all hope for? You know, to return, maybe we have 3 players who can compete for being the best in the world. It's no longer going to be the simple Saibu show. Nico is definitely turning up now.
And we said about this, right? Nico going to G2 is Nico Unchained, Nico Unleashed, and this was certainly that style of a performance.
How frequently can we expect that kind of performance, though? That's going to be my one question. Obviously, when you have Nico popping up like that on Dust 2, you could pretty much put anyone against G2 right now, and they would have won. With that individual performance, it was so massive, so overtaking, so dominating, it did not matter of the opposition, did not matter who was in the server. But can we expect that to happen all the time? That's going to be my one question. Obviously, we're going to have to take it one game at a time and then form an opinion. But this Nico, he can fear no one.
And the thing is, this scoreline, right, had Astralis just got off to a bit of a better start, found their groove a bit earlier, we could be looking at a much closer game, potentially an Astralis win, because G2 threw a lot of rounds at the end.
Yeah, and Astralis as well, right? That you know, that start wasn't good for them. They struggled a little bit. There was a lot of miscommunication going on within Astralis. They weren't really feeling it. Small nuances were in the game that didn't go their way, and as Magix at one point said in the team comps, it's like the last 5% we need right now. We're just messing up a little bit too much. And that was the story of the first half for Astralis. Yeah. That combined with Dupree and Glaive, you know, Glaive had 22 ADR after the first half, Dupree at 17. You need to step up fragging wise as well. You gotta have a presence on the server, and those two didn't in the first half. They did step up in the second half. They made it competitive somewhat.
Now, some of these moments that we have throughout the game change it quite massively, and we're ready to deliver you another eco play.
And for an eco play this time, we're going to have an eco round won by G2, which I believe at that point in time is completely changing the pace of the game. We see that stat coming out of G2, 3 kills with USPs. I repeat, USPs getting 3 kills. Now you can talk about lack of flashes or whatnot. Now that's a 3 versus 2 with 25 seconds left. Zip not able to adjust onto Hunter, leaving poor Device in a 1v3. G2 Esport pretty much in control. We see the Molotov being put down on the bomb. Even though Device will find the first kill, it's just too complicated for him. He has to dance in the fire. Not going to be enough. Now, for G2, to me, that was a turning point. They completely steal that round with USPs. But again, I'm going to ask, where's the flash to take Catwalk? You know you're going up against pistols. You know they're going to have a limited amount of money. The first risk for you is close quarter combat. Catwalk is the definition of the risk in Taiko. And I don't understand how these 3 USPs can get away with murder, you know?
No, that's it, right? That's the kind of moment should not be happening in there. And we do expect better from Astralis in moments like that.
We sure do. We do expect at least a single flash to be thrown or a little bit of team playing to be displayed. On the team comps of Astralis, they weren't really sure what was going on. I think they missed it, you know. There's just somebody not throwing the flash that was supposed to be flashed, or somebody not offering the flash that was supposed to be offered. It's a big mistake, and as you said, you know, when the scoreline is 3-3, and you saw, you know, the game in the beginning was back and forth, both teams showing up. Had it been Astralis winning this round and, you know, winning the initial fight in the game when it comes to the economy, it would have been a complete different game, and probably would still be playing right now. I could see this go to OT, because in second half, Astralis were the better team. They just messed messed up so much in the first half, they didn't really have the cushion to give off.
Yeah, there wasn't much of a chance, right? When you're that far behind, it really takes something special, which we're not quite seeing from Astralis just yet, right? Over these 2 games we've seen, we're not seeing the Astralis of old, but we've got to come back to that caveat for them. They've had some players take some time off. You can't just get straight back into it.
We've seen some pieces of it, and I'm going to be honest, that Zip clutch at the very end got me at the edge of my seat. I was not feeling comfortable. Zip had a crazy 1 versus 3. That is such a reference for him. I don't even know how he pulls that off. I think Nico's probably a little bit too trigger happy at the end, peaking when he should, but you will see how deadly he is. The aiming, crosshair placement, boom. That's Xypnix right here. If you're new to Counter-Strike, this man what used to do that time and time and time again. He'd do it against anyone. He'd be one of the major factors as to why Astralis were able to pull comebacks, and that was a flashback from the past. Now, you talk about individuals, I agree with you. Jacob said it, Glaive, Dupree, even Zip in the first half were not enough in terms of firepower. And Counter-Strike, at the end of the day, is also about shooting faster, better than your opponent. And they need to step up.
Now, coming into Nuke, the next map, it's going to be Astralis' pick. But we saw them go up against MIBR yesterday. Okay, a very different stylistic team. But they certainly didn't look like it was their home old map as before.
No, and I think judging by the results, what we saw yesterday, both from Astralis but also from G2, you'd be a bit worried on the behalf of Astralis. I'm not that worried. You know, I would say the fact that they came back into Dust 2 here and showed a bit of a presence is a good thing going into Nuke. And then again, we heard Nico say in the interview yesterday that they have only practiced Nuke once in the G2 camp. So maybe they'll have a single practice game today, so that makes it 2 on top of that, right? So if you're G2, you showed your plan A yesterday, you showed how good you can be in Nuke, but that was it. That's it. If Astralis have done their preparation, they are one of the best teams in the world at anti-stratting, especially Sonic being the coach, Glaive having a bright mind for finding, you know, loopholes in defenses and all that kind of stuff. So if I'm Astralis, I would be relatively comfortable on a map that we know what G2 can offer. What they offered yesterday was solid. It was a great performance by G2. They had a lot of good things going for them. But again, today, they play against one of the best teams on Nuke. And yeah, Astralis lost yesterday to MIBR, but we also gave credit to MIBR for playing well.
Yeah, and they really did play well. And I guess the question for me really is, when it comes to what G2 have here, will they have that B-C plan looking back at it when things do start to get back? Because it's all good when you win. It's all good when everything's going nice.
I cannot really stand here and tell you that they do, right? They've been together for like 3 days now. They've played Nuke only 1 time. And also they've completely restructured their CT side as well. I've realized that Nexa actually moved over to ramp, which used to be Jax's position. We see Nico playing outside. Yesterday, the synergy with Kenyas was really good. They handled that outside position to perfection. We also saw Hunter coming from time to time to have that trio, that 3-man setup outside, and he caught their opponent off guard. Now, for Astralis, the focus for them was inside. That was the problem against MIBR. We saw the incursion from KNG into Mini, then we saw TRK into Heaven. Dupree and Magisk were under a lot of pressure, and to me, they're going to be the X factor.
And you've always got to be scared, right, when you're going up against an Astralis that, remember, official game by official game, they're only going to get better with time, especially as they're just coming back into it.
Yeah, and Xypnix as well, most likely, right? He's still a little bit rusty in the, let's call them the normal rounds. When he's in a clutch scenario, we've seen yesterday, we've seen today that he still got it, right? He still has the ability to take over a round and clutch it out. But in the normal rounds, when he has to find impact, you know, when it's a 5 versus 5 or 3 versus 3, it's been struggling a little bit for Xypnix. He hasn't really been up to the level that we normally see him at. And that is a bit of a problem, especially considering that he plays the ramp role. Yesterday, he did okay. He was not the one being bullied. That was the inner bomb side Astralis simply couldn't close down. Magic's in this game, sure, judging by the stats, he has a decent ADR, a decent amount of kills, but he was not feeling it. He missed a lot of kills he should have gotten. He missed a lot of duels he should have won and could have won. If he's going to continue that path, it's going to be a problem, because inside yesterday for Astralis, that was a little bit warnable, and I'm sure G2 have done their practice as well.
What's going to be the X factor in order, though, for them to take the win here on Astralis' side?
Device will have to have a good game. He'll have to have a presence outside. He'll have to shut down, you know, G2 as much as possible, and then the inner bomb side. Magic's to have a good game. I think that'll be enough for Astralis to have a good CT side. We move over to the T side. It's more about the team play. I don't worry for Astralis getting a lot of rounds on the T side, but they need to have a stable CT side.
Well, let's see if they can have a stable CT side. We're moving on to Nuke. It's Astralis' pick, and they don't want to be G2 zeroed, because right now G2 are looking strong. We'll have to be finding out after this break exactly how it's going to go down.
All right, we are back into map number 2 between G2 and Astralis, and I think the odds were a little bit in favor of Astralis in the beginning. Now they've switched the other way. G2 definitely, a little bit in favor there over in Betway. This was what a great start to the day. I love it.
What a fantastic start. It was a little bit of a weird back and forth at the start where you thought Astralis were really going to be able to get in G2's face and start taking over a little bit, right? Who are these upstarts coming to challenge us? And then G2 just destroyed everything. Nico just took over completely on Dust 2. He got plenty of praise there on the desk.
Yeah.
But, we were just talking about it, Anders. I think Nico's just fed up with all the love that Simple and Zywoo are getting. Everybody's like, oh, Simple, Zywoo, oh, they're the best, the GOATs. And Nico's just sitting on the sidelines going, what? What is this?
Right.
He's going to come in here and he's just going to be looking to challenge them for that crown of the best in CS.
That's actually exactly what I want him to do, because it was a real topic of discussion. I don't know how many people converted to Nico camp, but definitely if you followed, comments on Reddit or wherever you follow Counter-Strike discussions, generally there were people making that case but it's been a long time. So yeah, I definitely want to see Nico trying to and try and see if he can get up there again, because it is really, really fun to watch. He does have an incredible style. Well, here we go. Astralis with 2 Molotovs and flashbangs in a pistol round, already taking over ramp. This is a really unorthodox spy coming out from Astralis, and I wonder if G2 are going to be quite ready for it. Device is in there. Molotovs. Actually, that Molotov failed. I think it was in the middle of everything. It was meant to be on the hut. Not that it really matters right now, but that's kind of scary. But Device is on the ladder just right underneath them. They haven't seen him yet. The bomb is planted as well. And now, actually, yeah, staying alive out here is so much better. Let's see if he can just... yeah, I was going to say, don't even show you're there. It's way too soon. Now, they can try the retake 4 versus 5. I think he went way too early on that, but it's hard to call, isn't it? Dupree will take down Nico, and it's back into a 4-on-4.
I mean, there's such a big information gap here as Kenny and Hunter are going to push forward. Hunter with another one, and Glaive is down to 5 HP. Just like that, it is G2 just going to be taking over completely. All of the angles are covered. Hunter with another kill makes a triple for him in this pistol round. G2 hit the ground running on the CT side. And while Device tried to be the hero there, and it may have slowed things down, that's the thing, where it's like he goes down and then G2 have to second guess. They have to be like, is he the only one out here? Do we have to worry about getting flanked from somewhere else? Is that the play that he's going for there, Device?
I really think that is just, again, them like waking up to like sort of remembering a little bit more, or there's just even the fact that he spots 3 people there and that he saw, one guy, like there's just so much information that he just pass on. They have the bomb down and everything. I can't think of a very good reason why Device is the one to initiate the fight in that moment. That's kind of risky.
He's looking pretty dialed in. This is actually got to be one of the earliest tactical timeouts that we've ever seen. Lose the pistol, call a timeout. Not every day that you see this from any team out there. That's interesting here from Astralis, really trying to set things up. They are going to go for the 4 spy. They're going to max out on nades with the pistols.
Guys, we've already lost track of the plan. What are we doing? Yeah, I mean, I would read that even as a sign of the frustration from that whole scenario, because he was in such an amazing position, right? Doesn't mean you're definitely going to win it or anything like that, but it definitely means that you should be getting a kill and staying alive. I still think staying alive is more valuable. Even if he got a kill and got traded, I would still have said, I don't think that's worth it. I think it's, don't be doing that. And the bomb was only just planted, right? Like if they had a lot of time, G2, it's not like they were under a lot of pressure. If we're down to late in the bomb timer, then yeah, maybe you can start to try and do a little bit more. All right, similar setup here. Molotovs go everywhere. It's the triple of Molotovs, the flashes. They used this yesterday against was it MIBR? And it worked just the same. It's such a powerful strategy. Amanek are going to be getting shut down to 19 health. In fact, I actually put out a clip on Twitter, Samla. I was showing people this exact setup. I'm kind of happy about how that worked out.
Was it on Skybox?
It was on Skybox, yes. And I like that. Yeah, it worked out exactly the same. So yeah, they Molotov the hut, they Molotov behind the silo where the sort of default position is for any A anchor, and then they Molotov that far corner where the vent is, where people usually stand, and then they have an incredible timing on the flashbangs. I think Device was throwing essentially 2 flashbangs from the T roof, and you know he's just kind of be counting like 2 seconds between them, but it's just enough that it's very hard because you're running out of the fire into the flashbang, and then you have to turn around to dodge the next flashbang. It's just always going to be tricky. So what an execute from Astralis. That was very cool. Job well done.
Yeah, super clean, and clearly the setup that they've fine-tuned as a unit of 5 here on Nuke, that was key. All of a sudden, the tactical timeout is worth it. Slowing things down to set up for that play worked wonderfully. They even managed to save both Augs of FAMAS. I mean,
yeah,
that's brutal as far as Astralis are concerned. They're going to be loving life right now.
Yeah. I mean, that kind of a turnaround, actually, you make a great point, especially with the weapons picked up. That's actually a bit of a disaster for G2. It's early on, but still, that's not what you would love to see. If they had just won the round with, I don't know, Eagles, but hadn't really picked anything up, and it was like a one-on-one, and Astralis barely win it, then yeah, that's different. But the fact that it's that one-sided, and they just get all the rifles for free, that's definitely bad news. Hunter missing the chance for a 1D. He's had a third chance now. He's running out of bullets. And, well, still a 2-on-2. Somehow that took so long, and there was no punishment, and I don't even know how that happens. Yeah, in a very tough spot here. He should be getting attacked from the other way. It's Sip to get that one, and now it's a one-on-one. And he has got armor here next. So this is so winnable for him.
Yeah, MP9 up close. If Zipnix makes any noise at all. Nexus electing to just hold. All right, what is he... what did he say there? What did he say? All right, we'll get to that after this because Maze just wrote something in the chat. He meant to write it in team chat. Instead, he put it in the hole. So we have luckily got a translator live here with us on site. We'll be getting to that to you in just a moment.
He wasn't giving anything away. He was just saying, I really just wanted to hold him there. I think that was Magus Trump maybe fighting, and he just didn't want to actually go and fight him. He just wanted to hold him in that corner. So.
Okay, there were a bunch of stars there too, so I'm guessing it was he had some colorful language.
I'm sure that he did. The timing here, look at the patience on Nexa. Like, he's the one that's under a lot of pressure to try and find out where Sip is and make sure he gets close to the bomb and all of that. And he's not been walking into anything. And Sip, probably a little bit frustrated, out in the open. Going to be a little bit of an attempt there. 8 seconds left, and swings for it again. And Sip, no! One more time for the clutch.
2 health.
It's just disgusting.
2 HP left on Zipnix with that clutch. And when he backs off, you're thinking that's it. He's done. He's decided. He's capitulated, right? As soon as you try and back off, you're on the defensive. You're on the back foot. Not with Zip. That's all just a mind game from Zipnix. He's just baiting it in. Boom. Just drops him.
I can't believe it.
Unreal. 2-1 on the T side for Astralis. Once again, the clutch. So sick from Zipnix. I don't think anybody else pulls that off, but Zip, he's just made of sterner stuff.
Listen, Nexa played that round so well. Just like everything about that was really well done. I don't even know how you win those rounds. It's just completely absurd. Magus going forward. There is a bit of a trap for him here. Yeah, that's not bad at all. More showing up, and Amanek even stumbling back down the stairs. We'll get the headshot on the pre with the 5-7. So now it's a 3-on-4. And outside, and that's a pretty good return, but the stolen AK. Nico now hunting them slowly. Kenny gonna get shot in the back, but still a 2-on-2. And I mean, if nothing else, it's still an amazing round out of G2, even if they don't end up winning it. It's still looking really good. Amanek nearly catching Sip. And now it's Nico 1 versus 2, but he does not have armor, and that is just a giant problem here.
But it's certainly been communicated that Zipnix is very low. So his prime concern is going to be Glaive. Fresh smoke going down on upper though is going to definitely slow things down for him here. You can see him just stomping along. He doesn't really care if they hear that either. There is only one option. He's not about to run through a smoke.
Yeah, he might just give it up here.
So, hey, this is appropriate from Nico.
Yeah.
Hold on to the AK. Dude, we saw what he was capable of with the AK on Dust 2. If he holds on to that gun going into the next round, he could be just ruining Astralis completely, although he is looking to be in position to try and cut them off as they get away. Not going to hit it.
I love that. It's a good try. Sip goes up with the bomb, if nothing else, meant that they couldn't just run straight out. And I think you're right, though. That second smoke that goes down in Mini is, that's the thing that makes it kind of impossible on top of the lack of armor and kit. So still a very dangerous round. I mean, G2, again, not letting Astralis just get away with everything for free here, which is really good to see. Got to keep that pressure on Kenny on the AWP. And we'll see. First really even fight here for both sides. No head armor on 3 of the players, and Sip does have that Mac 10, so that makes me a little bit nervous. Doesn't have to be a disaster, but Nexa does have head armor down there at ramp. He's going to be running away, and won't really run into the grave, but they're still hunting him. They're going for him, and this is a little bit of a problem. He's only going to get the 1 kill. Back up there, Hunter, range, and nice shot, and just closing the door behind him. All very sensible. They have the advantage now. 3 versus 4. Let him get the bomb down and get everyone in here for the retake.
What a gentleman. You don't want to let it draft in. You know, always keep that door closed. And while Molly going to be going down, it is still a man advantage for Astralis, and I think this is still going to be fairly tricky here for G2, considering device. You know, they've got the angles here, Astralis. There are a lot of information getting gained though for G2 as they realize now that Dupree was holding close. He needed to take one with him though.
The grenade could kill Amanek. Oh, it's not quite going to do that. Do some damage to Hunter, but maybe that doesn't even matter. Nico goes down, and now it's all on Glaive. 1 versus 3. He's going to pick that up. I don't know about the smokes, though. He's going to get one right through. I thought maybe they would have just taken the fight. Did they not have a kit? Maybe I'm wrong. I don't think they had a kit. Otherwise, maybe they could have gone straight for it, but that's a round for Astralis, and it was looking very, very dire. It's a nice triple kill on Glaive. Wow, that's interesting.
Looking zoned in as well. Let's see it here from Glaive's perspective again. That is the must-win shot right there. Dropping the vent player. After that, it is all on him, and it turns out that Zip isn't the only one in these situations. He manages to pull off another one. Astralis, 4-1. Once again, just 1 player surviving for them. Their economy is not getting out of control, but they are getting runs on the board of T-side Nuke. G2, though, are going to be the ones to call for the timeout now. Trying to slow down the pace a little bit here. I like it.
I really can't believe it. I was so ready to see him just fall to all of that. Not because he wasn't Sip, just because I thought, what is he going to be doing from that position, you know? And then when they smoke him, they actually give him, first of all, they give him a way out of the corner, and they give him always the chance to just go for the full spray, and just even if there was another one diffusing behind it, like he could have kept that spray up for a while. He was slow on health, so I thought maybe that would have been better. Who knows? I don't think they had a kit. I think that's probably what changed their minds about it and said, you know what, this is going to be too rough. So 4-1 regardless, and G2 with, well, they had an M4 in Nico, not so much anymore.
I know, unfortunately for him. Nice little bait there. Oh, he gets the follow-up, takes Kenny out of the fight. I like that though. Realizes what's going on. Uses that rifle for bait. Amanek now with the AUG, though, is going to win this duel if Magus peeks into him. So Magus needs to be careful not to overstay his welcome. It would be really unfortunate to lose this advantage. And yeah, he realizes it and backs off.
Yeah, super reasonable play. Sure, you do feel a little bit fired up when you get the first 2 kills. You're like, all right, let's take more. But it is much, much smarter to change your mind. Nexa with the Eagle, bit of an unusual position. Doesn't really work out, but it definitely could have. Leaving Hunter with a picked up M4.
It's like me with the Dig. Just where are all the bullets going?
Like almost all of us with the Dig, isn't it?
Yeah, and then you get Nico, just makes it look easy. I don't get it. Just how does this work? All right, 5-1. This is it. Let's see. What are we going to get out of G2? Should be the full buy across the board for both teams. G2 have solid money. Penny's going to get that AWP in play.
I mean, this is such a good start for Astralis. Don't want to take anything away from them, but man, some of these rounds have just been way, way too close. And yeah, we'll see if G2 can withstand the pressure. I mean, that's something else, right? We talked about the honeymoon phase. We talked about yeah, they've been playing a very powerful couple of games of Counter-Strike so far with this new lineup. But it's always different when you start to suddenly feel the pressure and you're like, oh man, this is not working so well. And like, you know, now we're under a little bit more scrutiny, and some of the rounds that we really want to clutch and we feel like we're ours suddenly go the other way. That puts a different part of the team to the test, and that's the the mental part, right? How do you survive tough rounds? Looking like a very similar type execute here. Again, this is the one that Astralis really enjoy doing. So Molotov there, not quite committing to the rest of it. Maybe just trying to force something out.
I think that's it. Trying to bait a reaction. I mean, it is keeping 3 players solid on the A side right now for G2. Yeah. Those nades coming in there. And now we'll get that smoke wall coming down outside. There is only going to be the 1 player, Nico. And he lets his presence get felt here with that, well, not only the HE onto Magus, but dropping that smoke. Dupree catches Amanek getting aggressive, and Zipnik's there. Whoa! Hunter, get out!
Don't want to blow yourself up. Kenny back here in the corner, going to be smoking up the squeak door. 40 seconds. Oh, this could turn into a very, very interesting round for a whole number of reasons. The lack of time here for Astralis is about to become an absolute disaster for them. 30 seconds on Nuke is really not that much time, especially when you get down lower as well. I think they've left themselves too little time. I think they've made a bit of an error in calculation here on the Danish side. Are they going to go back up the ladder over at the A-bomb site with 18 seconds left? This should really never work, but maybe it will. Kenny knows they're walking in right on top of him. It's been called through. Nice shot, but they're jumping down, raining in. It's Device with the kill. They're going to get the bomb plant. I can't believe it. That little time, and it actually works. They were even heard. Talk about threading the needle here for Astralis. Now, Nico and Nexa are going to be left, and that's a great headshot, leaving Device 1 versus 2. And they don't have a smoke or a Molotov or anything to get rid of him up here, so he could do something, but it still will not be easy.
Oh, so difficult. So many angles to worry about. As you can see, he hears the footsteps, gets that shot, and he's somehow able to get out. Nico a second too late, not going to be able to trade it, and that bomb's ticking down now. Device toying with Nico, and this is just going to be the game. And Nico, he has to back off. He has to tap out. Not enough time, no smoke to cover the defuse.
Wow. Think about how it's so hard for Device to step out that far to get the kill because he's exposed from everywhere when he's doing that. That is, yeah, very, very hard. It would have been, the tempting thing for Device would have been to wait there for the defuse tap, and then you try and take the fight with whoever was covering. But that's also how you get shot in the face. So, what? Some of these rounds, I think 3 out of these rounds that Astralis have, 3 out of 6 have been very, very close. I'm sure G2 right now must have a feeling of, like, we could have had...
Oh, yeah.
This could have been way different. We could have had at least 4 rounds on the board.
Oh, yeah. It's been, what, 3 big clutches?
Yeah.
For Astralis, out of the 6 rounds that they have right now. So, and, if I'm not mistaken, yeah, that is G2 with the pistol round as well. So G2, you know, it's just it's depressing if you're on G2 because it's like we win the pistol, fantastic, this is all gonna work, this is gonna be great, awesome, and then Astralis takes 6 rounds in a row, just shatter you.
Absolutely wild, isn't it? Nico though, he was I think did they do that same run boost that we saw the other day where you get up to that hut out on out in the yard really quickly, or the hut I guess up onto the garage?
The spicy hut, yeah, that's such a nasty play. Especially because if you die up there, that's it. The gun's up there. Your teammates are never getting that gun back.
It's done. But it's still kind of cool. I mean, he sniped off someone. It's so early in the round. Slowed Astralis right down. And now the rest of G2. I mean, this is what happened last time. They went to go attack Astralis and actually lost that duel. This time, if they wait, again, 40 seconds, you can run into trouble. Nuke is such a strange and complicated map for that reason, amongst others. Here we go, attacking Glaive. He's taken 3. Definitely could have been a 4th, but now they're down in the lower part of the side. I think this still might be quite all right for Astralis.
Still possible, absolutely.
Oh no.
Oh, they should have every advantage here, Astralis. Although, oh man, getting so chaotic. Magus with the Kevlar, I think, makes all the difference in that close quarters fight. He's able to take more of it, but that's it. Makes holding the angle. Doesn't flip the shot. Thought he was going to miss that one for a second, and he is going to lock down Nico as well. Man, these are just, I don't want to say sloppy, but scary fights.
Yeah.
Feels like it could break either way there. That vent fight, for example, feels like a 50-50. Toss a coin, who gets that kill?
Yeah, absolutely. And all they had in that round was 4. So just starts off with a little kill on the yard, and it actually turns into a 1-on-2 at the end there.
Doesn't change the fact that Astralis are still sitting pretty with 7 rounds, right? 7-1 on Seaside Nuke right now.
Yeah, it is really impressive. Shouldn't take anything away from them. They're doing a remarkable job at the moment. But it's hard also not to shake the feeling that G2 are somehow still not that far behind. You know, they're just a clutch away all the time from stepping right back into the game. We'll see if they can find it here. Running out of time a little bit here in the first half to really get that done, though.
Smoke wall early as well here from Astralis, changing up the pace a little bit.
Oh,
Nico counter, yeah, just instantly cancels it out. But now nobody's there to see that smoke go down from Nico, from Astralis.
They're not, and look at it, he's looking over it, so he can call it into his teammates saying, well, yeah, they've done all of the tricks like they were going to come outside, but they're not. And again, it looks like that kind of a setup here. We'll see if they're going to be able to do it. But yeah, so same, almost the same. Yeah, there's that one in the corner. So the same triangle of Molotovs, but it's a variation. They're trying to see if they can throw them for a loop. And I mean, this is just a cool little update on the metagame that you're seeing. It looks like they're still winning the fights here, G2. But that was clearly an attempt to try and throw them for a complete loop, saying we're going to do all the same things. What a wonderful treat we got here. 30 seconds to try and fight your way back at a 3-on-5, and they're already showing up. It's a good shot on Nexa. Nico also missing maybe a chance, but it's going to do a lot of damage to the device. See if they can even get a bomb plant right here. Nico goes down, Hunter opening the door, and there's nobody covering Sip. He's going to get sniped from the door itself, and now it's a 2-on-3, and there's just 10 seconds left. I don't know how you fight your way back in this one. You need to get the bomb plant right now, and it's on the other side. Go pick it up. Oh, Dupree waited too long for sure, and trying to back off here is Device. He's going to get caught in the last possible second.
Luckily for him as well.
Yeah.
If he dies a half second later there, he doesn't get any money at the end of that round. Instead, the streak is over for Astralis. And, well, I mean, the big detail there for me is once you have the man advantage, I think G2 are pretty much set, right? That's Astralis getting a little bit too complicated. Yeah. But Kenny showing some real discipline. Takes that first shot, misses it, and you can see it. For a second, he's like, I'm going to repeak, right?
I'm ready.
And then he does a 180 and backs off and sets up to try and punish Astralis having to push him. You can really see just the details here. It feels like once upon a time Kenny would have gone for that repeak, and whether it worked or not. But some change, some evolution to the style, a little bit more discipline on it, and I really appreciate that. I really like to see it. Kenny is just such a monster.
And I reckon, I mean, the timing, you could see it outside, right? And you could see it towards ramp. The timing they were looking for, Astralis, was to catch people rotating to help the A-bomb side, right? So they were hoping to get that, and they just, for both positions, that didn't work. So once that's out of the picture, I don't know, like, you almost have to say, well, now we're kind of done, you know? But I still think it's very cool. It's great to see them use the strategy once, and then use it again later, but this time essentially for a giant fake, so... And to bait out rotations. Very interesting.
Nicely done, Nico. Abusing the edge of the smoke, even doing some damage. What? He got claved through the smoke as well?
Yes, he did.
Ridiculous.
Oh, man.
Well, this is, I mean, a golden opportunity here for G2 to just start running it back. CT Nuke, after all, perfectly capable of just doing this over and over again for the rest of the half.
Yeah, and Astralis don't really have the money. They don't have the loss bonus. Yeah. So you could do a whole lot from this position. Hunter all the way at the top at 12-7 right now, so it's been a pretty cool game from him, but we'll see. This is again where I would start looking for discipline on G2. 3 versus 5. Make sure you don't just die for no reason here. I mean, make sure it's at least to accomplish something for your team.
The beautiful thing is that Nico is, yep, he's already on the flank. He heard them go by the entire time, and yep, he's going to be able to catch Zipnix right in the back. And so G2 were perfectly set up to receive Astralis on that lower site. Shouldn't be a hope for them.
That's pretty nasty.
Obnoxiously good. 4 kills. And that's a 3rd round on the board for G2. Critical. You can see, starting to see a bit of excitement here on the G2 camp. I like the coach getting a little bit active there with the hands.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm G2, I don't know, hopefully I wouldn't be thinking it right in the middle of the game, but I'd certainly at some point be thinking, man, we could have had this way earlier. This could have been from like 4th or 5th round. We could have been in this mode.
Oh, yeah.
So,
without a doubt. Without a doubt. I mean, it's just when you got a bunch of 1v1 clutches that are going away, just a kick in the teeth, isn't it? But
who likes that?
Not generally.
All right. Well, they make it down with the Tech 9s. That's interesting. They jump behind the smoke. I don't like when people do that. I think it gives a chance for that ult to get put in the work. Nexa, that's a great spray down. He immediately took down Magus. Okay. Woo. Put to bed by Device. I don't know. He had the lineup for a Device looking for more and more, and I can't believe that he got it. 3rd bullet as well, and just kept on trusting in it. Now the bomb is going to be down, and it's Nico and Hunter left. And they must salvage this round. If they let this one go, it is a disaster.
that timing. And just like that, Device has an op. But unfortunately for him, yeah, he peeks into it. The timing does not work out whatsoever.
How would you guess that Sip is here? As long as Magus is alive, Sip could find a kill, and suddenly it's a 2-on-1. There's no reason for them to check this. Oh, he misses a little bit of a chance. Hunter low on health, and Sip knows it. He must have heard the dink. There's Magus going down, and now Sip is forced into a little bit of action here behind the actual silo, and Nico to save the day, while Hunter is defusing again. It's the brothers Kovac to take care of business. Does sound like a law firm when you say it like that, but still, 7-4.
Seeing it from next perspective here, the double spray to save the day. Just made it all the Device. Yeah.
Actually, can we do that? Can we say Kovac and just they're laying down the law?
They're laying down.
Can someone Photoshop that?
Just need them as like Judge Judy or something.
Judge Judy.
Just pointing the gavel.
Say Judge Dredd.
Oh, haha, yeah. Better reference.
Well, regardless,
Nico doesn't have a shred of mercy, much like Dredd.
Yeah, certainly not. Very important round for them to win. Obviously, almost spun out of control. They managed to stay alive. Amanek and Hunter, some good defense. Almost let Astralis so far into the bomb site that it could have been, you know, a disaster. But in the end, it worked out all right. Triple on Hunter, up to 18, and a 7-5 scoreline. I think this game has opened up quite a bit in terms of who could be winning it. I think we're into something way more interesting now. So if you were bored earlier, thinking, man, Astralis is just going to sweep this map off, I'd say time to mentally tune back in, because this is a pretty open game at the moment.
Well, this is definitely Astralis. I mean, Astralis are by no means done yet. This is definitely some G2 showing some resilience here. So we knew they were capable of all along. It was going against them at the beginning of the half. Sometimes Lady Luck just doesn't favor you, and that's the way it goes. And now looks like she's giving them a little bit of a wink. And G2 are starting to have things go their way. 5 rounds now for G2 on the CT side. Astralis still in the lead with 7. Well, Kenny Aggro hasn't done this yet. Ow, and he gets him! What a shot on Device! Split second, and he doesn't miss!
He was the third man in line. He was all the way back in T-spot. There were 2 people that were closer than Device, so he must just be scratching his head thinking, why? Why me? Kenny might be thinking the same thing, though, getting executed from Magus. And Nico, I don't think Magus would have known that he was there, but he fired the rifle just in time for Magus to swing back. So turnaround coming in here for Astralis. A round that could have been very, very tricky, but I don't know. Magus doing hardly what he's supposed to do. This is one of the things that makes him such a hard opponent. Amanek spraying through Molotov on the side. A lot of things to manage all at the same time, Zemler.
That's what you get. Trying to be a good Samaritan, put out the fire.
Yeah.
Then the hoodlums just showed up. No.
Feed the homeless, doing a bunch of things. Astralis just don't care.
No. Astralis, dude, Vikings, saw that as weakness. Take all your stuff. And well, Hunter now. Well, what can you really do? All right, so that's, I mean, it's got to be just equal despair for Kenny at that point. You know, stroke shot, you got a great one on a Device, that was perfect. And then you get shot in the back. Done so.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe a slight miscommunication. I don't know. I'm sure they just weren't thinking that Magus was gonna just go there that quickly.
He must be thinking that Nico has his back at that point, right?
Yeah, maybe. Maybe it was like a residual effect from the fact that Kenny got a shot on Device and he was so far away that Kenny doesn't even really think about the fact that there could be someone way closer. I don't know. A lot of guesswork on my side here. 8-5, 14th round. Maybe a lot of money on G2 from having just lost that round, and the other one was close. So I'm kind of impressed that they have this bye, and it's good because that means even in the 15th round, if they lose this one, they can still put up a bit of a fight. Here we go. Astralis setting up. That's not bad.
Yeah, that's a nasty HE. Just lob it up there. The free already down to half HP, but hey, that's Device with that AWP. He's opened it up, takes down Kenny S. So man advantage for Astralis, and Zipnix will take Hunter. Looks like Hunter was trying to get cheeky in lobby, and now Amanek wondering what he can do. He's got that AUG in hand, and he's going to find the instant headshot on Zipnix, trying to fight and bring it back here, Astralis. But the pressure's going to be on now for Nexa. Flashes in, he's got to back off, he cannot wait. In the meantime, Amanek trying to get cute, lurking through the smoke, does not work. You do not fool the magician. hits that shot and brings it to a 4-on-2 for Astralis. Although Nexus just couldn't be happier, picks up one and misses the opportunity to get another.
I bet he could have been happier if he would have had the M4A4. I bet that would have been at least a double kill. Could have been definitely more than that. Oh, man.
Hard attack for Astralis there.
It definitely was, but spraying down with that M4A1, it's just not quick enough, is it? Nico, he wasn't spotted now. They need to think here. Nico dropping down the vent. Oh, man. Taking out Glaive, and from a 1-on-3 into a 1-on-1, he's going to try and go for it. Do it again. Just one more shot will absolutely do it. And Device, he's just got the AWP up there. If he misses a shot, I mean, Nico's got all the space in the world. He's out. Device down on the low ground. He's got the gun out instead. And Nico! 1 versus 3. And he clutches it for his team. Absolutely. What a god.
Just ice water, man. No. And they all just happen to show up right in front of him here. This kill on Dupree as Dupree just drops in front of Nico. And sick follow-up on Glaive. Just everything is there.
Well, so the problem is the first kill that he gets up in Mini, that's the one that's super excusable for Astralis, right? That's where they're thinking, well, we don't know what he is, so how do you hide from him? And like, you're just not sure, right?
Sure.
But then once you get that, the 2 versus 1, I don't know. I'm sure Glaive is feeling super confident that I've got the position, I'm ready, but...
Well, it's a reaction game at that point. I mean, it's Glaive has got to be just pulling that trigger instantly in the split second that it takes Nico to recover from that drop, right?
Yeah.
Except that Nico's just too damn fast.
And Glaive was very low on health.
Yeah. But it took 1 bullet to take down Glaive, right? So, I mean, advantage Nico in that sort of scenario, I guess.
Yeah, it's hard to judge them, but man, we've had
what a brilliant first half.
Yeah, we've had such an unusual amount of clutches going on in this game, in this new game so far. It's really been all over the place.
And well, now it feels like a real treat. We get another full buy from both of these teams. Huh. Well, let's see. What's going to be the variety this time? As Astralis do take over lobby, holding for any aggression.
15th round, yeah. Last of the half.
But again, Nico is going to be spotting this and saying there is nobody here behind this wall of smokes outside in yard. And so the focus from G2, they are going to be ready for lobby. They are going to be ready for ramp.
Let's see what they can do here. Grenade gonna go, and Kenny, first one with an encounter. He just pushes into it. That is incredibly bold. Don't know if he realized that there was no one else in there, but if there'd been someone waiting, he might have been dead. So amazing defense early on. Amanek also with a kill, of course, and 5 versus 3. And that's all the grenades from Astralis used in that. Nico, not even gonna waste the bullets. Just go straight for it. Yeah, he's ready for more. Clicking away, Glaive. You all knew that was happening. Every single person watching will have seen, yep. When he is in this mode of playing, what an absolute delight.
It's just so clean. It's just no joke. Well, Nexus there to pick up the final kill, and it's 8-7 in favor of Astralis on the T side, but what a comeback. The entire first half is nothing but Astralis, but then it just flips hard, and G2 take full control from there on out. Redemption for G2 at the end of that first half, but we're going to be taking a quick break, and we'll come back with the second right after that.
Cadê você, mano?
Mano, o que é isso? Esse branco.
Mano, mas você tá vendo os mesmos quadradinhos que eu? Mano, tá numa linha reto.
Vai pra direita pra esquerda. A terceira fileira.
Direita pra esquerda, terceira fileira. Não, deu.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Agora uma pra esquerda. E agora vai reto. Deu nós, deu Brasil.
Ai. Pulei longo. Ai, mano. Vamos, porra. Consegui. E agora aqui? Tô com a fita. Nossa, truta. Tá, pisei. Tem que apertar o botão aqui, né?
Ah, moleque! Mano, e agora, tio? 1, 2, 3 e foi. Vai. Tem que ser cena rápida, hein, mano? Não! Não. Aí, mano, concentra, carcerado, concentra. Eu vou apertar. Ó, foi. Vai, 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 vai.
Aqui tá aí. Não, tio. Bora cair.
Vai cair. Ah, moleque! Aqui. Ixi. Moleque, eu sou muito ruim de ambush, sem maldade. Vai, ó. No primeiro pulo, vai.
Ai. Ai.
Ah. Ô, sem maldade, eu tô com a visão, hein, mano. Aperta, entra num desses bagulho aqui. Tem aqui. Eita, aí.
Aqui é caseia, esse pá. É, caseia aqui, ó.
Sobe aí, sobe aí. Sobe pra nós aí, o que tá pegando.
Não tem nada aqui não. Acho que tem que passar pra cá.
Ah, moleque, tô te falando. Aí, cara, aí. Ah, moleque!
Aí, tô falando C. Tá. Que isso aqui?
All right, welcome back. Second half, second map. Astralis versus G2 with a 1-map lead for G2. It's on Dust 2 as well, so a lot of weird twos in there. I was being tweeted at by helpful members of the community saying it's not Kovac, it's Kovac. Okay, can people confirm this for me if it's one or the other? Obviously, a bit unsure about the pronunciation, but I'd love to get it just right, So let's make sure that we don't screw it up. Someone send us a recording or something of the perfect.
But that's like the example he gives. CS like in the word check, which has both sounds.
I know.
Which is it?
I know. But still, I like I want to get it right. I don't want to mess it up. So let's just make sure that we know. There are lots of fun comments to be made around like the double Kovac, setup. So like one or the other. I want to be sure. So help us out. Astralis going to be on the CT side. It's T side for G2, and it is clean down the middle as we go into the second half. Pistol here, jump around the corner. Oh, Device, he must be upset. He was waiting for it. It would have been an easy kill as well, but it didn't even touch the ground, did he? Nexa charging in. Sip with a pretty good response. Meg is there to help out. Sip just regaining a little bit of momentum here, but he does not have enough bullets, so it's still a 3-on-3. Now they're being flanked before they even set up anything down at the site, and the bomb has been lost to G2, so it's an absolutely chaotic round. No one knows what's happening in this round any longer, and now Hunter wants to chime in. If he would have had that kill, I mean, we were right back in play.
For a second, I believed Anderson.
Madness.
For a second, I believed he was going to get that and bring it back to a one-on-one clutch scenario. But yeah, this was the first opening shot where Device gets pasted against the wall. Not the best. Certainly not what G2 were hoping for. They were definitely looking for that second pistol round win, although it didn't really help him last time in the first half. They've now successfully managed to give that up. So Astralis get the strong start on the CT side, and G2 will not go for the 4 spot. They will be going for what is essentially a hard eco. Straight down the fences. 1 and Dupree not able to pick up that kill. Denied. Device already in location to go ahead and stop that bomb plant from happening. Unfortunately for Amanek, no bonus money for his team in this round.
Yeah, but a great idea, I think, for G2. It's all
Let's
about
go for it.
Yeah, and it's all about where they're set up. I mean, if Astralis are out of position, there's nothing you can really do about it once he's down the vents, but they just happen to be there, so fair play. Easy setup here. Quad kill for Sip and a lot of money with the MP9.
Filthy money.
Happy about that for sure.
And does he go, do you want an AWP device? Can hook that up for you if you want. Make that happen. But he doesn't. In fact, no. Everybody's just going to be holding on to their gear, Astralis. Whereas G2, after that round, are going to go for the AKs. It's definitely going to be a bit light on the nades. Okay, yeah. Gonna be able to pick it up. It gets a decoy.
And why, though? Why the decoy?
Just reasons. He likes to make noise. But double digits now for Astralis, 10 rounds on the CT side. G2, do they just go for the gather? Try and swamp it? Looks like maybe the name of the game here for G2. And while Zipmix, with an MP9, he will be hard pressed if enough bodies come at him.
Yeah, I think Nico he's a one-man army outside with the AK, and the rest are pushing ramp right into that MP9. Going to be a pretty good Molotov to slow them down at the very least. I don't think they were even going for it. They're just saying, let's just take ramp. And that's reasonable. Fair play to G2. It's so early on that they have plenty of time to change their minds. And they might even just be waiting to see if Nico's going to find a kill behind this, you know, movement around. Yeah, he's just looking and saying, is anyone going to be coming for anything? Yeah, I think that's the plan. But they're not getting their way at the moment. Astralis are being incredibly passive right now. Which is, I mean, it's working out. It's to their credit. Only down to the 1 HE and the flashbang here on the G2 side. So I mean, yeah, this is going to be tricky. The one flashbang to end of the bomb site. It works if you're pushing at someone holding just a grenade. Oh, debris! Down into the fire. And Device will get a kill at the very least. This grenade, surely, yeah, Kenny explodes. Now 20 seconds, Sip running up from behind, and a 2-on-3. I don't think they have the time. I think that's really what's messing this up for G2 more than anything else. If they had a minute here, it would be really doable to win this 2-on-2, but with just 10 seconds, I'm not sure. Surely Sip is going to be running through any second now. A little bit of noise. He actually doesn't get it, so the bomb is down, but it might not matter. Hunter, low on health, and he will go down. Close round, and I don't know, they made that way more competitive to G2 than I thought. But they're not winning the round. Oh, do they want to bind this round, do you think? So that would be interesting if they did.
That really would be a scenario. But I mean, nades are so critical now in a buy round. We've seen what happens to teams where they just try and force it. Low nade count, just try to get in there with rifles. Well, that just happened to kind of G2 right there, you know, low nade count, just trying to force it with rifles. And MIBR were trying yesterday, and it was not working against Astralis. I don't think G2 are going to make that mistake again. It is going to be the half buy coming in here from G2. Pistols, Kevlar. And while Hunter's got the nade, so he definitely should not be dying, but they are taking a bit of damage there from that molly.
The Device is hearing them burning on the other side, right? So it's just so much confirmation for him. Back here with the USP, nearly picking up the kill, but he has done enough for now, so yeah, that worked out very well.
That timing.
Usually it's Glaive that loves to play aggressive out in the yard. That's one of the things he is super well known for.
Maybe just playing off a spawn there?
Yeah, I mean, could have been something like that. Still, that's a nicely handled round. There's nothing going wrong. Again, I'm still not really over that one round on Dust 2 where they rushed the catwalk and died at USP, so I'm still angry about that.
You're still holding on to that one?
Oh yeah, I'm holding on to that grudge. I'm not going to let it go. But I'm glad to see them sort of round out like this one out. I think that was important, you know. Even important for Astralis themselves just to prove, you know what, we're not just going to give you that many rounds like that. So I think that's important. 12-7, and it's looking good. It's looking super winnable for Astralis right now. They've got the money, they've got the round lead. G2 seem to be relying, I think, a little bit more in this one on someone like Nico outside with the AK, right? We've seen that a couple of rounds, and it kind of makes sense because he is such a beast with it, but if you're not getting the kills, then is there a plan B? Maybe not.
Well, we saw that first half of Dust 2. Where you're not getting the kills. So there was no plan B for Astralis. They had 3 players with 3 kills each, and they just got trounced, right? So, yeah, that's always the thing. We kind of say that since the beginning, right? Where you can have all the strats in the world, but if you guys aren't hitting headshots, it's going to be real hard. Strats should make that easier, but if they still aren't coming through, life is going to be very difficult indeed. Well, Device decides to back off. Nico is right hot on his heels. Nico still holding the angle. Nice HEs going in, but this is a tremendous amount of damage. Big pressure getting put out from G2 onto this A site. Mega's expecting to get wrapped. He's got his teammate helping him. Glaive has got his back. And who is that? Hunter getting down the ramp. No, Hunter holding outside. It's Kenny S pushing down to B site. Zipnix stops him in his tracks, and we're into a 2-on-2.
And now, who has sight on who is where at the moment? I can't believe that Magisk was saved by Glaive. That was an amazing save. He was absolutely dead, and somehow got just bailed out. All right, well, bomb is coming through the window, it seems like, which, I mean, that would give all the time in the world here for Sip, at least to hear it and know that it's coming. They have to break that glass. Don't think it is broken on either side, so yeah, they'd love it. Oh, it is! They walk right through, so forget about that. Gonna go for the fight right there, but Sip goes down, and now it's a one-on-one. Hunter versus Magisk.
Whoa, Magisk is so far away.
Yeah, wrapping around, maybe expecting an A kind of play.
Oh, buddy. Does Magisk actually see us coming?
Nicely done. Good setup with the flashbang, but it doesn't matter. Hunter with a triple kill, and that was an all-out chaotic round. There were so many things happening. I don't know how we could break it all down. 2-on-2, though. Very, very close, obviously. I think if Glaive doesn't save Magisk, G2 just win it on the A-bomb side straight up.
100%, yeah, 100%. Device getting caught by Nico at the beginning there certainly did not help anything either. Vadmelek, yeah, getting into it.
Shout out to Hunter, 23 kills. That's pretty impressive right here. Done a good job.
Well, that's the end of the Astralis streak here at the first half. 4 rounds in a row for Astralis, putting them up to 12 on the CT side. And now G2, they've got 8, and they're looking good. But there is enough money for Astralis to get that buy-in. So Device, glass cannon, AWP from him. Rifles on everybody else. A little light on the nades, but still, decent count. And G2 maneuvering outside. We'll get that smoke wall down. And deny information to Astralis. Whoa, that smoke going down from Glaive is so nasty.
Yeah.
That's not going to stop Nico from taking point and pushing the lower halls. And so now it is going to be Glaive in position, trying to get that information to see if they committed past or if he managed to make it down here in time. He might be able to squeak right on. Oh, unbelievable how this timing works out. But now he's going to be spotting a whole bunch of them. Nico takes a bullet to the side of the head. No way for him to respond. Unbelievable that Glaive manages to thread that needle. He's going to drop right in. Doesn't get the second kill. Unfortunate.
Man, I was going to say maybe they could have even played for time there, but G2 just don't even slow down. They go straight for it. So 4-on-4. And no armor on Device, only one smoke. They don't have that much to go for it, but I kind of understand why they're falling back from this. Even, I mean, normally 4-on-4, you say, just go for it, but don't really think they don't have the money. If they lose this, then G2 bounce up to 10 rounds pretty quickly. Interesting, interesting. Listen, I think if G2 slow it down instead of hunting for Glaive, then Astralis get into way better positions, and suddenly it's a super close round. So I guess credit to G2 for just going straight for it. I mean, sometimes rushing into a bomb site like that can definitely be the wrong move, but they made the right call in that round for sure. Take him out before his friends show up. All right, 12-9. It is anybody's game in this map still.
Yeah, 100%. And it's worth mentioning that it is G2 in the lead right now in this best-of-3 series. Winner match of the group. Up 1-0 after a pretty solid victory, obviously, for G2. Defeat for Astralis on Dust 2. So if you missed that, it was a pretty big beating. I mean, Nico, it was really just the Nico show.
It was.
He just took over. But here on Nuke, it's getting spicy. Oh, the nice delay. Pushing through. Total obliteration on the upper site. The run and gun coming in from Kenny as well. Zip and Glaive, the last two alive here for Astralis, but that bomb is going to get planted unless they can make a play in the next few seconds. It's going to be real hard for them. And that molly going down is just going to shave even more time off this clock.
They have 2 Molotovs themselves, Astralis, but just like last round, you really want to throw it away in case this goes wrong. Kenny in the corner. Sure, there we go, finally spreading, and he's burning alive. 2-on-2, jumping down, they get the kill, and MNEC, he's far away. They have a kit, and it's planted on the wrong side. He's gonna have to think about that. He has to go straight away, he can't go slow. He has to swing wide, and oh, there we go. He does get the defuse in. Oh, man. I can't believe it. The last tick of that Molotov just far enough to catch him, and then they just fall like dominoes afterwards. That is a ridiculous round for Astralis to win, but they did.
And it's Astralis that call for the timeout right now, the TAC timeout. This is just so quick from G2 as well. It really looked like they had this entire upper A side on control, but Kenny S just getting caught in that corner, burnt alive. So brutal. Yeah, you can see. That's a tough one. That's going to be a tough one to shake.
Listen, it's not the eyes rolling back in the head, Nico. That's got to be a, you know, an upgrade.
It's true. Nico Cam, haven't had that in a while.
It's been a hot minute. Again, added to the list of absolutely absurd rounds we've had on this Nuke map. There have just been so many of them. 13-9. Astralis gotta be feeling really. I mean, I guess the thing is, they won that round one-on-one, right? So it was. I think it was only one. It was 2 surviving. I think it was just 1. So yeah, they're gonna have almost no money here. Ooh, Magus in the corner. He was flashed. Nobody could see him, and there's the spray down. Big double continues it. A quad kill. He's wrecked them all. That is so absurd. They just passed him. That might very well be a 4-3 type resolution thing, and the fact that everyone was flashed, nobody knew.
Everybody's flashed, including G2. It's just a split-second thing, Anders. He literally just made it past as Adamanek is turning left. Magus is going past his right shoulder.
What in God's name is going on in this game?
Unreal.
You can't make it all. You couldn't, if you wanted to produce a frag movie with your friends where you were just making it all up, you had to choreograph that with your friends, that you couldn't do it. Like, it's just, it's so close.
Oh. Debris just really getting out there in yard. Haven't had this aggression for a little bit. So hoping to catch somebody out there on G2, but it just did not work out. Instead, oh, has been spotted going down the vents. Nico looking to create a little bit of room.
But even spotted, that is such a, it's a fantastic move for Nexa.
Who managed to make it down there? Is it Nexa?
I think it was Nexa, yeah, with the Mac 10.
Yeah.
It's such a smart play. It almost would be better if he got spotted in some sense. I mean, maybe not, but it does force Astralis to do something, to think about it. They've got Glaive down there. They've got Sip down there as well, I think. Might be out looking for a nice shot for Device. Haven't seen too much AWPing from him here on Nuke, and he's so exposed. Still going to go down, though, to Kenny. 4-on-4 now in 50 seconds.
Bizarre. Trying to make plays there. Device really going back at it, and that's going to end up costing him. Gives the advantage back to G2 in this tight situation, although Dupree on the flank catches Hunter wide open. Well, now, if you're G2, what do you do?
I really don't know how Dupree got back there either.
Just count on Kenny.
I'm losing control a little bit myself here.
Kenny is just the hero right now. Those are 2 key kills from Kenny. Zipnik's still alive, though. He could be the one to ruin their day as Nexus is going to peek at that information. Not able to get the kill on Kenny. Somehow the man survives with 7 HP. There's Dupree once again.
No bomb plant. It was down to the last second, and they badly needed that bomb plant. Still a Molotov here on Dupree. Is he going to try and put it in? Yes, around the silo, but he's flashed as he's throwing it, and it doesn't go back there, and Dupree is going to be going down. There's no predicting these rounds. It's out of control. 14-10. Astralis, I mean, they're going to put together a buy here, but I don't even know what is going on. I have many questions I need answered. I need a whole team of experts assembled afterwards to just try and follow up on this.
And that's such a kick in the pants for Dupree as well, because he gets the flank on Hunter, and he denies the first bomb plant attempt from Kenny. I mean, just everything right there from Dupree. But sometimes the rounds just do not work out for you, and so it will be the force on both sides here. G2, enough money for the full. And well, Astralis cutting corners. No kits, light on nades. But good gear, good rifles. And this time around, it is Device out in garage, backed up by Glaive in a moment. There's going to be a chance here. Nico looking for this fight. Glaive wins it convincingly as well. Man advantage now, and Device could be the real one to make a hero here. Big difference, and there it is, the shot. 2-man advantage now for Astralis.
And now then, again, this is where you want to see that deep breath here. This is a round they cannot give away. 3 versus 5. It's going to get them to 15, and it's going to severely impact G2's economy. So, yeah, this is just where you want to play on all of those years of routine, right? Do not give this round up. We all deserve a third map, don't we?
Indeed we do.
It's been amazing. Timing on that smoke is going to be really very annoying. Next, they're hoping to catch someone at the edge, but 40 seconds left right here. They need an entry just that's incredibly clean, and then Sip is saying, no thanks. Straight headshot through the smoke. Don't know if you saw a shoulder or not, but it doesn't really matter at this point in time. Device goes down, and that is also not really that relevant. They should be able to save the AWP, and it will be 15 for Astralis. A round away here from taking us on to the third map.
It's just so weird. I don't think of Device as a Kenny kind of opper. It feels like watching Device right now, it's kind of watching Kenny. Or like a Kenny style, like aggressive, getting in there, trying to, you know, re-peak angles or get close quarters. For whatever reason, that's not the Device that I think of when I think of an opper, right? Of an opping Device. No. I think of a Kenny doing that. That's close quarters combat with Kenny. Yeah, he'll just harpoon you with that AWP.
Yeah, that's what you think, isn't it? But I mean, he's done very many different things over the course of his career, Device, with the AWP alone, right?
True.
Definitely been a few different approaches to it.
What I really liked back in the day with Shadow.gg was Device was the first one to start using heat maps as well, as far as I know. But he was the one using heat maps to figure out tendencies of opposing oppers.
Yeah.
How often do they go to certain spots on maps within which window of time, so that he could play a numbers game, essentially, with how he held angles. Super cool. Super cool stuff.
I think definitely there was a lot of research going into it, yeah. I'm sure there still is, but... Yeah, I mean,
now I imagine most people are doing that, right? But I think he was the one who's really one of those front runners.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely sort of the next stage of the game in a bunch of different ways, but it's also pretty resource intensive. Glaive will go down. Meg is next in line. G2 with almost no weapons, just charging the bomb site and essentially wrapping on it from Mini and Hut at the same time. And it works absolutely perfectly. So Astralis need to pack it up and save these guns, because they're not going to have that much money either. I was going to say, man, that third map is almost already here. G2 saying it's not. Could still be overtime. That is actually a classic push. Running on top of that mini roof and just stomping right in there. Big plays. This time there's no Magisk in the corner. Really interesting. So, they're going to be saving the guns. I am getting more and more people, Semler, just checking real quick, saying it is the Kovac sound more than it is like the...
It's a ch sound.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
The ch, ch.
Yeah. And we might still be messing up, because that's a sound that doesn't really exist that much in English in the same way. So, you know...
Very much so, yeah.
I think it's around... I think it's so early on that children develop around phonemes, is what it's called. The sounds that you need to make, you know, for your language.
Can you roll an R?
Yeah, I probably can.
Okay, let's hear it.
No, no. But I think I can. But there are a bunch of them that are you know, really, really hard to do in. I think it's L in Japanese that like Japanese.
They struggle, yeah.
Yeah, but if you teach them how to do it, like then you can actually teach it to them, but it just doesn't really exist as a sound, right? So if we screw it up, we're sorry. We're trying our best.
At the very beginning.
Device. You said, you know, close range combat. He's walked all the way up. Not going to open the door quite, but he's tunnel vision, literally.
Yeah. He's just living this life of looking through a cardboard tube.
Living out the dream of being a pirate looking into the you know,
Avast. He could very well be searching for booty right now, Anders, because this is map point for Astralis and 4 of them. And while he could be the one, right, to make the difference with that AWP, are G2 expecting this? Doubtful.
Yeah, I mean, he's certainly being really really aggressive with it, and so is Sip. Smoke, I think, there for Heaven. Yeah, nice smoke. And Dupree a little bit forward in the hut. They're outside though, and Device will pick off one there on Nexa, but this could still be just fine for G2 in the sense that they've made their way downstairs. They're going to knock out Sip, and losing one guy in upper. Oh, wow. Nico back with the headshots again. That's good strike fear in the hearts of everyone. Finally taken down, still 30 seconds, so enough time to put the bomb down. And Nico sneaking around, Hunter sneaking around the back there to make sure that even if it was an attempted retake here, it would be very hard to deal with. No kit on Dupree, so I think any dreams of fancy ninja diffusers is probably not going to happen.
That's what he wants. That AWP.
Yeah.
Maybe looking to see if he can get a party shot. Oh, he just checked it. I don't think he saw it. Did we see somebody managing guns from G2 there?
No,
that would have been next level.
Steal that away. Yeah. It's going to be 12 rounds for G2, so they are well within striking distance. The money, all of a sudden, is a huge factor for Astralis in terms of how many more actual rifle rounds they can get out here. And if they could put a stop to G2, if it goes into overtime, that would be something. I would really enjoy that. '28th round coming up. The countdown slowly fading away. AWP on Kenny, AWP on Device. Limited head armor on Astralis. Shouldn't make any kind of a big difference unless they're being wallbanged, really. No kit at all. Keep that in mind for later. Glaive outside. Like I said earlier, usually I think of Glaive as being the aggressive one out here. I feel like they've been doing it so much that G2 will surely be checking. I mean, they could ignore him if they go this way, but I don't think this is going to be the sort of play that will catch them off guard. Oh, he heard that scope. Yeah, that's why he's looking for it. Good thinking on Glaive.
And nobody peeked into it either. The Device is going to be on the lower tunnels, and this is going to be that big shot. Last we saw, Nico eviscerates Xyp9x here in the last round. Taking point again, Nico, no fear. There it is, this time Jiggle right into it, and Dupree's there to help his teammate out. There's a crossfire established. Kenny is going to be ready. Clips Device through the floor, though. Concrete saving him, but not from the HE. Kenny hunts him down. And now Magus versus Nexa on the upper. Things are going to get real interesting here in just a moment as Glaive is going to spot Hunter coming around. Shadow on the floor, going to see Kenny as well, though. Kenny's close enough. They stack up. Just barely survived the encounter, and Magus peeks in. Dude, Kenny is coming alive in this round.
I can't believe he maybe would have had that shot too. It looked like it was right on Xyp, but he was accurate. And Dupree, look at that, running through the fire to catch them. This is so smart. Yeah, there's no reason they should be expecting that. They just put down the Molotov, and he ran straight through it. Brilliant play out of Dupree. Now it's Nexa. He has the bomb. 1 versus 2. We've seen so many clutches. Is there going to be another one? Oh, they're going almost straight for him, but he does hold it. That's a lot of nerve. Holding it down. If he dies, that's it. Map is done. And now he's sneaking back. He has the smoke and everything else. Is he going to find a good use for it, or just go straight for it here with the M4? Yeah, Dupree is coming in from the one angle and up on the high ground. You see without the X-ray, yeah, that's so hard to spot anyone. He has no idea where they're coming from right now. A little bit of noise being made. The one flashbang already used. And Nexa, this is his chance, but he's going to go down to Xyp, and they don't have the kit, so it's close, but they'll be able to get it. 16-12 at the end of Nuke in favor of Astralis, and that means, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go on to a third and final map. What a treat this has been. So many amazing plays, and we're going to get a whole nother map to revisit and relive all of that. I really can't wait for it. We will be back after the break with the analyst desk and, of course, that third map. So stay tuned.
Não chegou não, hein?
Nossa, central de comando.
Nossa, esse keyboard tá maluco, hein, mano? É?
Vou apertar o verde aqui. Vamos sincronizar a música, ó. Oh, agora eu vi, você ouviu?
Ah, esse é o ritmo que nós temos que chegar, tá ligado? Não chegou não, hein?
Mano, se pá essa sequência mesmo, Cacerata, aqui do verde pro azul pro rosa.
Ai, mano. Não, mas... Porra. Travou? Ai.
É que... Calma, com carinho, com carinho.
Ô, mas peraí. basicamente pensei uma coisa. O cara volta em uma cor, mano.
Ah, mano, nós trouxe a vermelha pra cá, mano. Tem que ser azul, não é?
Véi, tá quase indo, né?
Ei.
Que tirei arrumou pra cabeça, hein, mano.
Opa, colocamos. Tá ali dentro. Tá lá. Ó, vamos na verde aqui que tá perto, cola.
Golaço. Clear, entendeu?
Ah, agora tem mais 15 portas. Ai, tem... Mano, muda de cor, velho. Então nós tem que fazer tudo. Vai falando pra mim, Cacerato, onde que tá todas. Qual que é a sequência, entendeu?
Certo. Ei, na moral, toca aqui, tio. Fazer. Bora. No 3 aí. Vamos. No 3 aqui será?
It was Astralis all the way when it came to Nuke, and although the scoreline may have looked close, I'll start with you, Pimp, because I don't actually feel like there was ever a point we were scared for Astralis.
Nah, they were looking pretty solid. They got off to a really good start in the first half. It was a game that went back and forth all the time. A lot of clutches, we'll get onto that later, but overall, a great game, right, from both teams, I would say. Astralis playing some decent Counter-Strike, once again stepping it up. As I said, I wasn't necessarily, you know, scared on their behalf. I think they, as a team, are better to handle the aggression G2 came with.
Yeah.
A great example of that is Nico. He was involved in 13 opening duels and he only won 5 of those, right? So they sort of like shut him down compared to the Dust 2 performance where he was all over the place and completely manhandled Astralis. So a great game, a game that was a bit back and forth, but as you said, you never really felt that Astralis were losing grasp of it.
And we're talking about a lot of clutches that went the way right from the beginning, right? It looked like G2 might have a chance, but right to the wire, the Astralis magic shone through.
Indeed, the first half was basically Clutch City, and you will see the story unfolding of that first half. It starts with Zip 1 versus 2, then Glaive in a 1v3 behind that door, playing it so cleverly. The smoke is going to go down, and then the third kill, as predicted, that's going to be enough for him to win the clutch. Then we're going to move on to Device with the AWP, also playing the positioning perfectly, anticipating his opponent's position. And that's where I slightly disagree with you guys. I think Astralis on their CT side looked dominating, but the T side, these were about individuals shining in clutches. We've had 2 1v2, air 1v3 in the 3 first gun rounds of that half, and that was all Astralis needed to put G2 in the back foot and then push the advantage.
I do want to say, though, that G2 fought back a great clutch from Nico here as well. So yeah, the clutches in the beginning went the way of Astralis, but Nico and G2 also had a couple of clutches going their way. It was just dissected up to 2 different, you know, parts of the map, I would say. This one right here, that hurt a lot. That hurt a lot. That one, you can never afford to lose. I'm gonna give, like, doing a great play right here. I think he would have run around, had Kenny S, all the other guys stayed alive just for 1 or 2 seconds prior to this, but you come in, he's just a couple of milliseconds too late, and that's it, you know. I agree, Astralis won a lot of clutches, but G2, you know, they had good moments in the game as well. They tried to bully Astralis as well, just a little bit, especially on the inside. We have a clip showing Magix going absolutely ballistic on the inside. We can probably pull it up right now. And that was the first time Astralis actually shut it down. It's a little bit unlucky here for Nico. He just misses, right? He just misses Magic's point. It's probably something to do with the 4-3 radio that he's playing on. But Magic's this play right here, 1, 2, 3, and 4. And as James, you said it, you know, it's not one angle he has to hold. One angle, a new one. One angle, a new one. One angle, and a new one. Absolutely fantastic. But that was so important for the game and for the storyline, because G2, they were punishing Astralis. Yesterday, inside against MIBR, they couldn't stop them. Today against G2, on the CT side, I don't think they were dominant. They got punished, and they got bullied on the inner bomb side until Magix said no, and then they had enough of a cushion to fight back.
And Magix wasn't the only one that said no. We've got to give some credit to Zipnix, because not only have we said that, okay, a couple of early games, not so good for him, but remember, this is only his 4th map since coming back, and he's looking better every single time. The rust is certainly coming off.
I agree with you. I think this was Zipnix's most complete performance so far in the tournament on that map of Nuke. He had a couple of clutches, but he also had just a couple of moments where he was very swift with the refrag. We talked about it, his ability ability to have impact in the 5v5 when it all comes down to duel. Sometimes he was white swinging from heaven as a backup from ramp, being very key. You talk about Magisk. Before that game began, he was the 7th best rated player in the entire groups of Blastfall series, right? So he's having a great event. Once more on Nuke, he's been instrumental. So good on him for the IGL. And now we move to Inferno. And if I'm talking about Magisk, that has been his best map repeatedly.
And just a quick note on Magisk, right? Because he's the one calling on Nuke, right? I was listening into the comms. Glaive was taking the majority of the calls on Dust 2. At least that's how it felt. On Nuke, it seemed to be Magisk's boy. He even said at one point on the TeamSpeak, you know, guys, listen to me. I am the voice. Do this, right? So he took control and he was actually showing character. Yeah, I was a little bit surprised as well, to be honest. But doing that while fracking like Maniac just described, that's, you know, that's some solid play for Magisk. We had the head-to-head between him and Nexa coming into the matchup, and so far, Magisk has been the better player of those two.
And not even just saying he's a better player, just on what I've got to sit on what you said there. The fact that he was saying for them to listen to him,
character.
That's respect, right? Straight out the gate, like, no, I'm not going to have it. I'm not going to let you just take control of it. I've got a game plan. I believe in it. You best believe in it as well. And that's going to be so important going into Inferno, because I will say, I'd be very scared if I'm G2 going into Inferno, but I know for sure it's going to be a tougher challenge than what MIBR threw them.
Yeah, it's going to be, but then again, as you mentioned, the game versus MIBR went so flawlessly for Astralis that they are going into this third map with a lot of confidence. For the viewers that did not see the game, it was an 11-4 T-half coming out of Astralis with very powerful B hits. They were executing again and again. MIBR never really found a solution. So now, that's also an interesting discussion, right? Amanek, where is he going to play? Is he going to stay in his position? Are we going to see Nico in the A apps, which is an isolated position? Not exactly sure you want to put a player like him in that. Do we give him the B anchor position, which can be very challenging, a lot of responsibility? So I'm looking forward to seeing if that's going to be a Astralis B hit versus Nico B hold.
Yeah, I think that's a super interesting topic, because so far it seems like Nico is being put in all the positions, especially on the CT side, where he can rotate, where he can be mobile, where he can have an impact. He even said in the interview when we did it yesterday that he wanted to have an input on the CT side. He wanted to have an influence, and he wanted to be in positions where he could actively move around and be proactive, as he said. So I would doubt, you know, highly that he's going to be sitting in pit and do that role, and being the anchor on the small bomb side as well. It doesn't suit Nico that well. He needs to be activated. He needs to be moving around. So as Maniac said, it's going to be interesting for us, for viewers, to see where they're going to place him on the map. Also, I just do quickly want to say that Nuke, it's a team-heavy based map, right?
Yeah.
Inferno, even worse. To those of you who don't know it, when you play the CT side on Inferno, if you don't have synergy, if you don't have, you know, good positioning, if you don't do bait setups, if you don't have crossfires, flashing for each other, smoking for each other, it sounds boring as hell. But if you don't have those, you know, incorporated within your defense, it's gonna be incredible tough to stop the Astralis train. And as Matthew said, 11 rounds against MIBR yesterday. MIBR was not bad, but G2, they'll have to do better.
Yeah, they really will have to do better. And one thing we're always talking about when it comes to Astralis is amazing communication and teamwork. So let's have a quick listen to some of it.
De efter mig.
Jeg kommer
orange.
Kommer orange.
Det er bare venstre.
Det er for.
Højre.
Ude.
Vi ved, jeg er med.
Mere. Bliv ved.
Ud, kom ud.
Kom nu, kom. Mace.
Op.
Lukas.
Jeg holder der.
Måske nedvand.
De har bombe, tror jeg. Nej, sidste kan have bombe.
Nej, det er ham, der sender.
Orange.
I just love the comms right there, right? Because of course, when you translate those communications, it's impossible to keep up with everything that's being said. But like for every little subtitle there was probably said 10 words, you know, 10 pieces of communication. So it wasn't the full story. There was some crisp communication and very fired up, as I also got the sense of for Astralis.
And that's really important, right? And that's the one thing right now. We've been listening to the comms of G2. It has been good. It has been there. But we cannot expect them to be on the same synergy, the same kind of level as we get from Astralis, who have known each other and played with each other for so long.
Indeed. I think that the painter we have to paint here is that skill-wise, G2 are absolutely ready to play. And we had many proofs during that BO3. But now in terms of protocols, Jacob was talking about it. How to take banana control, for example. That's a recurring theme of every desk, of every Inferno game ever. But that is true. Who throws what Molotov? When? How do we react? Do we smoke? Do we use the flash? Is G2 able to do that right now to the level that Astralis will do? Because against MIBR, again, that was an issue. Astralis won every single battle for banana. They always had it under control. So is G2 going to be able to fight take that banana control, that's going to be hard because you said it, the mechanism, the protocols, they are probably going to go in Astralis' favor.
And one thing I do want to see, though, is I want to see that Nexter that leads by example, the in-game leader that would push out, frag out, and take some big risks here, more so than what we've seen so far.
He'll have to, and he'll have to be the guy, you know, at least making the rest of the team believe that they can go up against Astralis on a map like Inferno. I'm glad Matt just said it right, because I almost forgot about it. Astralis, you know, when it comes to utility on Inferno, they were known for being the guys who just did so much damage with all the grenades, whether that being the hand grenades or the Molotov for that matter. Sonic invented that, you know, system within Astralis that all nades you throw, they have to do damage. They have to have an impact on the round, or at least make it easier for the M4s to kill the opponent. So if you're G2 and you're not ready for that, if you don't know how to counter banana control, if you don't know how to counter Astralis re-aggression middle with flashes, then you're going to be in big, big trouble. And that's, you know, that's for the T side. And as we saw yesterday, Astralis T side, 11 rounds against MIBR. I know it's the same for MIBR. They haven't had time to practice either. But it's probably going to be, you know, the same story for G2, where they're going to have to rely on the individuals. And again, we saw it yesterday, when they play up to their high level, when they play up to the Nico, as he did on Dust 2, then they can shut down Astralis, but they'll have to. I don't think they're going to rely on the team play. They have to rely on individuals, and that's always a scary game plan to use.
Well, let's see if the individuals can shine on Inferno. Both these teams know how to set the place on fire, but only one will take the win and go on forward to the grand finals. You'll be finding out in just a few moments how this game is about to go down, so don't miss out.
Well, this is what it comes down to. Third map at a best of three. We're going to be on Inferno, and it's G2 and Astralis here at Blast Premier. The odds are not quite even, still slightly favoring Astralis, but I guess that's because they won the latest map. It's always hard to know how that works out.
It's still Astralis. I mean, you can't go against them really. They do have to be the favorite in this matchup. So even because, I mean, you've still got that roster change coming in. Nico, yes, he's popping off, but it's still, you know, honeymoon period for G2. Can you rely on them? This is the core Astralis lineup, Anders.
Well,
can't bet against them.
Nico is currently Googling how to beat Astralis. You know?
No, he's currently Googling who is Bubsky, and is he still on Astralis?
He's in a cupboard somewhere. I'm so ready for this.
Duct tape to the wall until they need him next time.
I think this has been a really, really interesting best of 3. And I mean, best of all, even after this, we've got Furia and MIBR, so we've got so much more coming up on the channel here. You don't want to go anywhere. But right now, it's Astralis going to be on the CT side, G2 on the T side, and they're pushing middle in the pistol round. Oh, it's going to be a war and a battle in the middle. Meg is 2 headshots. Device as well, but a little bit of a return. Nico and Nexa making it possible still for G2 to win the round, but that was absolutely wild. Nearly getting shot at the back. Unbelievable. Did Magus just take down 2 people on his own from there?
Looks like.
Wow.
The hero.
Well then, there's so much time that it's still very hard to know how this will play out.
Yep. Because if G2 spread out like this, you can see already that Astralis have to cover a lot of ground. And right now, Astralis, they've still left Magus alone over towards B. So if G2 group up and go to B, fantastic. It's a 2v1 that favors them. Life is hunky-dory.
They're out looking for them. They'd love to find just a stray CT somewhere that they can pick up.
And it's still a 2-on-2 retake. It's a tough one. You almost want to see Astralis just group up as 3. But Magus with the spot, and it is going to be the move up. Banana here from G2 towards that B site. When is the rotation going to come through? The fake! Look at this play. Mind games on mind games right now. Zipnik's now rotating over, but he does not commit. Magus is telling his teammates that he saw them in Banana, but they aren't on the site.
I'm actually really impressed that Astralis stood their ground on the A-bomb side like that. They're waiting it out. Look at the clock. 20 seconds. G2 probably right now feel like, yeah, you know what? Surely one will have rotated away, but they're definitely wrong about that. If any kills come through here for Astralis, they're not going to get close to this bomb plant at all. A little bit of a hiccup here. No connections going to the site. 6 seconds. They've got a good grenade in there, but it's not done yet. Still a USP on Nico. Could he come alive yet again? No, instead, it's Glaive to take him down, and I think Nexa is going to have an impossible task ahead of him, trying his best, but he's going to get triple teamed at the end, and Astralis will win the pistol. All right. I missed that last one. We saw that, Magus.
Oh, nope, he got him.
quick make fun of him. That was a steady target. Chicken. Tweet at him or something.
This is the match with the poultry. With the animals. Maybe you needed a snack, Anders. You know, it's hard work in a pistol. Guy got his kills. He should get some chicken. Good for him. But that's a 1-0 lead now for Astralis picking up the pistol here versus G2. And G2, right off the back of it, give Nico the AK, allow him to apply the pressure, shank your teammate in the back. Kenny starting the round at 70 HP.
Yeah, that'd be rough. It's kind of surprising they even actually got the bomb plant down, I'm not going to lie. I think if any one of them would have connected with a USP shot going into it, they don't even get that. And it's because of that bomb plant, of course, that they are able to buy what they can in this round. So, I thought there was going to be trouble over at Banana, but they didn't really take much damage.
No, they didn't. You're right. And the Molotov there. Very surprising stuff. So, I mean, the thing is you're expecting Nico to keep going aggressive in Banana like that and trying to pry it open with that AK, trying to take Astralis by surprise. But instead, they just decided to back off once they forced the nades over there. And now it's going to be mid-control for G2. And they could set up for a pinch through CT. It's looking like it. The bomb is still hanging around in mid right now. Could swing either way.
If they get this kill over at Library on Device, this A-bomb site's going to fall so quick. Because those 2 people that are left are going to be in trouble. Very important the Device stays alive. Now they can maybe call a little bit of backup. I think Glaive is running in from the B-bomb site. So that at least has given them a fair warning of what's coming. But again, that one headshot I think would have made the round almost certainly. 37 seconds. G2 trying to get into this second round and make sure Astralis don't go any kind of crazy roll. Great kickoff there, and Magus down to the pit. He's going to get overwhelmed. 28 seconds. That MP5, it does nothing to the box. Can't really wallbang with it like that. Nico nearly getting the kill, but it'll be Glaive to save his friend at least for a second. And now it's a 2-on-3 and a bomb plant for G2.
Ridiculous how low that clock gets, and G2 able to win out in that fight. I think one of them got caught with a nade in his hand, if that was Dupree. But This is just going to be real nasty here, as it's almost an impossible situation. Glaive in the open, trying to create some room here for Xyp9x to maneuver. 2 players in the pit for G2. They're going to make life very difficult for Xyp9x. And Glaive caught in the open means G2 pick up the second round of this first half, tying it up 1-1. 2 M4 save to boot. 1. Disaster for Astralis. They had a setup here that should have been able to handle this push.
Well, yeah, maybe, but I think it really highlights like just an ever-present danger on that A bomb site. When you let the T side get all the way to the end of the hallway and all the way to the hay cart, the split second from everything being peaceful and quiet and just all-out war on that side is so... Oh, God. He actually got that shot. Well, yeah, but it's such a short time that you can't really react. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think that's something that Astralis have to think about in the future. Is how much map control do they let them have on that side? And I think it's partly just, you know, Astralis knew they didn't have that great weapon, so they probably didn't want to fight for it. But that was the result, pretty much. Nice shot on Kenny though. Makes things a little bit fun. Can we have another one? Maybe a deagle this time. Oh, yes we can.
This would be ignominious. Ignominious? It's a weird word to say, but it would be very unfortunate, we'll put it that way, for G2 if they were to lose against what is essentially an eco. Shot comes in, there's Xyp9x over the top. Oh, no way! Dupree sets it up, takes Nexa as well. 1-on-3 now. Nico, he is stuck on the B site and he is boxed in. No more options. Device has picked up an M4. He's got Kevlar as well. And they have plenty of time for that smoke to clear and move in together here. Astralis going into the retake.
They have that one flashbang as well. I don't know if they want to use it or just find him straight away. No kits for obvious reasons. And yeah, I think they're hoping to see him somewhere. That's the only thing, is the element of surprise. Maybe get one quick kill. That's going to be the headshot. Yeah, he's being just into that corner, pushed all the time. He's going to get one more. Oh, tapping away! What a genius 1 versus 3 from Nico yet again.
He's so good. He is so good. Astralis, all right, there's so much there, but for Nico to just sit and run that clock down, and Astralis are expecting Nico to make the play. Nico to be the one.
Yeah.
Except that he waits just long enough to catch Astralis get antsy and say, okay, now we're going to have to go and get him. We're running out of time. We don't have a kit. And that's when Nico peaks. The game sense.
I mean, they just needed to see him. But that was wild. He is just a mechanical god. You can just tell. And yes, I get all the little asterisks you put in. Say, oh, well, they didn't have everything they wanted, and like there's stuff missing. Yeah, all great, but it doesn't change the fact that doing that is just very, very tricky.
Oh, it's
Zeus on the pre.
Outrageous. It's absolutely outrageous that he gets that. So 2-1. Those are the kinds of magic rounds, though. That's almost like a catwalk round from Dust 2, Anders, that you've been so concerned with. On Astralis' behalf, where they really let G2 pick up steam. I mean, that could be a round, a kind of clutch that turns it around here for G2 and just gives it all to them. It's going to put some serious pressure on Astralis at the beginning of this half. Astralis hard eco, apart from Dupree with the Zeus. Okay, fair enough.
He's got that going on. Boost in the back of the site to try and look over. It's a fun idea.
Close.
It did nothing at all, but...
He almost got it.
Yeah, well, I mean... Even if, right?
5 HP on MIBR. But yeah, they're not winning. Yeah. Ah, no, Hunter! He wanted the Zeus. There we go.
All right. If you watched this map being played between MIBR and Astralis, that was the third map as well when they were playing. One of the lessons from watching that was just how tricky things can get on the CT side when you don't have the grenades you need to make life hard for the Ts when they're trying to fight for banana and all the rest of it. MIBR got sort of stuck into that for a little while, and it was really hard for them to bring it back. And you could see here Astralis, I mean, yeah, they got grenades, but what, 2 Molotovs, some HGs, but then they're not going to be having the same exchange on banana as they will later on if they actually start to bring that money on their side. So right now, G2 are going to have, probably you can tell, next is ready and waiting, saying, well, there's no one really doing much. A little bit of a late grenade does 2 damage. But yes, I think this is where a lot of things will be easier for them than it will be later on.
Just focused right now at Astralis and the patience. Being low on the... They just decline. Apart from that HE, they just decline to spend any utility on Banana this round.
Yeah.
Instead, they're just going to be completely focused on holding the site itself. And G2 are looking to take full advantage of this. Look at all the real estate that they have. They can just set up, no problem, on this B site. You do have Dupree, who's close to rotate over through Arch. He can get there fairly quickly to bolster this defense on B.
They're relocating. I mean, it's scary. They're both on the other side. Got some flashes to try and slow it down. But I don't think this will be easy. I think G2 have got a very, very good sense of this. They could smoke off Glaive, and then the question is, can he do anything to help out Sip inside of the bomb site?
There's just no info here at all.
No, there really isn't. And here we go. 27 seconds. They move, well, they move past each other inside of the smoke. Unfortunately for Glaive, there's a firing squad waiting on the other side. Dupree showing up just in time. 18 seconds. Quite low on time. That's making me worried. Kenny, he's still not putting the bomb down. Are they going to try and stop him? 10 seconds left. They should. They should swing for this fight, and they're not quite going to do it. They can't catch him, and that is now, I think, yeah, time to retreat. Meg is not going to get a chance. Actually, none of them will get a chance. Huge, huge round out of G2 right now.
Yeah, Dupree's able to take one with him before Kenny gets him on the flank. Triple kill for Nexa in the round. And while that's, I mean, you could see the second guessing, but right now I think this is coming back to bite Astralis, this lack of knowledge, lack of info that they're having on this CT side. The A take from G2 earlier that you pointed out, where G2 were able to just go all the way up mid, practically all the way up short before anybody on Astralis has any idea where they are. And we just saw that again here from G2 on Banana. They're on the site before Astralis even have any idea that it's happening. They've got one guy throwing nades, so Astralis, even then, they don't know what it is. They could just think it's a fake at that point. They're only seeing one set of nades come out.
Yeah, you're right. They're not seeing a lot at all. And they don't have anything to counter it with, right? They can't throw down Molotovs to buy time. They just, all they can really do is just hope to get some kills, probably through smoke even. And I don't know, if Sip would have landed like a straight shot from the coffins to get a kill there, and Glaive could have taken out one for the smoke, yeah, I mean, then you can defend the bomb site, but that's putting a lot on some pretty random elements of the game. Sip, oh, he's a bullet away.
Super close.
And Hunter is making sure that they're not being shot in the back. So G2 back to that methodical play that we were really enjoying on Dust 2. It was really cool to see. And Astralis just don't have the money to fight. I mean, they're running into that problem right here. Shot from Glaive, I mean, that's good. Getting that kill.
That time the flash worked. He set it up earlier. Now G2 are getting cold feet. They're starting to second guess themselves on this B site. And we'll see the rotation over here. They know that nobody's pushed down from A.
Yeah.
So there's that to go off of. But it is looking like they want to rotate over towards A. 30 seconds on the clock. G2 could probably just go straight up short and get it done.
They could, but Magisk is in the pit with a deagle. If he lands a straight deagle shot, then it's time to hold your breath. He did see them. Gonna put out a little bit of a grenade there. Smoke to block him off. Dupree moving closer. There's the shot. Bomb down. 16 seconds. Device also in the corner, and he can't stay alive. Man, I mean, Magisk delivering on that one. That's all they needed, but G2 find a way to prevail, and more credit to them. That was kind of close. I mean, that could have gone horribly wrong.
Yeah, you called for it, Anders. Nearly pulled it off.
Sip definitely needs to save the rifle. I don't know if he's looking for an exit here, but I don't know why he would try and do anything else. Well, guess they're going to have money to buy. I still wish he would have saved the AK. Regardless, it is going to be 1-5 in favor of G2 right here. T-side Inferno, and yeah, I mean, some of these rounds are close. Still very interested to see how this will play out once they have the money that they need, Astralis. Like, that is, I still think, one of the big factors. Definitely not the only one, but it's something that they're going to be looking for. So they have a couple of more Molotovs this time. Fewer flashbangs. They have, in fact, only 3 flashbangs. That's kind of rare. But that's what they could afford. Oh, wow.
All of the mollies. Kenny down to half HP. He hasn't even seen anybody yet. Just getting orbital bombarded right now. That HE follow-up. Oh, I thought Nexa was about to walk right into that one. Still, 5-1. G2 on that T side looking fantastic so far in this first half of Inferno. Was definitely expecting a bit more here from Astralis, but now is their time to shine. They had all the nades, they had the rifles, they've done a tremendous amount of damage to G2 just through use of utility. And again, it's looking like G2 are drifting back over towards Banana. Well, this is a change of strategy from Astralis.
Yeah, just having Device there as the early guard and making sure. I mean, that makes a lot of sense. He has a smoke. If he spots anyone, if he doesn't just go straight down, he could fall back and smoke it off, and it should be all right at the very least. Nexa do this, though. No, it's a quick flick coming out from Device. Now it's almost like they kind of have to go. Kenny setting up a smoke towards the library. Going to be flashing all over the building, and Magisk, nice headshot. And two of them are low now. The grenade, that's going to blow them up. Oh, it does almost nothing. I don't know where that went. It looked like it should have been at least a kill. Regardless, they are pretty safe in this moment. Jumping right down, it's Nico to drop the free. Wasn't quite flashed enough, and that'll be the round. Astralis handling all of that quite well. And now, finally, I mean, they're starting to build that money. It is going to make a difference.
Such an important round for them to keep as many people alive as well, Astralis. They needed a one-sided round right here, just so that they could start establishing a little bit of money in that bank. It was starting to get a little scary. And now, okay, this is it. G2 calling the timeout. And, well, right now it is probably just going to be a bit of a breather on their side. Might going to be taking it full advantage to get this team rallied up. Nico's so focused.
Well, I mean, they have a good lead. They have money to buy. Astralis have built up a tiny bit of money, but it's not that much. It's enough for the grenades they need. That's the good news. But it's still so early on that if G2 win this upcoming round, Astralis are going to be put right back into a very weird position.
Well, you got to be sure that Malek has been picking up on the fact that Astralis are information starved in these rounds. So how do you take advantage of that? How do you play for that? Do you just kind of sit and hold angles on your side because eventually Astralis are going to have to try and make some kind of information play, or are Astralis just going to sit forever and wait for you? It's that gamble right now.
A little bit of weakness over at the A side, yeah. I mean, we'll find out. They probably feel they've been so close to this A attack a couple of times that they might as well try it again. But this time, way earlier, so fast that Astralis might have been out of position. It looks like they're not, though. A lot of damage just from grenades once again onto G2. Excellent pick-off, though. That's going to make it very hard. Sip, though, will still pick off Nexa inside of the smoke. He just came jumping out to get the kill on him, and now it's been slowed down for G2. A little bit of a fight there, but Hunter will go down. Sip out in the lane, a little bit of an off position there. Still going to be able to get that one, and now it's a 2-on-3. And no one's in the B bomb side for Astralis, which is... It doesn't have... I mean, even if they get the bomb side and plant the bomb, Astralis should be able to retake it. But a strange point in the round, regardless.
They're so on board with this now, Astralis as well. They've cleared out mid. There's confirmation. Can Device make it back in time before they cross? You can see now Device realizes what is going on, that they have rotated through CT.
Yeah, he doesn't want to cross this corner, though. If he keeps going around that corner, he is in so much danger. So, yeah, right here's where you want to be. And you don't need to do anything other than just listening and hearing, and that Molotov will be good confirmation. It's cool that they actually knew that. You can Molotov both that back corner, and you can also Molotov the bomb plant from that position. So, all very interesting. Grenade. Not going to get any kills. Oh, I don't know if he saw that, did he? He's certainly not taking the shot now. They definitely do. Missed opportunity, but not for Dupree. Excellent headshot. And Nico, we've seen him clutch many, many times, but he is on 16 health in a 1 versus 3, and the taps will not save him this time. It's going to be Device to take him down instead, and a third round for Astralis, and critically, they survive with 3 members.
So important that they keep yeah, minimum 3 is what Astralis really need right now on this CT side to build the bank so that they can constantly drop rifles for their teammates and keep that economy flowing. That was really nicely done. Magisk is fragging hard. It feels like. I mean, he's only at 7 kills right now. And no, there's not really anybody lagging behind. Zipnex, I guess, but he's playing B anchor, so that can be a rough life for you if you have to constantly retake. But I mean, on pit there, just locked it down when that A push came in from G2. And then the rotate over to bolster on B. Really liking what I'm seeing out of Magisk right now.
I bet you if we rewatch that last round, what we would find is that if G2 had somehow been 3 seconds earlier, they would have wrecked Astralis in that A-bomb side. Yeah. I think they only just got into position.
Just missed the window?
Yeah, which is upsetting in a bunch of different ways, but I think it still means that the idea was good, like from G2, right? Hard to account for a 3-second timing window, but I'm pretty sure it was something like that. Device could have been caught in the middle right then. Here we go. Trying to see if they can wrap Arch against the AWP. A lot of people there, and he's going to get caught. Shot in the back by the Tech-9s, but still, a pretty good output here. Ooh, that's interesting. Dupree needs to stay alive desperately. His team needs him for the retake. It's a great shot. And yeah, they're going to come hunt for him. Kenny flanking it out. It looked like the bullet actually hit him before Kenny had even turned the corner. And Nico, same as it ever was. Now with a 1 versus 2 to try and clutch this.
So it's just crazy. And we are going to go off the X-ray there at the end. Glaive just walks right into Nico, wins that duel hands down. But running Frenchman with pistols, Kenny, what what year is this? Just whipping around corners, taking heads off.
Definitely bring it back.
That was definitely Astralis kind of getting the better of Nico. Nico, it's not like he can win every clutch. You know, he can pull off god tier clutches.
Only half of them, yeah, I don't know.
But, you got Zipnix, I don't know. Not everybody can be Zipnix, Sanders.
All right, so Astralis have been surviving in the last 3 rounds that they have won in a row here. It's been 4 members, then 3, then 2. So that means that they're doing more and more damage. And 2 out of the last 3 rounds that G2 have lost here, 2 of them have been bomb plants, which also accounts for the money that they have. So there are some small details here that even in this losing scenario for G2, at least in the sense of suddenly Astralis are back in, are still kind of acceptable. So I wouldn't be too panicked, even at a 4-on-5 scoreline here. But if somehow the Danes could shut this next round completely down and not really lose that many people, that would obviously be way preferable for them.
That'd be terrific, without a doubt. They need some breathing room, I think. Not only for the economy, just to get some confidence going. These rounds are getting a bit too close. Astralis are having to fight pretty fiercely here. So, HE, again, that angle isn't quite there. Nico's just dodging the damage every time. Nice attempt at the wall bang. So close. He's just trying to wing it, but the setup. Device and Zipnix working together. There's an attempt from Nexa to trade it, and he is going to get it. Brings it back to a 4-on-4. Glaive is close, though, but he decides to back off and play it safe. Just like that, G2. Wow, Nexa's so lucky with his positioning there that he doesn't get roasted. But just like that, G2 control of top banana. Now they can set it up.
And forcing out a lot of grenades on the Astralis side, which is super interesting. We'll look at the push, though, coming in from Archway. Glaive just waiting at the edge. It's going to fade. Instant tap to take down Hunter, and they run into Dupree. And why would they even guess that there was a second player there? It doesn't even make any sense. Nice offensive push coming out here on the A side. That's what we talked about earlier. Said they were starved for information, but that's how they brought it back right here, just making sure that they could go and find them. Nexa now in a 1 versus 3 that he's turned into a 1-on-2, but the bomb is out on the other side and he only has 30 seconds, so man, this is going to be rough.
Yeah, we've got the Nexa cam popping up as well. His perspective.
Instantly downed.
I mean, it's such a difficult position to play from there. It's still 2 players surviving the round for Astralis means that bank is getting hit. The Astralis are not able to really generate too much of a cushion here, and so the pressure is always on. With 5 rounds left in this first half, we are tied up 5-5 now. Astralis picking up the last 4 rounds in a row. Dupree, Dupree is always cheerful.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure they feel like this is a pretty good comeback, but again, G2 keep doing the damage, and that's what's really important. Now we've got 4 Tech-9s running in against the M4 Glaive. It's a lot of damage that he managed to do there, and Sip will be able to pick up 2. That's absolutely critical. And they had 3 people at the B bomb site right away, which maybe G2 could have picked up on there.
That makes me think that they were trying to punish Device.
Oh yeah, run him down when he has the orb. Yep, yeah. I think that's you're definitely right.
I don't think they were expecting there to be 2 M4s there, ready to wombo combo him, right? And Device is going to drop that bomb. Now it is on Kenny, and Device will collect his pound of flesh in the round regardless. He maybe wasn't there at the beginning, Anders, but he is there to finish it. 2 shots with the op. But yeah, I think this is G2 trying to play after like, oh, you want to get clever? You want to have that op at Banana? Cool, just Tech-9 run you down, and then you just ran into 2 M4A4s. So
seeing definitely some frustration out of Nico there.
Yeah, I mean, you've just lost 5 rounds in a row now to Astralis, and you're letting them start to really get comfortable.
Yeah, they have that bank that they didn't have just a round ago. Let's see. I mean, it's still a very open game. Don't mistake this for anything conclusive from either side. Nice grenade on Glaive, and a follow-up to take him down to 8.
That's such a nice adjustment. If you're going to play aggressive, cool. We'll just double HE the corner. Why not a third nade? But
there should always be a third.
There should always be a third nade, right? But like that's actually gotten Astralis to rotate Dupree over through CT. So there are 3 players on B right now. G2 with a minute 10 on the clock. They've got time to wait this out if they want.
It's such a risk for Astralis doing this. They've really gambled on this, and it might pay off. 3 people here, a massive crossfire, even with the smokes, and it's not going to be quite enough. No smoke for CT spawn either. Nico nearly going down through that one, but Hunter finding Sip inside, and they got Debris as well. An absolute execution of Device in the middle. Amanek was playing over there. I really don't even know how G2 fight their way through. It looked like Astralis had that one on lockdown.
What happened to Zip? I mean, I get Glaive was low, but what happened to Zip there? Not a single kill?
I think he was he inside the smoke? Just not sure where he was going?
Yeah. I mean, it looked like, well, I mean, Glaive is going to be hard pressed. He was just so low on HP to do anything, right? But could have swore that Zip, I mean, Zip was there, so that's Magus. I mean, he's going to take down Amanek, but I mean, they're not going to be winning this round. He could get this AK. That's nice. The party favor. See if Nico lets him survive, though. Nico's already got the angle, and yeah, spots him. So we'll get a replay here in a moment, and I'm curious to see, because it looked, you're right, it looked like Astralis just had the perfect setup to deal with this push coming in from G2. And this is Hunter moving forward.
Yeah, and he's just guessing.
Wow.
Wow. Very, very good thought, because if Sip was allowed to wait in there, he could have done all kinds of damage.
Makes you wonder. All right. Well, interesting gamble. It doesn't pan out. 6-6 tied up.
Might be even more of a victory for G2 knowing that they had that stack there and you still beat them. That's got to feel pretty good. Nice spray taking down Nico, though. Set up with a flashbang from Sip and a grenade deep landing on both Nexer and Kenny. Speaking of Kenny, by the way, he's only got 2 kills in this first half, so that's a bit rough. Need more than that.
Just noticed that. Wow, yeah. He's having a rough time. And I mean, with a teammate, I mean, you've got a teammate who's only got 2 kills, and yet you're still tied 6-6 in the first half. Pat yourself on the back, G2. That's not easy. Goes to show that Astralis are still mortal after all. And so now, well, Glaive feeling a little bit of pressure here on the B site, and are they just going to power through this? It's looking like it. G2, no fear, only dreams. Glaive gonna get his head taken off. There's Magus lining them up. Triple through, and it's all on Hunter now in a 1v3. Sticks that bomb, and he is going to get that bonus money for his team. He is going to be very hard pressed, however, to hold in this 1v3 clutch.
He did all of that work with a UMP. That's definitely tricky. Well, let's see. Nico could do it. Could Hunter do it as well? We do need a clutch right here for G2. It's going to be a straight headshot to take down Sip, and now he's back for more, looking for the kill. They have to walk into this line. Molotov, though, will force him out. He gets one more headshot. It could have worked, and instead it's going to be Device barely living through. Dupree actually got the kill, and even without the kit, they're going to be able to make it. Man, what a close round.
Whew. That's crazy from Magus, though. 4 kills in that round. More than making up for it. And this is him just running through. Unreal. He just saved the round.
Yes.
And I was going to be praising him at the start with how he dispatched Nico there at the beginning on logs, right? That was the first kill for him. That, you know, he's really stepped up individually right now. He's making it happen for Astralis. And then he has that monster performance there. So sick. Magus is really just the hero right now for Astralis, making the difference. 7-6, Astralis take back the lead. And it's a counter-terrorist timeout now from Astralis. Okay, so it's their first timeout getting called here. An extra 30 seconds to discuss. Well, 50 seconds, I guess, if you want to be nitpicky about it, Anders.
Yeah, well, you know.
Do you think it should just start after immediate, like the 30 seconds? You're just extending the break by 30 seconds. Why do you get an extra buy time at the end of that, right?
I don't know, but I feel like if we changed it now, everyone would complain and they would say, well, then the timeout should be, I don't know, more, you know.
No, the time is 30 seconds, right? You get a buy time. You get a buy time of 20, and then you get you can just have an additional 30 if you want it, right? But then the fact that you get another 20 on top of that, I don't know, it seems a bit excessive. All right, that's a discussion for another day. We'll see. Dupree with the aggression makes it out alive. That is the best case scenario there. A lot of info gained, and well, he stays alive to keep the fight alive.
And that works so well with Device also being aggressive down middle at the same time. So like very, very hard for G2 to keep track of. Glaive at it through the smoke. Dupree going to be showing up. He gets the one, nearly the double. Nico almost going down. 3 on 3 though. And we're going to have to see some really good calls coming out of G2 to try and do something here, because they're in a bit of a rough position. Sip is all the way at the back of the site, and he might just try and play hide and seek for a while here. You can hear them. Certainly, they're making a lot of noise. They're going to go straight for it. Again, not really slowing down. Missing their Molotov. It would be good to throw it in right on top of Sip, but they're not going to be doing that. It's a little bit behind him. Does spread, and yep, now he's finally burning. Glaive also picking up a kill on Amanek, and that leaves Kenny in an absolutely dreadful position here. 1 versus 3. I don't know how, I mean, whether or not he's been having a good game or not, this is just too much to ask for. He's going to get the kill on Glaive. And now they need to think about this, Astralis. Just don't give him a chance to run you down one at a time. And they do hide well enough, so another round.
Movement, Anders.
Yeah.
That was silky smooth. He was so fast there, Kenny. Just one step ahead, though. 1 step ahead or 1 step behind, however you want to look at it. That is a tough break for Kenny, who's having a real rough first half.
If that Molotov was just an inch closer to Sip from the start, then he burns almost right away, and it's just going to be a mess.
Yep, without a doubt. Wow, 15th round. This is it. Last round of the first half. Astralis up 8-6 on that CT side. Looking very good here. There's the shot from Device. Drops Kenny. Kenny just can't catch a break in this first half. Had to be Kenny. Just had to be him.
Oh, man. What a rough start for him. It's really interesting how G2, when they show up outside of that B-bomb side, at least for the last 2 or 3 rounds, they don't slow. They just go right away. I don't know about that. I mean, we'll see if it's going to be... Maybe leave it up to the analysts to decide whether or not that's a good idea or not. That is not just a good idea. Rock solid aim coming out. Wild spray, but they jump right over. Sip expecting maybe a jump up there. I'm not even sure if they're going to be wrapping around. They're going to check everything here. Finally, Nico going to go for the bomb plant, and nobody's coming through that smoke either. Grenade will do a bit, and that's fine. But 3 smokes and a flashbang here on Astralis to try and go for this retake. Let's see what they have. It's 4 on 4, and a lot is riding on this.
Attempting some wall bangs too, trying to get cute. You've got 3 kits as well, so you have a little bit of room to maneuver. But now is the time to start getting in here, and behind the box, 2 of them in the dark corner for G2. 4 players. They decide to take the fight to Astralis. This is the way to do it, G2, as they move in. They have too many angles to check. Astralis, not enough room to pull this off, and they will go down 8-7. Malik showing some excitement there at the end. And, well, G2 showing some fight. 7 rounds on the T side, Inferno. Respectable score for the end of this first half, and we are going to take a break before we get into the second. We'll be right back.
We're getting everything that we paid for and then some. It's 8-7. It's right down the middle again here between Astralis and G2. It's a best of 3 and it's a final map right here at Blast Premiere, and it has been absolutely fantastic. Were those just like little cheek kisses or were the shoulder rubs involved? If it's shoulder rubbing, I think that's what you need when you're playing a game this stressful. Sure, especially Kenny might need it at this point in time. It's been a rough game for him. Now it's the second half. He's going to be on the CT side. He could do a lot more with that orb if they can buy it, especially early on. And Astralis are going to be on the T side of there. They've got bought a lot of equipment here. I'm guessing B.
I'm really wondering, yeah, the execute, but also if Kenny's going to be able to turn it around now that he's on the CT side here. I really do hope so. Because that'll make all the difference for G2. Considering the performance of the other 4 players on the team, if Kenny starts hitting shots, life is going to get real hard for Astralis real quick.
There's so many people here on the other side. A little bit of a tag, Nico. He's got a grenade in hand. Did he land it perfectly? Well, he's going to take a lot of damage. He has no armor, so he's instantly on 17 health. Amanek at the back. Time to step it up. It's a nice headshot, and he's back in towards the bomb side. He's going to stick around and fight. This seems like absolute madness. There's so many people out there, and Magisk will take him down. Nico soft from earlier, but it's still a 3-on-4. He's got some backup coming in. They can still win this round, G2.
What was Device doing? Was it just me, or did you see him throw his Glock and just have his knife running up banana?
It's a bold move.
Bold move, Cotton. Didn't work out for him, though.
Look at next. Can he do it? We're talking about a USP. All you need is really a couple of clicks. Doesn't sound that hard when you put it like that. They're right up in front. Oh, well, took a look. Too many there. Nexus the ladder. There we go! Taking down Sipping Glaive. And he's going to continue. What a beast!
I can't watch. You're thinking this is every matchmaking ever when you're in that position. All the shots you're supposed to hit. Like the 4 shots that he whiffs on the guy who isn't moving. At first you're like, oh no, not like this, not like this.
Oh, when you see him miss all the shots, you're ready to just throw in the towel. You're like, that's it. Like that clutch is done.
And clearly Astralis just have no idea where the shots are coming from at first.
They really don't know. Oh man.
Well then, Anders, that is a way to start the second half here. We're tied up again. It's been the theme of this map.
The analysts are going to need like a 3-hour break to just try and pick this one best of 3 apart.
To digest it.
It's outrageous what has been happening throughout this whole series.
And what's even better, Anders, is that we have South American CS coming at us right after.
I know.
It's in a full best of 3.
That's supposed to be the really spicy Counter-Strike, isn't it? You know?
Ooh, there's going to be a lot riding on the line there. There's going to be a lot on that match.
I actually can't wait for that game. I think it's really interesting.
Oh, it's going to be good. It's going to be a banger. But that's coming right up after this map. This is the final map in this best of 3. We're tied up 1-1 so far.
They're free shooting a chicken in the middle of the round.
Monster.
Gotta get those priorities lined up.
Listen, maybe he needed a snack.
Yeah, but they just explode, don't they? So.
I'd much rather have him eating chicken than the Snickers or something like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But there aren't any Snickers on the map somewhere. So.
You don't know that.
Well,
it's a global brand, Anders. They could be here in Italy.
Okay. Well, maybe tradition to the map. They don't have any armor, so as much as they're setting this up and creeping closer and sort of pretending like, oh, here comes the big hit, I don't think it'll be a big hit. I think they're just gonna get slaughtered. Like, they don't have any grenades to set it up or anything with. So yeah, one at a time here. And so far, no kills. Finally one. But yes, that was just fine. No problems at all. Hunter going down right there, but 9-8. G2 in the lead, a 1-round lead.
And this is the end of the dry spell for Kenny.
Oh,
he's got a 4th kill.
You're calling it now?
He's got a 4th kill, Anders. 4 big plays.
That's where he just jumps off. That's where he's just going wild.
Listen, every journey, right? Starts with, in this case, 1 kill.
All right.
How do you think Nico gets up to 38 kills, huh?
Not exactly a Disney adventure, is it?
It's a Counter-Strike adventure.
All right.
You know, how does Nico get up to 38 kills, huh? He starts with 1 kill.
Yeah. Per second in the round, it's should be making fun of Kenny. I actually think it's probably possible that he could do a lot better on the second half. So.
In no way am I making fun of him. I've got total faith that he's gonna
all right.
start ripping heads off.
Well, I would love to see it. I mean, listen, if he does turn up on the second half, that could be all they need, G2, to spin this into a win. So pressure is on, but at the same time, the reward for having a turnaround between first and second half would be pretty huge. Grenades. Astralis is doing a similar thing here, right? Banana control, checking out top mid a little bit, making sure that they're not, you know, just too aggressive, although they are really aggressive in middle. There's 4 people ready and waiting. Also means this B bomb site's going to be incredibly weak. I think MNEC with a UMP and no grenades. If they go B, I don't even know what G2 are meant to do. MNEC, how much can you ask of one guy with a UMP?
A lot.
Yeah, apparently.
Right now his team are asking the world of him.
Oh man. He needs it, but save. Instant save.
Well, that was the build-up, and you see, guys, sometimes that's just the way it goes. It's not every time that you're going to have a triple kill or something like that. At least you trade 1 for 1, right? No. Sometimes you just get your head ripped off. And you're right, it is a wash of a round for G2. But this is all according to plan, because we are supposed to pretty much stay tied as much as possible throughout this last map.
Yeah, it's contractually obliged to just keep it close.
9-9.
I mean, listen, I guess it seems a bit silly if you just look at what happened in the round, but the logic for G2 is, instead of upgrading our weapons, we just keep the UMP, the MP9, and the other UMP, and if they come top mid, we're going to slaughter them with almost nothing. We're going to pick up AKs in the next round, and then we're all good to go. And if they don't, we're going to save the rifles and just go into the next round. So, yeah, it kind of gives Astralis a round back, and obviously it's tied up again, but I don't think it's not super crazy yet. Sucks to be Amanek, though.
Yeah, you are kind of just hung out to dry there, aren't you? Cross your fingers. As soon as he starts hearing those footsteps, you know, his stomach is just, dropping out. You're great. Oh, it was nice knowing you guys. But that's it. End of the line. Tied up 9-9, and it is going to be the MP9 from Amanek. But look at this from G2. 4 players over towards B at the beginning of this round. They really wanted to take the fight to Astralis. The nade battle is getting spicy.
That's cool. Look at that. He had essentially one little spot between the 2 Molotovs, and that's where they threw the grenade on him. Glaive is not happy at all.
Yeah.
There goes the follow-up. Not going to catch him, though. And top banana control for Astralis. That's what they wanted. What are they going to do with it?
Despite it all. Oh, that Molotov. Whoa. Interesting. Instantly canceled by Magisk. He uses one of his smokes on that.
Yeah. I'm probably thinking that they would turn the corner and fight him, so he's like, I've got to make sure I'm not also on fire while they're doing that. And they just jumped out. That's actually super critical. Nico just took a quick jump out and saw nobody, so that should increase their confidence in having this 3-man setup over at A quite a bit. Tiny risk. I mean, it is a risk taken by Nico, but that's pretty valuable information. Regardless, 40 seconds, and they're going to go for it here. They have a lot of grenades left on the Astralis side, so this A defense, again, remember, it's not the best weaponry. It could get really, really tough.
Well, Astralis have 1 billion nades to use right now, so
yeah,
this should be tough for G2. They should be all out nade warfare here from Astralis, making use of the superiority. Molly's going down right into the corner. The smoke not going to cancel it. Nexa getting toasty. Dupree is going to find one, but there's just a whole bunch of kills going Astralis' way. Blink of an eye.
Including team kills.
I thought there was a few. I thought there was an extra one there. I was like, wait a second, there weren't 4 players for G2 on A. There was, only 3.
One of them was Magisk. Let go in the middle of it.
You know, you lead, and sometimes they're not happy with the leadership, Anders, and just it gets messy on the front line.
Yeah, I mean, whatever it takes to win, I guess. That's a very nice execute, and it was made. I think the flashes made it so much better, but the little detail of the Molotov into the corner and all the rest of it. Just very, very cool. Nico here looking for an upgrade. Straight headshot to take down Glaive, but as you could hear, the bomb is already essentially going to be blowing up. So, still not bad. Get that AK in play. Another round for Astralis, 10-9. And Dupree, well, he was actually all the way around Library. He wasn't far enough away. They don't care. They're going to have the money, Astralis. G2 less so. And I think the economy right now is really what is going to be important in this game.
I think you take this round in the teeth if you're G2. No need for... Oh, this is going to be a tactical timeout, isn't it? Oh, no. Last second buys. Okay. thought they were running it down there. Not much getting spent until the very end there from G2. But yeah, this is going to be that half eco kind of half buy sort of scenario for G2. Going to be counting on the next round to get the job done with the rifles. In the meantime, Astralis fully bought up on their side. No shenanigans here. They are looking to just lock this down. Well, it's 2 rounds. It was 2 rounds for G2, followed by 2 rounds for Astralis. And, well, this can do it. Glaive is there to open it up, takes down Hunter. Saw the second man as well. Nico was spotted there. And that, it seems like with Nico spotted there, as well as the support nade coming in from the side, that's enough information for Astralis to think we got to go to A. There's an opening here. We got to take advantage.
Yep. Super quick call. You're absolutely right on the map. That's exactly how they did it. And yeah, good call. Quick call. No hesitation from Astralis. Will definitely get them that 11th round. And again, the job of Nico and Amanek here is just to stay alive and keep these weapons going. And we're still waiting for that Kenny-esque takeoff.
Why you gotta call my boy like that, Andrew?
He's been he's been rolling down the runway for a while, you know. Eventually, Semler, when there is no more runway, you either have the speed to take off or you don't.
Yeah, but also that depends how fast you're going down that runway, right, Anders? Right now, Kenny-esque is like on a tricycle. He's got a lot of runway ahead of him. When he starts picking up gears, you know, when he starts picking up gears, well, then we can start discussing on how short.
All right. Well,
oh, Nico, this is not DM.
For him, it is.
So disgustingly clean.
It's beautiful to watch, but unfortunately, this time it did not have the impact on the round. In this really stretched metaphor that we're going for,
okay,
he may be on a tricycle, but the runway is getting shorter on the other end. So
oh no!
I'm just saying it's.
All right, Inspector Earl. This is where it just gets ramped up.
Yeah.
These scenarios. Dude, yeah, it's just DM for him. I'm like, all right. Got those, and yeah, Kenny's not looking pleased right now, but he's always been a guy who wears his heart on his sleeve. Shows a lot of emotion, and if things are going against him like this, I could be sure, he's probably gonna be getting down on himself.
Now is not the time for it, though.
I mean, nobody's really talking on G2, so I'm wondering if this is just them kind of sitting and just having a moment to kind of think, you know? Breathe a second.
Well, what you would want on the team, especially building it long term, because these are so early days for them, right? And we're obviously seeing the firepower. Nobody's going to be questioning the firepower on this team, but you want the internal chemistry, the atmosphere to allow for even tough situations to be turned around and all the rest of it, right? That takes time to build, like trust and time and all the rest of it. So might as well start early, get everyone fired up, make sure someone can crack a joke or something every once in a while, like say something stupid to make people feel better, you know. It works. 21st round. It's only 11-9. There's still many different ways in which G2 can get right back on top and into this game. The economy is a bit rough for them, not completely devastating, but it can make a difference here. Nico, smoke off. Are they gonna go? They're so close. Amanek, 1 and then 2 headshots, one of them through the smoke, and Nico, now he's ready. That is amazing from Amanek, and then the spray to follow. Triple kill for Amanek before he went down. What a save. The timing was there to crush that bomb site for Astralis. Nico was stood with his back turned, looking up into the sky. But this from Amanek, this is wild.
Just right before everything kicks off.
Yeah.
Sometimes that's just the way it goes, Anders. The timing works out. It looks wonderful. It's clean. And that is a round that Astralis just kind of have to shake off. It's not like you were particularly close in it. You just got smashed. And so wipe it out and move on. Device eating a bit of nade damage there on Banana as the smoke goes down. Again, 3 players for G2 on the B side early. Just to get a few more nades in the mix. And this might be baiting Astralis into it. Wow, yeah. Device doesn't even care, just walks right through that smoke.
Nade. Just gonna tag them up a little bit.
Do they check for the boost?
Probably not if they see Nico here. I mean, once there's a guy in the low ground, you're not going to be incentivized to also check for the boost at the same time. Amanek, big crossfire here. Nico dropping quite low. But Hunter is still there. flashed for the minute, but yeah, they're not even looking at the moment. Oh, there we go. Device, who is the third man into the bomb site, does go for a check. Nico showing up, and he's still doing work, even low on health. Amanek, the third and final man on the bomb site, and they're going to find him. Magisk flashed while he's getting that kill. 48 seconds, and now it's Kenny with the AWP looking for the potential boost. Waiting for Nexa to show up, and there's no bomb plant yet here. They're so low on health on the Astralis side, and now they even get picked off one. So, nice shot from Nexa. Instant headshot to take down Magisk. Another good round out of G2. Right back into a tied 11-11, and no bomb plants in the last 2 rounds for Astralis.
Yep. No bomb plants is really putting plants rather is putting a lot of pressure on their economy. This is looking like it's going to be a half buy.
Bomb pants.
No bomb pants. Listen, I think if you had exploding pants, that'd be that's the problem. You know, it's like it's one thing to go to Taco Bell and have a late night, you know, but yeah. It's another if you start losing libs.
Yeah, well, that's, I guess, something to think about for sure. 23rd round here, and yeah, Tech 9 on Sip, a little bit of armor, some flashbang on Magisk. I'm sure he's going to try and flash them into either middle or like that short side of A. I mean, think about how quickly we went from Astralis, you know, feeling great, and just the cooling effect that's happening right now.
There's 2 rounds in a row. It really has been these teams in this second half training rounds together.
Why Kenny?
Kenny getting rushed
Stop bullying
down.
Kenny.
Zip not known for his op, but he's now got one.
I'm sure he's downloaded the software to play that as well. It's fine. He's into his brain, that is. Dupree goes down, and Nico will just be lurking in there for that one. So they go for like a huge wraparound arch into library just to make Kenny feel even worse.
It's almost as if they are just targeting Kenny at this point. 4 kills for Kenny.
Absolute bastards.
He's got 3 assists, Sanders. He's got 3 assists.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it is. Oh, man, he just runs through the molly. That's just so nasty. Kenny is just losing it. You hate to see it. But there is going to be a timeout called now from Astralis after that round of eco. It is going to be a bye round.
I mean, you hate to see it if they lose, but right now, Nexer's at 23 kills, Nico's at 23 kills. If they win this one, G2, I'm sure Kenny individually would probably be feeling like, man, I could have done so much more. But I still think it'll be all right.
I think the thing is, like, if you have such an off game, you're still thinking that even if you win, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, you're probably thinking like, yeah, cool. I mean, obviously you're not feeling terrible because you won, but you're also still pretty thinking like, oh man, thanks, you know, thank God for my teammates.
Someone that, yeah, I mean, it's true. Help out.
I mean,
I don't know. This is, it's just still so close. So hard to call. No bomb plan that round either for Astralis, so it's worth, you know, you have to, you know, you could have added an extra $800, at least 3 of these rounds probably. And when you subtract that instead, some of these buys, I mean, they're going to have fewer buys overall in the game, obviously, it just accumulates throughout, but also even the buys like these are just going to be way less impressive. Lacking many, many grenades.
okay, he's changed up his positioning now. So I'm very curious to see here. Does he wrap around or is he going to just hold? Debris making a lot of noise in apartments. And yeah, now he decides, okay, time to get over here to short. Let's see if we can find a pick in mid. Does find some information. They're going to have to back off. That could force him in. No, it is going to be 3 players in mid here for Astralis. Putting the pressure on. Nexa's there, but it's a firing squad. 3 players for G2, ready and waiting. Glaive finds it, but Hunter's there to take it back. And it's a man advantage for G2 going into a real tight spot here for Astralis.
I think G2 should count their lucky stars that they actually make it out of that one. Nico, more headshots coming in all the time. He's going to get a lot of damage onto the device as well. That Molotov will slow it down enough that he gets some backup over here. Coming through the smoke, and Amanek is so ready. Device, that's actually an impressive shot. And let's see what he's got. Been a while since we've seen a clutch out of Astralis, and this time it's a 1 versus 2. He's low on health, in fact, so low that any mistake here and he's done for. He has to hit instant headshots, more or less. And they have a Molotov, so if they just throw it out here, we'll see what they do. But if they find out where he is, that Molotov could finish it all on its own. Oh no, it's going to be in the corner. Some flashes coming out, more flashbangs. And they haven't found him yet. They've ditched that AWP on Kenny, and they're thinking about it. They've checked almost everywhere else. They feel like now, surely they know And Device back here. So much time off the clock. Finally, they're going to go for that defuse. He's going to line it up, but they're not checking for it. It's Kenny again to go down. And Hunter will get the kill, but not enough time. This time, it's the Danes' turn to pick up a clutch and a huge round. They just had no idea where he was.
Oh, you just want to give Kenny a hug.
I know. Listen.
What a sick clutch from Device.
Yeah, that was very, very well played.
I mean, that's just so good. And, you know, it's an attempt, but there it is. Pure frustration. Glaive always just looks so happy right now, man. Right?
I'm sure he is, yeah. Yeah, he's found some key ingredient in life. He's figured it out.
He's got that smile going, man. Always looks really stoked. Good to see. Glad to see it.
This is all of the money, nearly.
Yeah.
From G2 put into this round. And that, I think, is that's a horrifying thought that has to be in the back of their minds. I wonder if they will... Would you want to do something different here? You got an MP9 on Nico. Do you want to run down the middle? Could try and go aggressive with it. Well, regardless, it looks like that's not going to happen, at least for now. Steady's over here, just setting up a bit of a grenade. Big moment here. I mean, really for either team, but I think probably more than anything for Astralis to take a sizable lead and really put G2 on the back foot all of a sudden. Nice shot from Kenny. But they're going to explode out right behind him. Nice push from Hunter. This is working out so well. Yeah, they're jumping out right on top of Nexa. That's what I was talking about. And he's going to get overrun. So that works anyway. It's because they were all the way up at the end of the apartment hallways there. They've done a lot of damage, but there's still a Molotov here on Device. And that alone should be able to slow down this retake. G2. I'm sure Nico is calling it. If anyone asks, should we go, should we save? I'm sure he'd want to do this. It goes with his personality, and that's a great start.
Yep, taking down Dupree. 2 nades lost. Still, Dupree was the lowest HP, so Device and Xyp9x together in this, and Device is going to get the drop on Nico. Way too close. That was a heart stopper. Oh. And yeah, MIBR is going to back off and save the FAMAS. He has to. There's no time left, and they are going to be able to make it out of here. Xyp9x holding on to the M4 Device with an AUG down mid. A 13th round on the board for Astralis Anderson, and pressure begins to mount on G2. Because what do you do now? Look, your money is broken, and do you let Astralis get up to 14?
I'll tell you what, I think the fact that Hunter got that kill in middle meant that the people on the A-bomb side would have never been thinking that there was going to be an attack out those hallways. Because that's so on the T side of the map that they're just thinking, well, that's it. Like, you know, Kenny got a kill in the middle, Hunter's got another one, it's great, like 2 for nothing, we're good to go. And then suddenly, boom, they're on the A side a second later. Wow. 13 to 12, 26th round.
You can see full-on anti-rush mode here from Astralis.
Yeah.
It's like, all right, we know you guys are not going to be well off economically. And so just waiting for any kind of craziness coming out of G2. If it was going to be a bunch of HEs in mid, down banana, or charge anywhere. Now that enough time has gone by, they've figured out that that is not going to be the case right out the gates here from G2. Astralis now have control of top banana. And MIBR is trying to get some value out of this FAMAS, and he certainly has a chance. Yes! Nice clean kill there on Xyp9x. Needed that.
How much are Astralis going to mind game themselves here? I mean... 250 waiting in here. That could do some damage. Interesting kill there. Hunter still up there. Ooh, the flashbang just, I think, offsetting things like a little bit. That would have been nice. Going to be a kill from Aegis as well. And it seems like even with that early kill from MIBR, it might not quite be enough. You almost wonder if Nexus should go back and try and find that AK on the bridge.
I think if you're MIBR, you need to run to the other side of the map or just find a place to hide. Because I'm pretty sure you're dropping the AWP for Kenny next round, and you want to hold on to that kid Kevlar. Whoa, that was so good. He needed that so bad.
Yeah, he's on the hunt for that AK.
Yeah, sick. Get up here, take that from Zip, and go into the next round. This is a monster. This is a monster play here from MIBR. Him surviving like this, that could make all the difference in the next round for G2, and it is so important now for G2.
Yeah, we're getting so late into the game that every little detail is going to matter. Here's a mindset to try and adopt, although it's so much easier to say than it is to actually do. But if you're Kenny right now, you surely have to be thinking, all I need to do is to be relevant for one round. If I one round where I'm the one to get the triple or something like that, or I clutch it 1v2, and then we're good to go. So, like, somehow keep your mind fresh on that one idea that my round is coming. Like, there's only, what, like 4 rounds left? My round is going to be coming. Wow, this is such an intense game. 14-12. Astralis with the lead right now. And Kenny being aggressive with the AWP. He's looking up to see if he can find anyone on the bridge. Not going to happen right now. Slowly backing on out. Just wanted to be quick about it. And they're going to jump up that balcony the silent way. Making sure not to make any noise at all.
Oh, they've seen Kenny opping up there. So we're just trying to play off the information. Going to be a very passive hold coming in here from G2 towards A to start things off at least.
Yeah, and
same thing on B.
Passive can be very bad. Again, the similar position where if any one of them go down here at the arch side, I mean, now they're actually grouped up. That's interesting. Missed opportunity, but Hunter is going to be there to help him out. Huge, huge save out of Hunter. Again, if they go down on that side, that bomb side is going to get collapsed on immediately. But now instead, it's actually looking really doable here for G2.
This is the only way that this works. When given the opportunity, hit your shots. If you're going to play this passively as G2 and let Astralis get all that real estate, if you miss your shots, the round is over because then they're on the bomb side immediately. But if you hit your shots the way G2 just have, it looks fantastic, right? But there's still 30 seconds on this clock. Astralis are not done yet, and they've got money in the bank to buy in the next round too. But they're going to have to make up their minds. Is this B or A? There's currently only a single player on the B side right now for G2. Astralis have a real chance, but that smoke going down so late.
And now it could be none of them. I was going to say, with 20 seconds, they only have one choice. I think they're saving right now. Oh. They must have been expecting for G2 to come look for them.
Yeah.
And just get a kill and then go. And that never happened. So, wow. Essentially, the round being solved by a single kill there. But again, that's on a knife's edge. Closer than it seems. I think Glaive relaunching the game real quick, and then we should be good to go. But it is 14-13. We're really getting there. We might go the whole distance, it seems.
Wireless headsets. I hope they're muting. I'm assuming they're going to the restroom real quick.
Oh,
you never had that happen?
No, but they're in a team. Listen, it's all part of the experience. I'm sure that happens every once in a while. But no, I have. Thankfully, so far, avoided that.
Device giving us a little flex.
Yeah, he's got that sleeve on his arm, waiting. Keeping his elbow and wrist somewhat warm. Just trying.
I'm thinking it's the tattoos.
You think it's the
That's what they do in the NBA, right? They if they've got tattoos, they hide them. Or if they've got unsavory tattoos, they hide them. Oh, that could be. Device has unsavory tattoos though. He's got really sick tattoos, so I wonder why he's covering them.
I think it is just for like, I don't know, keeping up blood flow in the arm, making sure it doesn't get cold or anything.
You know what? We can shoot him a question. Ask him real quick. Maybe not now, although I doubt he's looking at Twitter.
I hope not. Definitely don't want to be doing that. All right, a little bit of a break. Glaive is back in the game. Everyone is ready. Nice little timeout. Now is the time to do it as well because it's so close. 28th round is the one that's coming up here. And I really still don't know who's going to be winning. I mean, Astralis have clearly shown that they know what they're doing on the T side here. And I think G2 have been struggling a little bit. Once they ran out of money, it turned into a more difficult game for them. But they should have money now.
Man, I'm so curious what you do here, though. I mean, if you're Astralis and they're taking the time... This is a tech timeout, but I mean, obviously, in these days, it's looking like a little chat is going on. A little chatter, but they should be good to go.
Go boost Kenny over at top banana. Make him look over that wall and just catch whoever is coming from Astralis to throw the grenade. Just a little trick. It doesn't have to be elaborate all the time, right? Put Kenny on your shoulders and see what happens. We're close to getting that, but not quite. Waiting for the last little reset here. Couple of seconds away, surely. I think maybe it's just Malik that we're waiting for. And then we'll hopefully get right back into it.
I'm just checking real quick.
It's been such an incredibly intense game. If you are only just joining us now and you somehow missed the first 2 maps, they are absolutely worth going back and watching because it's been intense for sure.
I'm wondering if they're getting warnings right now because in the rules 10.5.1.3 Anders, all communication, including but not limited to text and voice communication between players and team coaches, is forbidden during a technical pause.
Oh.
And I'm seeing a lot of chatter. I'm seeing a lot of talk right now.
Well,
so I don't know. They can get an infraction, first warning, right? But then more severe sanctions can be imposed. So maybe they got a warning. I don't know. Maybe it's worth taking the warning right here at the end.
So I just want everyone to be fresh and ready and all the rest of it. Let's get this going. This is the full focus you need. You need all of your energy into this last part of the game. It has been a marathon between these two. An instant shutdown there. Hunter with the kill. And almost caught with the grenade in hand was Device. He's still going to be going down afterwards. A 2-for-1 trade favoring G2. A nice sure four. So 3 people showing up there for G2. I think the final one in that probably just throwing grenades. But Nico sticking around. That is greedy.
A bold move. Really trying to put an end to Astralis right there. You got to make those confidence plays sometimes. And, well, that one did not work for Nico. So we're back into a 3-on-3 in this critical round. 14-13, Astralis on the T side. Dupree catches Kenny out in mid. Missed opportunity there for both players.
It would have been an absolutely epic move from Kenny. If he got that shot, then, I mean, that is probably going to be tied. It might be even better than that. 45 seconds. Astralis ran out of time the last time and just decided to save, and surely not this time. They're going to go towards the B-bomb side. I think that's where they're going to end up now. There is a smoke. There's an HE as well on Nexa and counter flashes. With 30 seconds, that is enough to slow down Astralis so that this is going to be very, very difficult. I think they might be underestimating this a little bit here on the Danish side. 20 seconds now. Grenades are coming out. Surely going to be a grenade. There's the one HE put out. Not really going to do much, but they're falling back. They want to go for it, and look at it. They're already rotating over. They've taken the entire bait. This is such a play from Astralis, and they're going to find out way too late. I think G2, if they want to retake this, they are going to have to be damn sure about it. Kenny goes down inside of the smoke. Oh, no. Oh, dear God, no. It's so hard to watch, isn't it?
Man, and they're going to lurk around on the edge of these smokes. And, yeah, it's either you save the op and bail, or you hope that somebody on Astralis makes a mistake and peeks you.
Oh, wow.
And, well, right now it's looking like they're kind of trying to make up their mind. MNEK is hanging out here, hoping perhaps to pick somebody off.
Listen, they'll have the money at least on G2. That is the one thing to really think about. But what a fantastic call from Astralis. I really thought they were going to go for that B-bomb side, and I think if they had it, they would have had to have run through the smoke that was put down by Nexa, and it would have just been a nightmare. And instead, they win the round with hardly a shot fired, except for poor Kenny.
Kenny's at 6 now. He's got 6.
You can't say that with a chipper voice, Sam. Listen, it's not gonna work.
Oh, sometimes it just does not go your way.
Yeah, I mean, every player at one point has to have a game like this. Play for long enough, it's going to happen a couple of times, but it's always hard to deal with.
Could be that it's Kenny who's having to adjust to different positions as well. You know, Nico added in, maybe there was some shifting that's happened and that's impacted his individual game. You don't know what's necessarily going on behind the lines, but this is still going to be a buy round out of G2. Astralis fully equipped, and this is dangerous. Nico, nice HE, but they could peek him together, missing the chance.
Yeah, they wanted to try and
clever
offset the angle. I think they thought there was an AWP on the other side, so they just think, you know what, if we do that, instantly put out. Fairly good grenade saving so far on the G2 side, still holding on to it. Oh, he's going to get flashed in. Is he really? That would no, he's no flashbang on Amek, so they did put out a flashbang, but Nico was just so far away, so now they've They kind of use that. Oh, who's pushing up behind them in the middle? It's Hunter looking for them, and he's going to get Glaive. Now, that is a next-level play, because now they're really trapped here, Astralis. Even at 50 seconds, if they want to go back, they're going to have to check so much of the map. If they go for it, there's a stack. I think this is the 14th round for G2. It's all lined up for them. Nice shot from Device to the wall, though. Did that change it? The grenades are raining in, the flashbangs on top. They must hold on, or they're going to lose the map right here. Meg is held back by the one. There's a grenade in top of the entire lineup. That blows up all of Astralis. Amanek with a big double here. And it's going to be Sip in a 1 versus 4, and that is just too much to handle. Amazing triple from Amanek, and overall, I mean, that just worked out so well. The grenades and that little move from Hunter. 15-14, and we're going to go the full distance. The 30th round is coming up.
The 30th round, Anders. And this, yeah, it's all on Hunter late. I mean, 55 seconds pushing for info. I mean,
mental.
Solid, but yeah, that HG just catches everybody.
Wonderful.
Timeout called by Astralis. Last attack timeout that they've got as well. So it's all in. Getting it done in 30 rounds with a weak economy. Astralis do not have loads of cash. They can only afford 2 rifles and still have nades. A couple of them have to take the hit.
Oh, what do you want to do in a round like this?
Or I don't know. That's the thing, man. What is your call here?
I mean, when I see the weapons, my mind goes to that A apartment play. Try and get
them up quick. Yeah.
Explode out of it, see what happens.
Well, it's the early peak. Early play for info. They are charging. G2 know that this is a weak buy. And there it is. Device getting taken out immediately, but that wasn't one of the rifles. That was only one of the pistols. It was a Tech 9. Hunter going to get caught with the nade in his hand. Glaive is there to trade it. Kenny S needs to hit the shot, and he doesn't quite manage it. 4 on 4.
I need a replay. Did he hit the chicken instead? I really need that replay. If he did, it's just going to be too funny.
Was that the chicken, you know? Get down, Mr. President!
Something like that. Trying to keep him alive. Oh, wow. Yeah, I'm going to need that production. 30th round, and this is what it is. 4 on 4, still a minute left. Some good grenades still on the G2 side. Not a huge amount. I mean, especially up here at Top Banana, they're going to have to save these. Are they going to nade the corner? No, it's going to be a double nade to the... Yeah, well, not to the sandbags, but to the corner instead. So, falling back. But G2 will know. Yeah, no one's showing up. We heard the nades and nothing else. So that piece of disinformation has not worked out in favor of Astralis at the moment. And Kenny at the corner. And like I said, all you need is to keep your head in the game long enough to be relevant for 1 round. That has to do with the mentality. Nico showing up behind them to take down Magisk. That's a pretty good start here. 30 seconds, and Kenny ready and waiting. And there's the kill on Glaive. That's what they need. 2 away from getting into overtime. Kenny going to pick down Sip as well. And it's a 1 versus 4 for Dupree. And there should be just absolutely no way to make this work. All they need to do is not fight him. Stay alive, buy time, play it safe. Kenny will go down eventually, and inside a pit, yeah, Dupree might as well go straight for it, otherwise he's going to run out of time. So now 1 versus 3. He's completely triangulated in here. Nexa goes down next, slow. Dupree, he's hearing them step behind him. And timing is everything. He swings for it, and he's going to go down. It will be overtime here on the final map. And I think that is about as good as he can get. 2 kills for Kenny in a very critical round, man. And then we're in overtime.
Anders, it's not about having all sorts of kills. It's about getting kills when they matter most. And this time, you see Kenny delivers 2 kills for his team. But, man, Dupree played that perfectly.
0 people are buying that. So no one.
High impact for Anders.
Well,
the rest of them are just getting Miko kills. So, like, this isn't what I'm thinking about right here, but, like, Dupree just played that perfectly. Such a shame he didn't get that shot on Amanek. Getting it down to a 1v1 would have been insane. But, we are going to get into overtime. Countdown has begun. Economy's rejuvenated.
And a bit of a tech issue.
Interesting. Well, one of them is standing up, actually, so that's...
We don't know what it is yet, but...
That was Hunter. Maybe using the restroom. Interesting.
It's been a bit of time.
Well, we've seen teams use tech for restroom breaks before. I'm not a fan. I think you should be using a tactical if you got to take a piss. You don't, but, you know, there you go.
Yeah.
See, now Zip is going too.
I mean, that's the problem, though. It is a you know, it's a long game, so I'm sure everyone can appreciate as well. You know,
Anders, I gotta take a piss right now.
Yeah.
You don't hear me calling for a tech pause. We don't get a tech pause or a tactical pause.
So there's gonna be no sympathy for us.
See, no, that's the thing. But you gotta subscribe to the old. You remember that where it's just like, yeah, you play better when you have to go. Right? Focus is the mind.
Oh man, maybe.
Focus is the mind, Anders.
We're speaking a little bit about Kenny and him being further behind, but I mean, Glave's only got 12 kills as well. So he's, you know, not completely screwing this up, but both teams have one player that could do something.
What is going on here?
I think Hunter has experienced some loss in all of this, so that's just you know, him having an internet slight hiccup maybe. We'll figure it all out. Now, I mean, maybe we could just talk through this a little bit, because once it goes into overtime, I mean, apart from everyone obviously being quite fatigued at this point in time, I think what it really does overtime is it puts so much pressure on the in-game leaders, who suddenly have to sift through, you know, 30 rounds of, or 15 rounds at the very least, playing on either side, but a lot of rounds where they have to think about what has worked, what have the other side been doing, are there any sort of patterns and tendencies that we can sort of sort out, and I just think that's where it gets really tricky, being the leader of any one of these two teams right here. And then suddenly money's back, so that's also going to maybe be helpful to G2 in having all the grenades that they could possibly want.
All right, well, just a quick pause here. We're getting things sorted out. Should be in momentarily.
Yeah, maybe the server is also feeling a little bit fatigued after all of this. Could be.
Listen, this has been a no joke of a game, yeah.
Real marathon.
A real marathon of a match. It's going to grind on everybody.
Waiting in the sidelines, if you forgot about the schedule, is obviously going to be Furia and MIBR. So they're waiting to be tagged in for a whole new fresh best of 3, and that in itself is going to be interesting. All right, we're going on a trip to see the chickens.
But Anders, I'm just going to take the opportunity. You know, not only is it long for the players, long for us and the viewers as well at home, but it's long for production. So I want to give a quick shout out to production, to everybody making it happen over there at the Blast space in Copenhagen. Prius, our observer, no breaks for him, always on the action. What a boss, what a god, and everybody in the production team as well. You guys are ballers. So big shout out to the crew.
They do have some very, very long days.
Yeah, last night. I mean, it's a tough one. So when it goes late, delays happen. It can get long, but hey, it's all good CS. That's the thing. It's all good CS. And we've got MIBR versus Furia coming up next. Another best of 3 starting immediately after this one.
Is that the shot on the chicken? I think it was.
Kenny.
I really think it was. Oh god. Well,
the chickens are still a thing after all this time.
Well, I mean, now, I don't know. Now they're just there.
They are.
I can't keep complaining about
just like the benches too. You know?
Benches, chickens.
The benches are still here, Anders. They're made of stone. Not really comfortable to sit on, but they're durable.
Yeah, maybe that's why they've stuck around.
Indeed.
Not been replaced at all this time.
Still the same benches after all these years.
Who are we lacking now? Who's missing?
Hunter. Still waiting on Hunter to get back in.
All right. Well, yeah. Would you feel tempted to change your prediction? We both picked Astralis.
No. I'm sticking with Astralis.
Nothing in your mind has said, you know what?
No. Even when G2 beat up on Astralis and on Dust 2 at the beginning, you're still thinking, well, it was if they'd have beat him 16-4 the way it was looking like, that would have been a sad time, and maybe you start doubting. But then Astralis fight back. They start getting rounds on the board. You're starting to think, okay, they got some confidence back going into Nuke. Sure enough, Nuke goes Astralis' way. I mean, these players are good, but I mean, it's still Astralis. And crunch time, this is where players are truly going to be tested. And again, it's Astralis. Major champs. These guys do not mess around, and they should be thriving in these sorts of situations. So no. I just enjoy, you know, G2 giving hope to the analysts and everybody else, you know, who predicted G2. You know, I like it. It just it makes
dangerous to say.
It makes things just a little bit more spicy in the green room, a little bit more spicy on that desk.
We'll see. We'll see
in the chat later.
pretty sure we're going to be finding out exactly how it's going to be playing out here. I mean, it's just waiting on the last guy to get back onto the server, and I think everyone else is ready as far as I can tell. So, so yeah, just a little bit lacking.
So let's see. You got. I mean, Maniac is trying to make plays. Yeah, you got it. He's up there with the best of us, right? So, James, you know, G2 as well, and then Launders. But Launders is just, he's out there, dude. He just does things. Launders is really out there. He's predicted MIBR for the second match, along with Scrawny.
I think that's a bold play. It's a nice way to try and get ahead. Oh yeah, speaking of which, of course, it will be Scrawny and Launders kind of casting the next game.
Yes, it will. They are over in Copenhagen right now.
Sure, they're just itching for it. You've been waiting for a long time. I'm sure everyone thought this game would be more or less done by now. Not quite so. Yeah, some good replays here. I mean, the amount of clutches and highlights throughout the course of this whole best of three, it's been way too much to summarize. So I'm assuming that, yeah, you'd have to go back and watch the whole thing if you really want the full experience. The highlights certainly help. Man, this is it's really something. Is that Hunter back in? I think I saw him back. So that could be.
Should be getting close.
That could be. Well, I think they're resetting the whole thing now. They're good to go. Seeing ready being called. I'm seeing people sort of acting like they're good for it. So we had a little bit of a dip in the energy here, but we're gonna get back into it for sure. Just need that reset. Ready up for G2.
Yes.
And let's see what this is going to get us. We're finally back into it, ladies and gentlemen. Freeze time has been cancelled. It is overtime on the final map between Astralis and G2.
Pressure still on G2. One detail here to note is that it's $10,000 starting money going into this first half of overtime. And so on the CT side, that stings. You can see Kenny just going for a full buy, nearly tapped, nearly wiped his entire bank out already. So critical that G2 managed to withstand the pressure here and get the strong start in this first half.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Don't want to be wiped in the first one. That always feels really weird. Not too much happening over at Banana. Just a, a little quick exchange. And then we're done with it. Sip trying to bait out a shot with the tip of his AK-47 in case there was someone ready and waiting, but that doesn't really happen. And the smoke goes up. They are up in the apartments really quickly. Astralis, usually when they take a position like this, you can actually see already Glaive is back to check Banana. And that's such a key feature of how they play these things. Because, again, if you let go of a place like Banana for too long, then G2 would go find out. So usually with like a 10-second interval or something, Astralis will go back and see, oh, is anyone looking? Okay, no one's looking. But this looks like a straight A execute. And they're going to be coming out of apartments again. And there's only 2 people on the bomb side. This could be an absolutely amazing call. I don't know how they're going to hold this bomb site. It is seconds away from falling. Grenades everywhere. HE on top of that Molotov, and now inside of the site. They need backup badly. Hunter's going to be going down. Nexa, even a double spray, I don't think would have done it. That is the perfect call for what G2 are doing.
It's just so clean as well. Hardly any damage taken apart from Zipnik's getting taken out. I mean, it's just everybody else onto that site smoothly. And it also puts G2 in a really awkward spot. Although now, because they get that kill, they,
so far away.
Yeah, it's a bit too much. But yeah, you see now that's because of that economy. G2, rather than trying to go for some crazy heroics that we might get with 16,000, right? Here, they will hold on to the guns that they have going into the next round and try to guarantee that economy going forward. Anders, how many years have we been casting Inferno?
I mean,
many years.
Many years. Coming up on 8 or something.
Dude, second mid, Prius. Oh, that's big. Device catches out Nico. One of those guns, gone. But I just noticed that the second mid is called Dante.
Yeah?
I never noticed that. How have I never noticed that?
I'm sure we could be spending even more time looking at all of it.
Is that new? Dante's Inferno? Come on, get out of here.
Oh, I think it must have always been there. We just weren't paying attention.
Okay then. Well, details.
16th round for Astralis. First and 19, of course. Let's see. This is, again, all the time at the edge of a knife. Device on the other side. Grenades are all landing behind him. He's ready for the boost, and that's such a great way. Absolutely outplayed in that one. Some spray through catching Amanek a little bit, but oh man, Nico is not going to be happy about that.
You just got red.
Doing it again. this A site. The smoke is up, and then they're falling back, leaving just Nexa in the pit. If they actually go for it, they're falling back slowly, but if they actually went for it, that would be a knockout blow.
They can set everything up here. And I think that right now Astralis are gaming themselves, and whoever's getting this call on G2, I mean, they have to commit.
Ooh.
It's still Device just lurking over towards B.
If they Molotov this position like they did last time, there's nothing that Nexa could do about it. Putting up a smoke will just delay the inevitable. It's still going to happen. Nexa getting caught there. They must have spotted them because they did a little bit of damage at least. So still thinking about it. Device checking it out, spotting a couple of people, or at least one of them jumping. And now they're going to come for him. Nexa getting shot through the smoke. They knew for sure, and that is absolutely well played for Astralis. Back-to-back rounds in overtime where it's mostly down to the call here. Strategically, just outplaying G2 in the last 2 rounds here.
Monster. And you just keep setting it up for G2. G2 just keep hoping that that action that they got on B was going to continue, that Astralis were going to just keep hitting that B site. But Astralis, turns out they had another round in the bag. They had another trick up their sleeve, and this is working wonderfully. 2 rounds on the T side in overtime.
And taking away that rifle was also, you know, really something.
Yeah, look at the money right now. I mean, Kenny, he's going to give away his position. I don't know if they can get there in time. It's going to be really tough.
Yeah.
Glaive is the one who's thinking about it. And really, you should just be risking these AKs because you have money, and Kenny is not going to swap the op for an AK.
Oh, yeah, definitely go for it right through. Gonna get the one Megas on the other side, and he gets him in the last second. Oh, man. I mean, they're still going to have some money to work with here, but definitely less than otherwise possible.
But does Kenny go for an AWP here? Because if he saves that AWP, that's 2 rifles they could have dropped for his teammates. Now, he goes for the AWP, he spends all of his money. It's not the end of the day. It's not the end of the day. Hunter has to go for a UMP just to get nades, but 17-15, Astralis. Well, this is, we're seeing the difference. Hey, there we go. You see, via Dante. Now, is it from Dante's Inferno that in his will our peace, that quote comes from? I can't remember. It's throwing me off now. Now that I noticed, I'm just like, really, is that the one? I don't know. Somebody will tell me online. But this is definitely looking fantastic for Astralis in this second half.
Device a little bit emboldened by, I think, by the fact that he got that last fight, wanted to do it again. Would have been Amanek that he could have headshot there. It's a nice attempt, but this time it doesn't go their way. 3 at top mid for G2, pushed up quite far. So ready to take the fight if Astralis want to try and take that kind of map control. But it's slow right now.
Let's see it. Nico turns away. The flash could not be better timed. Impeccable stuff. And that's a setup where, I mean, if you're Astralis, it just leaves your ears ringing. Incendiary are going to clear it out. So at least they have top banana control now, Astralis, but still hard pressed. And this time G2 are sticking to the boost on top mid.
Yeah, they're still vulnerable if Dupree jumps up behind them in the apartments, but if they can clean up the main part of this through the middle, it should be all right nonetheless. Oh, Hunter going down. Now I'm worried. Again, Dupree, this is the problem. He's right here, ready to pounce, so they're going to be pushing in the middle as well. Dupree looking for the angle. He sees the gun, and that's Kenny down and out. Nexa will fall next. Again, just one little thing going in the way of Astralis, and the whole bomb site collapses. That's 3 rounds in overtime going in favor of Astralis, and all of them.
Whoa.
2 on 3, Semler. They have all the grenades here, not more smokes. I mean, this would be. They're going to need to call in Nico. They're going to clone Nico right now in this round to try and even make this work. It's going to be so rough. Astralis need to cool it down, use the grenades, use the smoke right on top. HE as well. Nico down to 20, and he is going to be long gone. All of the attacks as well towards the A bomb site. They just found out that is what works, and Amanek is going to be dropped 18-15. Astralis a single round away from taking this, and Device up at 29 kills. Man, those are some devastating rounds. We didn't really see rounds like this in regulation for really, especially for Astralis. But this is something interesting.
You can see this is just completely deflated G2. The morale on that team right now, it's not looking hot. A lot of silence. Nexo's doing a little bit of talking there, but not much. they are going to be hard-pressed here, as it is, match point, 3 of them for Astralis. And Astralis hitting A site all 3 times as well, just clearly threw G2 for a loop. And so Astralis, I mean, demonstrating that they are in G2's head. And, well, now it's on G2 to try and shake things up. But Device takes Nico out of the fight immediately.
Yeah, they really manipulated them, or manipulated their defense expertly in that overtime half. That's truly something. That first kill does not look good. Nico going down. How do you get back into this? G2 have to win 3 consecutive rounds of their own. In the first one, they have to do it in the 4-on-5, being a man down. They could, I mean, they're still hanging out. They don't really have top mid or banana at the moment, so some time at least is what they have. This is essentially a kill away from not working out well for G2. They need that first shot going into the bomb site. Grenades up against Hunter, doesn't really do that much. The one against Kenny and Nexa definitely does. Magus, they come through the smoke, and the flashbang somehow only worked against Amanek. He's going down. Dupree back here, 45 seconds, and it's a 2-on-4. And is he seeing anything? He's just cleverly hiding back here. Bomb is not being planted, and more backup is coming, and I think G2 might have hit the end of the road here. It's going to be Kenny going down. Hunter in a 1 versus 4, and he is going to get caught and found. 19-15 as Astralis take down G2 in overtime and all 3 maps, but they found a way to do it. A really, really hard-played match for everyone involved.
What a phenomenal match. Winner's match of the group. G2 definitely looking dejected, but Astralis now through. And, well, an excellent performance. It's not the last time we're going to get to see Astralis play.
Oh, no.
They will play again tomorrow in the grand final of this group, which is an additional step, an additional match with some money and points on the line. But so far, they've done what they came for. They topped their group. And, well, Anders, we get to hear, who was it? It was James and it was Maniac, I think, who went for G2, right? Well, you know, Maniac. It'll be interesting to hear what Maniac has to say to justify that. So, we're going to take a break and then we'll hand it over to them.
No break, you can't get rid of us that quickly. We're going to continue on with the show and continue moving things forward. And that was a grueling battle, but there were some huge errors and huge mistakes being made on either side, to be honest, at parts. But right at the end there, Astralis, they just looked clean.
Yes, indeed. That overtime from Astralis was phenomenal. Phenomenal calling from Glaive. If you'd ask me before the overtime, I would probably have pointed Kenny out, obviously, because he had an absolute lackluster of a performance. He completely missed out on the regulation games. But then in overtime, I just think Astralis, they just figured out the defense completely. Their calls were magnificent. They took G2 off guard 3 times in a row on their T side in overtime to close it. You just do nothing but respect that. The vista, the understanding, the game sense, the timing they've hit during that overtime, that was beautiful.
Astralis were just 1 step ahead.
Yeah, and I think we have a great, example of why they were 1 step ahead, as Maniac said. The calling from Glaive. This round right here, 14-13, everything is at stake right now. If Astralis is losing this one, it looks like G2 potentially could take this and win this series. The fake coming in with 17 seconds left. Glaive jumps up, throws a Molotov, and that completely puts out Kenny S of his position. They leave the bomb side open, and Astralis is just walking in, and now Kenny S again. This is not his fault, right? But he has to do something. Goes through a smoke, dies, and that's it. Astralis and the micromanagement Glaive was doing throughout this game was absolutely stellar, absolutely fantastic. And as Matthew said, especially when we came into OT, well, Glaive, he had a terrible game when it comes towards the frags. You look at the scoreboard, you look at the stats, you think, Glaive, what did you do in this game? I tell you, by the comms, he called Astralis to win this one. He was by far the MVP for my taste.
Wow, MVP based on his calling ability, and he certainly pulled them through the fire on that map, and we see him march on forward. I got to say, though, when it comes to G2, you can see the signs and that synergy we spoke about lacking there, especially when it comes to that CT side.
I think even for myself, it's kind of hard to draw a conclusion for G2. How are they going to look back at that game? If you ask me now, they're probably devastated. They're probably disappointed. They must feel like they had it in their grasp on that CT side. All things considered, they've put up a great fight. Yes, once more, I'm sorry to say this, but the sniper just missed out on that game. Counter-Strike is so AWP-centric. If you have a player just disappearing from the server, it's going to be really hard to go toe-to-toe versus a team like Astralis. But as a team, I feel like G2 did put up a good fight, right? Astralis were the better team at the end of the day. They win in overtime on the 3rd map. Could not have been any closer. That was a great series. That was a beautiful series. If there was ever a camera in our green room, we were losing our mind. We were losing our minds watching that series.
I almost killed Squawny with a pillow. You know?
Yeah, there you go.
Happen, yeah. So yeah, it was a beautiful game of Counter-Strike. It was a bit messy. It was a bit skirmishy, but at the same time, these are the great games. These are the games we remember, the ones where you have mistakes, we have mind games going on, when it's just mind-blowing. So a good game of Counter-Strike.
Well, let's pick out some good moments from that. We've got the G2 comms with Nexa here getting it done on the clutch.
I'm playing from. I might. They're inside. I'm in graveyard still. I don't know. Dead 3.
2v1 bomb.
Short.
Short.
Nice!
Guys, listen to me. We are calm, we are strong, and it will go all the way like this. Good job, Nexa.
Good job, Nexa, indeed. Those USP shots were something spectacular, but even that wasn't enough to save them at the end of the day.
Nah, but there was a lot of individual plays. This is a great example of Nexa stepping it up. We said Magics were the better in-game leader of the two, you know, or at least the joint in-game leading role within Astralis. And Nexa, you know, he stepped up here in Inferno. I think he had plenty of moments, plenty of rounds he can be proud of as an individual. I like how calm they were. You know, Nexa just 3 dead. And then he goes like, yeah, we won the round all of a sudden. Malak again trying to remain calm within the G2 camp. I think, you know, take a step back if you're a Counter-Strike fan. You know, whether you're a G2 fan, Astralis fan, or NAVI for that matter, if you were watching this game, you were enjoying it, right? You were getting ecstatic about it. You were watching one of the greatest games I've seen in 2020 unfold, especially with the back and forth and the history coming in as well. Nico joining G2, almost beating Astralis, Sipnik's back in the lineup. There were so many storylines, there was so much tension, and you could hear on the comms as well for both teams that this meant a lot. We even saw the player came on Nico, right? The old mouse sports Nico showing emotions left, right, and center is back. This meant a lot to both teams, and unfortunately for G2, Astralis were a little bit better today.
Well, they were a little bit better, and we've got Magic, the IGL of Astralis, with us for a live interview. A tough game for sure, but you guys managed to get it done. I just wanted to start with asking, how's it feeling? As it seems like you guys are showing it better and better as games go by, and we're seeing that old Astralis come through.
Yeah, obviously it's really amazing to end up winning the game. It was a really close one, and honestly, it could have gone both ways. So being the winning team is obviously a pretty good feeling.
Magic, we want to hear it from your mouth. It's not a secret that you currently in Astralis have 2 in-game leaders. I was listening into your comms, and on Dust 2 it seemed like it was a lot of Glaive. On Nuke it seemed like it was a lot of you, and then it went back to Glaive sort of on Inferno. How is it to have 2 sort of strong in-game leaders to sort of control the entire team?
So honestly, it's only on Dust 2 that's Glaive that's calling. All the other maps, it's me, mostly. But sometimes if he feel like he has a good call, he comes up with the idea, and he obviously does that and did that on Inferno as well today. So I think it's a good thing. Right now, it's a good ping pong, and it's working really good. But obviously, it can be confusing sometimes as well. But that's when I have to step in and make sure that we do the correct thing and, you know, follow a plan so people understand what's going on throughout the round. But honestly, it's pretty amazing to have Glaive help me out with calling. Yeah,
it's not bad to have one of the best in-game leaders to help you out. I mean, as said, I was listening in, and you said, you know, it's a bit back and forth. I'm super interested in the dynamic. For you as a relatively new in-game leader, how hard is it to let Glaive take over once in a while, and how hard is it for you to say, hey, Glaive, listen to me, I got the plan now?
So obviously it's a really difficult line because I've been used to have Glaive as an in-game leader for, well, forever in Astralis. So giving me the power to suddenly be the one who has to make the decisions is kind of difficult, especially when he comes up with ideas and does and says he wants to do this and this. It can be difficult for me to turn him down, but I think we're finding a good balance between it, and I'm also getting better at it, but obviously it's difficult for me in the beginning because I'm new to it, and it's the first time I'm in-game leading for the first time. So it's a new role for me, and it's a hard balance, but I think we're doing better and better for each game together.
Speaking of leading, Magis, that overtime of yours was beautiful. The strategies, the timing. Can you explain to me? Did you just figure them out? Do you feel like you were a little bit lucky? Because you caught G2 off guard almost every round in overtime.
Yeah, honestly, I think it was some really good calls. I think we... So it's kind of like mind games, honestly. It's difficult to know 100% what they're going to do, but obviously you have tendencies to fall back on. How do they like to react in certain situations? And for me, I think I was just a bit stubborn. going for the same thing over and over, because that's sometimes when people they win on a strategy, they don't expect it again, and sometimes that's just the way it is. And today we got lucky with the timings on it, and maybe in another game they will just be 4 people waiting for us. So it's kind of about mind games sometimes, and that's kind of difficult when you're in overtime, because every team have played with everything they have when you get to overtime. Like, people have showed every strategy, people have showed every retake, stuff like that. So it gets back to the mind games in overtime. And I think we won the mental game in overtime.
Speaking of mental game, I need to ask you, it's no secret Kenyas had a hard game. He did not find his groove. Did that impact the way you were calling? Did you focus on that? Was that a weakness you wanted to exploit?
Honestly, we don't really go after weak links in that certain way, because it's kind of difficult to punish people, because sometimes if you try to punish people, you actually end up giving them a good round as well, and suddenly they're back into the game as well. So obviously sometimes it's in your head that you want to try and punish this guy, but I don't think it's something you like play around like the whole game, because it's especially because he's the AWP, you don't really want to be running into the AVP when we don't really play that much AVP ourselves, especially on Inferno T side. So it can be difficult punishing an AVP player like Kenny when even though he has a bad game. So yeah, not really.
Magis, thank you very much for your time, man. Congratulations on the win, and we'll see you in the grand final game tomorrow. Go off and enjoy your rest.
Thank you very much.
Magis there saying how it is when it comes to the IGL side of things. Interesting on the Inferno point, right? Because you were listening, you could hear the Glaive was chiming in a little bit more on that, but it definitely seems that it's only Dust 2 for now.
Yeah, and it felt like it was when it was getting down to the nitty-gritty, right? When it was getting down into those, close situations, 13-14, we saw the scoreline. That's when it felt to me like Glaive was chiming a lot more in, and I think that's a natural course, right?
Yeah.
Magix has been doing one hell of a job as an in-game leader, especially when Glaive was out of the lineup. Astralis was still very competitive, so you can't take anything away from him. But the fact that when it gets down to the very pressured situation, it's still Glaive, that have a tendency to at least chime more in, I think that dynamic in itself, as long as Magix allows that, and as long as the team is okay with that, is a great dynamic, because they get both sides in, they get the best of both worlds, basically.
Yeah, and just to bounce back on that, I think that's my biggest takeaway for Astralis, right? The fact that when it got down to 15-15, all the calls, all the headshots, all the clutch, everything in their way. And this used to be one of the recipe for success for Astralis. As soon as the pressure was up, they would win every scenario. They'd have always the right mindset. So if that's going to be the blueprint for this Astralis going further in the tournament, that's a scary prospect.
It really is. They were scary on the serve, and they'll definitely be scary tomorrow. But we've got one more game coming your way. That was just a warm-up, as next up, after this break, we've got Furia taking on MIBR.
It's gonna be Brazil versus Brazil. Emotion's gonna be there.
A lot of energy, a lot of screaming, a lot of good vibes.
That spot of like being the best Brazilian team always like have that weight.
It's the fan, the pressure of the fan. We know it's the highest Brazilian fans in Counter-Strike. We have to do all the time our best.
Maybe for the next year they're gonna be like more scary, but right now it's just like first tournament, they just want to play.
The atmosphere on the team is so good right now. We are all on the same page.
I think it's gonna be a close match.
It's gonna be fun to watch.
The battle of the Brazilians, the Brazilian rivalry will be taking place next. But if you're new and you're just tuning in, well, let me remind you of the blast format that we have here and how all things will go throughout this. As you can see, right now, you've just watched Astralis go all the way to the grand final. An epic game going up against G2. But right now, we're dealing with the lower bracket game. One of these two teams from NA will be eliminated, and that is MIBR or Furia. This is how the season works out, though. We've got our 12 teams. 6 will go to the showdown, 6 will advance to the final. And the showdown is oh so tough, as only 2 advance to make a total of 8 in our final. And when it comes to the final, well, only 1 will get off to the global finals, where all the big prize money is at, where the best teams in the world are, where you really have to fight for your life and fight for survival. And this is what we've been talking about all tournament long. EU versus NA, and we're about to lose another NA team.
Just Astralis missing the final stamp on it, because they have their ticket for the fall series as well. And you talked about the showdown. It is going to be so stacked just there on that graph. Complexity and EG waiting patiently for you. You don't want to go there.
Team Liquid coming in as well.
Oh, Liquid as well in the showdown, yeah. Hell of a tournament.
There's a lot of them there, a lot of them from start to finish. But when we're looking at this, right, when we're looking at NA, for me, they haven't delivered to their mark just yet. But if I'm Furia right now, I would definitely be a bit more scared of what MIBR have to offer than what we ever expected.
Yeah, and I don't really know if it's a legend or if it's actually a fact, but there's always the myth that in a regional matchup, in a regional rivalry, usually it's easier to be the challenger. It's easier to be the small one trying to push the favorite. Furia, they're coming in this series again. They have reigned over NA over the summer. They did not share any of the trophies. They just lost 1 tournament. MIBR, brand new lineup. Furia should win by all accounts, but I don't think it's going to be that easy.
No, it won't be that easy. And I want to listen to some of these hype comms that we heard yesterday from MIBR, because they are loud and proud.
Calma. Smoke atrás. Foca que eu vou ficar na tripla. Nice. Cat é meu. É meu. Cat é meu. Eu voltei. Cuidado casa.
You gotta love it, right? That's the Brazilians in a nutshell. It was a big win for those guys. They're a brand new team put together. Only 2 of the old guard remained, and they're not even that old in the MIBR name.
No, and they did so much better than anyone would have expected yesterday. MIBR, they came into this tournament with, trying to paint the picture of having 3 stand-ins, having a lineup where we don't even know if they're going to be a lineup in a couple of weeks, let's be honest. But the way they played yesterday against Astralis, we just saw Astralis play well today, so it's not like Astralis is not a good team anymore. That was just super, super impressive. You have the lineup on screen right here, and if you're looking for Fur, if you're looking for Fallen, if you're looking for Cold Zero, some of those old names that used to be MIBR, well, they're no longer here. This is a new generation of MIBR. As said, the only 2 players remaining from the, let's call it the stable lineup, is KNG and TRK, and TRK was just brought in. So I would say KNG is probably the only player who's been within MIBR for a longevity, right? He's playing well. TRK is playing well. It's the 3 stand-ins we need to see do more, because yesterday they were struggling a little bit.
And we've spoken about these stand-ins, right? We said about what they might be able to offer the team, but there's a big difference from where they were playing at to where they are right now on the big world stage.
Absolutely. The level of competition is absolutely not comparable. It's completely different. It's night and day. Now, I think there's an interesting dynamic to consider for this MIBR. With the old lineup, I always felt like there was a disconnect between the old guard and the new players being studied. We talked about the revolving door of that 5th and 4th position, people just coming in for 3 weeks, getting stamped on and then leaving the tournament, right? Or leaving the team, rather. Here, I feel when we're looking at them on the webcam, they are in it together. They are a unit. We can talk about, the positives and the negatives of that lineup, but at least they're together.
And that's the main thing, right? You want a lineup that's going to be together because you need to do this as a team. But they're going up against the other side of Brazil. And these guys have not only proven a point, but they have made Brazil look like it's not just all about one team.
They have definitely made Brazil, you know, a great country to watch Counter-Strike from, let's be honest.
Yeah.
It used to be all about MIBR, it used to be all about SK Gaming or whatever they're called before. But this lineup right here, those players you see on your screen, they outworked MIBR, they outworked the old generation. I have no problem saying that these guys, they were just simply a little bit more hungry than the old guys. They were putting in the hours, they were putting in the practice, they were going in this with the heart and soul. And what made MIBR in the first place, well, that's the same thing that made Furia. They are so skilled as individuals, but they have that hunger, they have that fire to become the best in the world. And if that can continue, then I have no doubt saying that Furia is going to be a top team for the next many years as well.
You know what's insane about Furia? When they came into the scene and they started having results, myself and many other people thought that this aggressive style would not last. It would be figured out, it would be a 2, 3, 4, 5 month stint, and then people would know how to play against and they would disappear for the top. They proved us wrong. They've actually stayed at the top. Sure, they've had a period where they tempered off a little bit, but now they're coming back with that same philosophy, that same attitude, and it's working again.
And that's the ultra impressive thing, right? They stagnated because they had a period where they were getting figured out, and then they reinvented themselves. But without going away from the concept, they're still aggressive, just in a different way. That, you know, ability, let's put it that way, to reinvent yourself when you're that, you know, inexperienced, to me was hella impressive.
They're learning, they're adapting, and what is very impressive is the results they've been able to put up, but mainly over in North America. They came over and G2 manhandled them on both maps. It was very convincing from G2, and it might be just an adjustment period we need here for the Furia guys. But that's one thing we do know with Furia, they can always adjust.
They can always adjust. My only fear is that their win conditions would always be to win the duel and to overrun their opponents. That is a fear I have when it comes to Furia and their longevity in that tournament, is that as soon as they meet a lineup, like it was G2's case the last time, that can just stop them in the first wave of defense, then it feels a little bit flat. It falls flat, they do not find the solutions, they struggle to change the rhythm. I want to see that coming out of Furia. I want to see Art not only finding solutions through aggression, but also sometimes waiting, changing the pace, throwing some fakes. We know they can do it, we know they can be creative, but they have to show it.
Well, you're talking about Art. I want to hear from Art now and see how he's feeling going into this one.
Of course, you are infamous for being part of that whole W religion, this aggression that we talk about on the Furia side. But it's calculated, and that's something that we always praise you for. So I'm wondering, what's going through your head when you're sort of assessing a situation, calculating whether you can be getting aggressive or not? Can you kind of walk me through your thoughts there?
Yes, I think I can do that. I think it's going to take a while, so we're going to try to make it more simple. Most of the times, I think as a T side, I'm just kind of looking for that in duels that I know it's advantages for me. So if I can make a situation where I can kill one guy and die, I think that's productive to the team, so we can mess the structure. So most of the times I'm trying to make the gunfights easier for me or for someone who's playing with me to trade me, so we can get better positions in the map, and we can take gunfights that are favorable to us. So most of the time I'm looking for that, and there's different maps. I have different ways of doing that. So most of the time, I think the pressing W is just getting to the good spots to trade to trade indos. It's just like the same strategy.
And of course, you're going to be coming up against MIBR very, very shortly. I wondered your thoughts upon this team. Of course, they're very new together. We only saw them playing their first official game yesterday. So did you have any kind of key takeaways from watching that game yesterday? What are you thinking of them?
I was quite surprised. They had like so much depth into the strategies. Like I felt they were just playing a lot of slow-paced rounds and trying to make execs or fakes. I would think they would play more loose just because they are like a new team, a new roster. They don't have so much time to do stuff. And I was quite surprised by that. It was actually good for them because they have time to plan stuff out. And I think that's mainly up to KNG and Kogu because they just had like so little time and a new team in their hands. And they still managed to make some depth into their strategies. So I think I was surprised by that, and I think they're playing actually good. I expected them to play good because I know the players, and I know they have good aim and good game sense. So I'm not surprised they took so much of Astralis that map. They almost won the series, and I was not surprised about that. I was just surprised they could handle all the pressure and they could play with such depth into the games because it's with a new team it's hard.
Well, I'm glad Art is looking at that, because that's exactly what he's going to have to deal with today. He's got a glimpse of what MIBR were able to do against one of the best in the world, but this veto is taking place, and this is where it gets interesting.
Yeah, because it can go a lot of different directions. We know no overpass already by now, no Dust 2 from Furia, that should make sense. And from that point and onwards, it can go a lot of different directions. Vertigo is definitely in there, you know, Mirage maybe, we don't know, but I know Mr. Vito over there, he has a pretty bright idea about it.
I wish I knew what I was talking about, but to be fair, it's pretty hard to figure out. All we know is that MIBR picked Nuke and then Furia picked Vertigo. Both teams actually play both maps, so you might end up in a scenario where everyone is kind of satisfied with each other's pick. We have the Nuke coming out first, and Vertigo could be an option for Furia, but they could also completely divert, as Jacob is saying. Mirage could be on the cards if you want to throw in a curveball. Train could be in there. They're actually going to go for Inferno, which to me is a surprise. It's a long time that I haven't seen Furia on Inferno. Then the third map, what's more, it's all up in the air. I think Mirage could be a name that you throw in there. Vertigo could be a good handshake for both teams. So I don't know if you have a favorite, Jacob.
I think in Mirage, potentially, you know. Train makes sense that we don't get to see that. It would be a bit too much, you know, again with the limited practice time as well for MIBR to play that map. And we do get Vertigo map. Both of these teams play. Furia, had they made it to a third map yesterday against G2, that would have been the third and deciding map. So they know how to play it, and they were ready to play it. I do want to say, you know, the Inferno pick from Furia, it makes complete sense to me. You saw MIBR against Astralis yesterday getting absolutely destroyed 16-5. And Inferno is what we spoke about. It is one of the toughest map in the map pool to play as a team on. And we do have to keep mentioning the fact that MIBR, they have had limited time to practice together as a unit.
Very different teams in here. Who do you say has won that veto coming into it, Maniac?
Furia, I think, hands down. But at the same time, when you compare these two teams and their situations, of course they're going to win the veto. They have a deeper map pool, they have more preparation, they can play around the maps way more than MIBR, so they must have gotten away with it. And if you're MIBR, you have Vertigo and Nuke in the pool, it's not too bad.
It's not too bad for MIBR. Well, I want to see what's going to happen when we get into the game. We're heading to a quick break as always, but when we're back, it's the Brazilian battle going head to head, and we are starting things on Nuke.
It's always a special day when we get the Brazilians versus the Brazilians, and today is one of those days. MIBR versus Furia, with Furia clearly favored by our Betway odds. But does that tell the whole story? We saw an MIBR that really kind of turned heads yesterday, most certainly exceeding expectations.
Some of the games that are hard to predict, it can end up with disappointing results regardless. But what we've seen here at Blast in this group is with new people coming in, everybody exceeding expectations. G2 hitting the ground running, MIBR looking extraordinary, and looking at Astralis beating G2 today, that goes to show you how well, just how well MIBR did start off this group. So now we're going to have the elimination match versus Furia. And there's so much going on here. Number one, domestic matchup. We know that MIBR, in some sense, are going to be happy to be playing this game versus Furia. Furia probably frustrated from yesterday's loss, probably going to change some stuff and shake off some of the nerves they may have from being in Europe. But it is elimination just to lay it on thick. And we're going to get right into it here on Nuke.
No hesitation. Straight into the pistol. Furia to the CT side. MIBR on the offense. We got brothers in the server facing head to head. Oh my goodness, man. This one could be a very real treat. I just want to take the gloves off, start swinging. But it looks like we're going to have a cold start, Launders. No straight up rush, not yet. Obviously, many players popped up, grouped up towards ramp. Ooh, and Leo, he will open up shop first and foremost. So Art, the very first casualty of the series, and we're gonna have MIBR taking control of ramp room. Furia not scrambling in any way, shape, or form. Not at all. They'll finally send a player down the vents. Vinny with the dualies. Frag grenade goes out. Dodges the flash, drive-by trade frag. Lucas has himself two. And there's another fight to take here just next to the vent in Henny. Oh my god. Double man advantage. Post plant looking good. Quesarado has the kit, but Henny can't quite get his brother to peek. They've got to wait. He's lost his teammate. Things go from bad to worse, and it's MIBR with the pistol.
Interesting, we saw Art playing ramp, holding that incendiary out. Dropped it, but came back for the fight on Leo. Leo is happy to take it. We saw some standout performances from many of the players on MIBR yesterday. Most surprising was Lucas. Okay, Lucas, sure. I pulled Twitter, just asked for replies from the Brazilian community. Who are they excited about with this new lineup? Of course, VSM and his shiny teeth. Of course, KNG playing without any reins. TRK getting some more better star player spots. Leo is also promising, but Lucas was one that they thought was an emergency pickup, right? One that people were not exactly enthusiastic about, who was not as good as his counterpart, twin brother, on the other side of the server. And he was astonishing versus Astralis. So many great rounds to look at. And if he's no longer a question mark, there's really no question marks left on this roster.
It's definitely a few exclamation points after yesterday's performance. VSM absolutely shining bright for MIBR. Galil here for KNG, trying to do best Art, but he actually loses out. Now, it's not that bad for MIBR. They can just eject down ramp, try and challenge this B site. Art's looking to grab himself another, but he's playing with nades. That's not going to help him out. These CTs are dangerously close. The flashbang connects to the face of the Ts. Still, the 2v3 favoring MIBR. MP9 and a scout. Oh, that's a robbery. TRK connects to the head of Yuri through the smoke. Quesarado, what are you made of? Two players stacked above one another. No rush there from MIBR. No panicked bomb plant, Launders. Just nice and easy once they found their footing on that B site.
Yeah, I love it. Just tons of pressure, slow down, wait for mistakes. Lots of time left on the clock. And we see Furia stepping up to the plate over and over again, looking for the duel. So MIBR take that clean, move on to another full kind of farm round here where Furia can't buy in with much. And they give it their best shot. I think it is some of the best time when you think a person's going to plant, not right when they're right before they do it, but right when you think they're going to. Plus, when the smokes are up, to start pushing in when you have bad guns. So a fast exec upstairs to kick things off with a fiery start. Leo's already dropped down the vents, and they haven't exploded beyond that. Instead, they're going to let him work.
It's Vinny to go down. There's extra bodies for Furia over towards ramp, so they can still keep some attention focused over on the majority of MIBR. Art's now starting to come in from behind Leo. I wonder at what point he realizes he's being pinched.
You know, it's actually Leo's job. It's not even just to find the kill. It's literally to stay alive as long as possible and not die.
Oh, and he just got out of...
He does have to keep moving. Oh my god, that's a big opening.
Done. Moves to Vinny, gets the kill. There's a player up above him, and he'll body bag the second too. Yuri, a little bit of trigger discipline does him well. And then Art's Deagle has a chance to shine, but still he dies as TRK takes 2.
The timing's just right. You know, one difference I'd say is when we saw MIBR play yesterday, there was so much energy that was amazing to watch. And even when my favorite part actually was when they lost 16-4. But the reason was because even when they lost, you saw it in KNG's eyes, he cared so much. It wasn't a deflated loss where he could see it coming from, you know, a bad start to the half or a really lopsided scoreline to begin with. Instead, every step of the way, he believed they could pull it back, and he really wanted it. And he took it completely on the chin when they actually lost the game. That's what I love to see.
Yeah,
because if they start going down, I'm not going to believe that they'll ever deflate.
Yep.
And Furia, they're missing Yuri.
Yes,
you know?
they are.
In terms of anything, at very least, he's going to be a huge emotional leader, but it's already up fast upstairs. Rush and Art is trying to lay down the damage.
Lucas trades him, KNG toppled, TRK trades that. Now it's K Serato, TRK again. My god, that kill feed. Just an exchange of frags, but Henny dropping the shot to Leo pushes the pressure onto Vinny. He scopes in, can't quite get the bomb carrier. MIBR with 4.
You can see TRK stands up in real life, right? He starts walking around. Who's the boss? That he goes around this whole kind of LAN area they got set up. Everybody's excited. Handshakes all around. A nice opening rifle round to establish, and it's off a fast one. Nothing feels better than that. Kogu behind them talking about how Leo does a lot of the idea making and implementing his own ideas. And we saw him take tons of liberties in their match yesterday. Kogu can come in and offer up some experience, but as a player who's not been relevant at the top level for a long time, there's only so much he wants to do when you have a talent pool like this.
My god. Give the man a chance. AK connects to the head of the player back in garage. 1 M4 for Art.
What I do think is really interesting is that coaches can find a place to be relevant without having to contribute to tactics. Emotional leaders are worth their weight in gold. And a team like MIBR, KNG, you know, he's gone to Fallen school at this point.
Yeah.
Everything that Fallen has played, he's learned from him. He could take that and use whatever he wants. He could potentially become a better version of that leader.
You know, it's not the first time we've seen KNG kind of have his own roster. INTZ was really one of those projects back in 2019 where we saw some glimmers of hope with him, but yep, didn't quite come into total fruition. And this round will. 5 in a row for MIBR. And point being with that is, yes, KNG getting picked up by MIBR was this awesome story because then he was given a chance to slot in with Fallen and co. But in doing so, you know he had to give the respect to his superior. He had to allow Fallen to continue with his calls. And I think that maybe takes a bit away from what KNG can offer in terms of what you're talking about with emotional support.
Oh, I mean,
the fieriness that he now has brought back to the helm of this team. I'm really excited to see what you know happens here, because at least what we have today and what we have as of this week is a fresh face made in Brazil.
Yeah, and you could see it on MIBR. He wasn't opping on all the maps. He had to take a back seat to Fallen, and it might have been, it's not to say that Fallen, you know, said, hey, drop me this op every round. It's not his personality to do that. In fact, I'm sure it was kind of like, hey, you're really good at opping, you know, you're the king of train, Fallen. Here, have the op on CD side train. I'm not going to op all the time. But when KNG did pick up the op, he was one of the most consistent output in terms of fragging for the whole team. We saw what he could do in his major run, right? It was incredible. He looked like the best player in Brazil at the time. So we know what KNG is capable of, and some similarities we saw with Faze happen when Nico moved from the team. Yes, Nico looks like amazing on G2, but the rest of Faze have also kind of stepped up to the plate to look better despite losing Nico, taking on some more high frag positions and just really delivering. So that's what's truly exciting about watching MIBR and some of these new lineups in this group.
Oh, Furia buyback here into the round. Their 6th attempt to putting one on the board. So far, empty-handed. Op on Henny. Low utility, but still at least enough tools to work with here. We will be boiled down from the minute 20 mark. A little bit of a ruckus being thrown out on ramp, but a very patient pose from MIBR.
I love the slow default. You know, we saw what they did on Vertigo to Astralis. Some of their defaults were actually incredibly meticulous for how little they have gotten to play. They had protocols for a team that looked like they at least been practicing for a month or more. So everybody has slotted in quite nicely, you can tell. And what we saw yesterday doesn't seem like it would be a fluke. And you can see they're comfortable playing this so play style. Let's keep an eye on the clock, right? We're still in a good range of time here to try to throw something outside or even turn it into an upstairs hit.
Even with Art's interview pre-match, right? He's talking about the protocols MIBR were showing versus Astralis yesterday. He doesn't write off their individual talents, but was surprised by their level of success in terms of tactics, in terms of hanging out with the big boys. 20 seconds left over. This one really going to come down to the final crunch. K-Serrato holds the line. Molotov denies further time. 4 CTs basically in position, and only KNG has found any kind of an answer. 8 seconds, bomb drop. This one just done and dusted.
That was just all about the molly inside of Mini. The last bit of utility they had when the time ticked that low, they had no time to execute before that, but you know that MIBR are right now talking about how they could have executed that better, and we know that some of these rounds are going to look like practice rounds, and they're going to come through with adjustments. We saw the same thing versus Astralis on Vertigo, where they were willing to try the exact same strategy twice, but they knew why it didn't work, and they didn't think to themselves, we're going to win this game on gimmicks. We know if we played better, we could win that same round. They tried the same thing again, slight adjustment, and had more success. So it could be a write-off here. Furia, they get 1 round out of the last 6. Now it's another full buy. They're going to try stuff out again. And MIBR going out with a slow start to this default. A bit more presence front-facing outside. The nades will slowly leave the hands of the Ts. And Furia are not doing anything all too crazy in terms of pushes. In fact, no secret control. Nobody's even spotting outside. Okay. Art now. He's the man to watch. Oh, but the molly.
Molly, yep. Lands on his face just as he was about to attempt something on secret. This, of course, will serve as a red flag. Clearly, something's going down outdoors.
Look, they're doing something similar.
Oh, but Henny, he goes for the initial peek. Now, they should still have high alert over towards secret. VSM just turns his attention away from it. That's a tough fight for both those players. Art decides to reel back, and K-Serrato kills KNG. Man advantage here for Furia. Bomb walking backwards. An additional player for MIBR in lobby, but TRK is really the playmaker here at the 30-second mark.
There's no one to watch this. It's a big distraction.
Just Yuri. Just Yuri playing behind the vent. So TRK is going to make contact once his 2 other teammates are in position. They're going to try and slam into this A site and just take it as quick as they can. But up the ladder comes Art. That's a huge moment where now TRK, he has to get going. They know exactly what's coming their way. And, well, he challenges Vent, takes the kill. Another player on the bomb site, 7 seconds left. K-Serrato gets the kill. It's into the clutch. Vinny walks out, and that's all she wrote. Furia with a second.
Oh, beautiful trades. Yeah, they made that as hard as possible. Nicely timed flank. I think they served everybody who died so that TRK could run, right? Coming up through Heaven, he came through completely unnoticed. No info outside. No one was spotting Heaven from the beginning of the round. And sometimes those deaths are important. Now, maybe they just took too many casualties, and Furia were able to trade out efficiently despite that, especially K-Serrato. He was very lucky to get that second kill, but of course, you know, he's a star player. He's going to get multi-frags in those positions sometimes. So overall, nicely called round there from MIBR. They didn't necessarily take too long, just too many casualties along the way.
2 rounds, though, that were definitely slowed down to the 20-second mark. You know, they had more time in that 7th than they gave themselves in the 6th. But I'll be curious to see if we slip back into that faster tempo that began this T side. They will get themselves into garage, unoccupied by Furia. It's Henny back on Hell. A run boost over the doorway means they could get a player into position, but what a shot from Henny. And now there's two other Ts getting closer, encroaching forward. Cerrado wanting to throw a wrench in the works here.
Man, look at this game plan. There's no CTs in heaven still. Even if they know that they could be coming into heaven, it's a huge threat for them to leave somebody up here. Vinny is down below in Turnpike.
Yeah.
But he doesn't have all the information they need. They can just hop right over him. They don't have to come up this ladder.
And the player A floor is watching straight up. VSM. Oh, wow.
Dude, he was not even prepared for that.
And then the pistol versus Art.
Oh, and he lets it go. That's another one. You know what I'm saying? Look, now they're wrapping down into lower.
But Henny comes back from lobby. Then they get the kill on the B site. Art completely exposed in the open. There is still a pistol player in play. But TRK catching Cerrado as he emerges from the vents. Dude, what a wraparound. Unpack that one.
That was beautiful. First of all, like VSM coming through, he wins his duel, and I mean, he's not exactly prepared for it, but the dude is laser sharp. I mean, he really does look like the truth. Even when he's not shooting, from the way he moves, you can tell he's keeping such an accurate inventory of all the events that are happening before him, right? He's taking very little risks in some sense. I really love watching VSM play so far. This is just extremely clean. Vinny should have had him dead to rights, even coming out for the right side peek. But when they got downstairs and Art let Lucas slip by, that's when things became haywire for him, because now he's last spotted. Yep. Even if Lucas doesn't kill him, that's info for VSM to come down the ramp. And it feels like Art is not as confident right now. He's taking shots, missing a first few bullets, crouching and running away. We see Art chase down kills in ways that you wouldn't teach somebody who's new to Counter-Strike how to play, right? You wouldn't say, do that. The way that Art plays, it's actually antithetical to what you should do in CS sometimes, but that's what makes him special. And that's the only way he gets away with being out there, to being out in those very dangerous positions all by himself. And if he's not willing to commit to that style, things are going to get even worse.
Art's the type of character who has read every single Counter-Strike book that ever exists and now wants to write his own stories.
If the facts don't fit your theories, change the facts. That's Art.
At least that's what Art intends to be. It's been a little bit more difficult in his first two European matchups. I'd say even yesterday we kind of got that same type of tempered... Whoop, wait, bully. Who's that creepy guy looking around the corner? Keep your eye on that. Creepy crawlers. We've had some crawling going on from MIBR in these mid-round moments. 4 players in the lobby, lightning fast. Perhaps a smash onto the A site, or no, tempered aggression yet again. Lesser weapons for the side of Furia. Vinny on the noob tube. Non-existent utility for Cerrado and Art. So these rifles are going to have to hit their shot. Maybe Henny can deliver something special on the op.
I mean, VSM has a stone's gaze on this outside cross. He literally is here to cut this off and do nothing else. They're working inside this round. He'll now start to fall back. He misses Art on a couple of these different peaks, but he's made some noise. It hasn't drawn Art out just yet, but they're getting to now a time where they might want to try to commit. So here's an opening. Let's see if Art can actually suss this out. However, Cerrado answers first.
Oh, nice.
Oh my god.
Cerrado just ducking back into hell, going for the third kill. That one's caught by KNG. Molly on the hut, bomb on the ground. 40 seconds on the clock, and many CTs behind this actual A site. Now, there is also the wraparound from Art. That could serve as a problem. The best bet here from MIBR is get down vent. The longer they wait, the closer Art gets. But they've just fallen completely silent, and you can look at him trying to find answers. Now, he knows KNG's close. That's an easy pickup. Oh, and the second. Art gets into the mix, and it works out wonderfully for Furia. A third round for them.
I think you nailed it on the head, right? They had another player that they could have met up with if they had gone for the vent dive, and that's a situation I think that would be very normal to do. One thing is they didn't know where Art was, and since they didn't know that, they could think he's a lower rotate, maybe sitting in the vent waiting to come up to hit them upstairs, and if he's living in their head, they're not going to be willing to go down the vent in that situation. What they didn't know was that Art found that correct timing to go for a big flank.
Perfect.
He always will be able to find that at some point or another.
And this.
Yesterday, he was getting caught out a lot because Nico is he's hyper aware when he's playing outside. He's really great at catching lurks, even if that lurk is Art. And most of Art's impact was actually caught in showed up in more of the standard rounds. Just a great op shot or two, an opening kill. Nothing too aggressive, no giant flanks.
Now we find MIBR in an awkward economic spot, but VSM, hell of a first shot. Lucas attempts at a distance, KS Serato kills him. We were talking 3 weapons for MIBR walking into this. KNG walks into that. AK of Yuri, close squeaky door, gets back their man advantage. He's gonna go pushing through this. Oh, just on the side. I mean, his thigh sticking out clearly. TRK. Yep, there's the pickup. Back to the 2v2, and that's a weapon, Launders. Now we could see both of MIBR's players on an actual gun.
Well, Leo's outside.
Too far.
Yeah, he'll look for another one, though. There should be a Galil on the cross from...
Definitely.
Yeah,
AK,
one of these
in
dead
fact.
players. Okay, not bad. Wasteland Rebel, worth grabbing.
He's gonna have to stretch for it. He'll get his paws on it.
K Serato, he's floating. He's gonna go clear this. The shadow will be on his favor. Woo. So you think, no problem.
Yep, exactly that. Now TRK could look to trade, maybe find timing and slip through.
Well, there we go.
He's got it. He's on for the clutch down on the B site. 12 and 4, TRK. A face that we saw on MIBR before this exact lineup, but one that wasn't given as much space. He's going to be given space in this 1v2 created by the flash, but the wide peek into both the players from Furia. They go side by side, working in a line to get Furia their 4th.
Yeah, they give it their best shot. It's really been K Serato in the mid round that's bringing every single round back. So many key impact rifle kills from him on the upper site, whether it's opening up on Squeaky or in those real tough spots where his team ends up dying. Here, he even picks some long range outside, looking like Forrest with an M4. Doesn't even need the A1S for that. And yeah, upper side holds everything you need him to do. K Serato's your man this time around. So round 11, the game gets close, but it'll get even closer. And made in Brazil, they've only got the Deagles and other pistols to work with. Few smokes for this to make the eco interesting, but you'd think this should be a wash.
Art's gonna go extending around red. Connects to the head of KNG. Pistols perhaps on a push. Yuri's right above him. It's an easy second pickup, even the 3rd. Magazine goes dry, but the sidearm, not quite enough. Leo will get 1 kill. That's all MIBR find in that 11th round. So Furia really starting to stabilize. Hut has been a problem for MIBR as they tried to pressure this A site. We saw K Serato with a nice couple of kills on the squeaky side of it, and now Yuri here in the anti-eco. So
the cool part for Furia is I would be worried about trying to go back to some of the upper rushes now that K Serato has found that he's on form right now, hitting all his shots upstairs. If he's going to be trying to be the guardian of Squeaky. So, yeah, it does look like they're thinking about going back to these outside plays. So ambitious, so brave for MIBR to be throwing in some of these longer rounds that are a bit more complicated with these wraparounds. And it's kind of nuts how much they're abusing Heaven as opposed to turning it into lower hits. So maybe a change of pace. They try to go.
Perfect peek. And there's Henny with another on the cross. K Serato, 3 flash assists in that engagement. That flash was money. Vinny, however, will drop a duel to the favor of MIBR. And now K Serato may think that he actually walked back when in fact Leo had gone over. Although Leo, a little too focused on the ramp peak, or hell peak rather, drops that one. So Lucas on for the clutch. 50 seconds, no bomb. It has been spotted in the open, so it's going to be very difficult to catch. He's hoping somebody comes and flanks from silo, but that's just not meant to be. Brotherly love as Henny catches him from spawn and ties this game at 6 rounds apiece.
Yeah, that's well done. I mean, this is critical timing here with a great flash to boot. Of course, it's no coincidence that our peaks at that moment with the flash from K Serato. It's pre-planned. As soon as I get up the 18th stair, you throw this flash, blind 3 players outside, I get 2, Henny gets 1. We tie up 6-6. MIBR have a bit to talk about. They're going to go into a pause. They don't have money. Economically speaking, this has been Furia's route to tying up with the least friction. Save after save after save. The keys to victory and the path are just not clear for MIBR at this point. Because again, with Caserado powering up outside and Art being more confident now than he was at the start of the half,
yeah,
they've just got a harder game on their hands. They're going to be happy they got 6 rounds already, I'm sure. But what comes next? Because I think they've missed a little bit of the outside to ramp fakes on their rifles.
How about an A hit? Incredibly quick. P250, a little labored, but it gets there in the end. That's actually now a 4 versus 2. Oh my goodness, almost 4v1. Henny lucky to be alive. Banked nade, denies the plant. Vinny gets it back to the 2 versus 2. He's widely extended.
So wide.
That's so wild. But it's 11 HP. He dies. He drops. Gravity has to hurt.
Hold on.
And VSM.
They know that Henny was in heaven.
One shot.
So now he can clear heaven, but then he might think the rotate's coming in. We'll see. He's going to bait this out.
Nothing.
No one peeks. There's a chance that he brings this downstairs.
Oh, and Henny's going for the...
Yeah, because he knows a big flank could come around, but the gamble to lower is a little bit more unlikely, so he's not seeing anything. Mr. Robot aim over here. Beautiful angle clears. Love that with the deagle. He'll move into the lower site, and now this is a nightmare for Henny.
Yeah, Henny's going to have to drop down the vents. On 1 HP.
Just going to...
Oh! Elephant foot over here. That's everything for VSM. Or is this one of those wacky wild moments where it somehow comes back to catch
Timer
VSM
will go off in a second. Yeah, now he knows it's the rotate around the other side. So all these timings are very clear to VSM.
Yeah. And again, another audio cue. This is everything. His decision to go downstairs. I love the fact you called it quick. That's VSM with the clutch. That's MIBR with a round they have absolutely no business winning.
Yeah, it's just a flowchart victory, right? You know that once they're in heaven, they've been... It's like he didn't... Oh, and he dies. Oh, sorry, VSM dies. Excuse me. You know, that's fine for him with just the deagle. Bad. Flowchart victory. And this is the big one. Those great flashes to Caserado. Of course, Caserado is as good as you or I if he's blind. So
And
that was...
unintentional.
That was insane, yeah.
You see that moment of desperation where... Oh, guys.
I feel like he's like the dog in the room, like with where the fire's around him. Like,
Yeah,
but it's Vinny, so he can't stop smiling.
Yeah.
It's just so wholesome.
Oh, that's rough too.
Crazy to be having fun in that moment.
You saw that half second of panic sink in, and Art sinks one deep through Leo.
My goodness.
Penetrates the smoke. 5v4 picked up.
VSM has just perfect mouse control. He's always like clearing out mini. Just how little, there was just no bumping. I mean, you just had the smoothest mouse pad.
Smooth movement.
Yeah.
Vinny. M4 back in place. Op watching for this. Yoo-hoo, the shot zings by. And now it's Henny to answer. He rattles off a round, that telling him that the offer's over on Hell. Lucas finding Art on the side of a smoke. Now Yuri's close and he's tucked, and he finds the better of the timing. Nicely done by Yuri there to maintain man advantage.
He makes the emergency rotate down lower, and MIBR hear the red alarms. They think that it's something they need to do, but it could cost him. Vinny in a great spot to fight.
Excellent. Vinny, a kill and 90 damage. Woo. Bomb thrown to the dirt as Henny comes up close with that op and blows away TRK. An aggressive play, but it works. The deagle connects. It's 7 rounds apiece.
Are we going to queue up that Henny kill maybe? That was a wicked shot.
Yeah, right out decon door.
Yeah.
Looked more like a shotgun than an op.
Just really dropped the hammer on him. Here it is.
Bada boom.
Nasty. Love that.
And then this one, just because he's earned it.
Yeah.
You know?
Okay. Final round.
Fun half.
Very fun.
P90 on Art, Mac 10 on Leo. 3 deegs, tons of utility. Not necessarily has to be a fast one, but could be.
Those are great nades.
Vinny, excellent lineup, but he only manages to get himself 1 kill. KNG is going to be on flank watch. And what if he cheats out onto that A site? What could happen here? The P90, 22 bullets still in the magazine, good for the drive-by. Lucas trying to get what he can, but it's all shut down. Furia with an 8th round at the end of the CT side. 5 in a row to start for MIBR. Join us after the break.
Nice.
Cadê você, mano?
Mano, o que é isso? Que isso, cara?
Mano, mas você tá vendo os mesmos quadradinhos que eu? Mano, tá numa linha reto.
Vai pra direita pra esquerda. A terceira fileira.
Direita pra esquerda, terceira fileira. Não, Deus.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Agora uma pra esquerda. E agora vai reto. Deu nós, deu Brasil.
Ai. Pula longo. Ai, caralho. Vamos, porra. Consegui. E agora aqui? Toca a fita. Nossa, truta. Tá, pisei. Tem que apertar o botão aqui, né?
Ah, moleque! Mano, e agora, tio? 1, 2, 3 e foi. Vai. Tem que ser cena rápida, hein, mano? Não! Não. Aí, mano, concentra, carcerado, concentra. Eu vou apertar. Ó, foi. Vai, 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 vai.
Que tá aí, não, tio. Bora cair, hein?
Vai cair. Ah, moleque! Aqui. Ixi. Moleque, eu sou muito ruim de ambush, sem maldade. Vai, ó. No primeiro pulo, vai.
Ai. Vai.
Ah. Ô, sem maldade, eu tô com a visão, hein, mano. Aperta, entra num desses bagulho aqui. Tem aqui. Eita, caralho.
Aqui é caseia, se pá. É, caseia aqui, ó.
Sobe aí, sobe aí. Sobe pra nós aí, o que tá pegando.
Não tem nada aqui não. Acho que tem que passar pra cá.
Ah, moleque, tô te falando. Aí, caralho. Ah, moleque!
Aí, tô falando C. Tá. Que isso aqui?
Yeah, dude. MIBR.
Yeah.
Trailing by 1 at the start of this second half of Nuke, but still awesome first showing here.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the first 15 up and down, and well, we had tied at 6, tied at 7. What worries me, of course, is to remember that was the 5-0 start. Yes, 2 more additional T-side rounds sprinkled in, but only 1 round, the 10th, by way of defuse. Other than that, it was just Furia, wreck and face, taking kills. Yes, there was a 1v1 sprinkled in, a 2v1 as well picked up, so some clutches that could have gone the other way to make things in favor of MIBR, but maybe it's the CT side they need to claw back the scoreline.
Furia got stronger as the half went on, so we'll see if they can continue on.
Big burst out from Squeaky. They're going to head down to the B site. VSM and KNG in position. Lucas as well here to support. So they are very much ready for this hit. But where's the commit?
They're throwing their ramp nades first.
Okay.
They get their kills, they jump out.
Here's VSM, back sight.
They didn't hear KNG, I don't think.
Nope, he's still down beneath them. He's damage all over the board. Minimal HP left over on Art. He's in the 1v2 with 13 health, no bomb. He's gonna have to come at this from Decon side. Has a smoke, but he's caught hopping. Made in Brazil, tying at 8.
You know, something I feel like Brazilian CS has taught everybody, and that has really affected the meta, starting with all of Fallen's lineups, was just don't be afraid to rotate. Like, I think that's one thing they did better than everybody else, and then got them the 2 majors they did. They re-aggressed for map control, they gambled a lot, they pushed, they peeked, they got info, and they relied on info, they trust their calls, and both these teams, they play on those same merits, right? Like, in this spot, I think Furia go down lower fast. They trust that. They go through their protocol called grenades on the ramp, you know, smoke molly the right, whatever it is. I think they hold 2 smokes, 1 molly on this, on this pistol, and it's all looking good. But the entire time, MIBR, half expectant of this, have 2 dedicated lower ramp, or sorry, inside the site. and a fast rotate down the ramp. So they had more than enough ways to try to win. KNG went unnoticed for most of that round and was able to chime in at the end when they needed him the most. What are you zooming in on with your glasses, Connor?
Just taking a look at ADR there. Our programs across the room. So TRK to the top of MIBR and Art for Furia. Just keeping my fingers on the top fraggers.
Sure.
Trying to feel the pulse. As this game is yet again tied. We were tied at 6, we were tied at 7, now we're tied at 8. And that bomb's gonna try to cheat its way downstairs through vents. TRK picking up 1 through the smoke. VSM already in position. You said it, don't be afraid to rotate. Well, oh my goodness, he just walked away with what could have been a fight versus Yuri. That Tech-9 scares me, man.
It should. It's so strong.
Oh, and the Deagle gets me nervous at times too, but Henny's shot misses. Leo moving back around from Secret. There's lots of rotates going on here. You know, he said don't be afraid to rotate, but sometimes things get flustered. Bomb caught by Lucas. Thomas hot on the flank as they attempt to cross it over. Henny actually giving cover. That's Yuri with a chance. Now his hand's no longer busy. Yes, it's a 4 versus 2 that should absolutely be picked up by the CT side. 12 health for Yuri, not much to work with. And I love that KNG even roosts up and posts ready for him. So Made in Brazil leading 9-8 on their CT side.
Well, here's the thing, right? Don't be afraid to rotate. And don't be afraid to rotate back.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Yeah. Okay, that's the thing. They stay fluid the whole time, right? Like Bruce Lee said, be like water. At no point do they congeal. They wait, they commit, they overcommit. Instead, they say this is our map. We can move back and forth. We have this kind of map control. We don't have to say, all right, we heard them go lower, we'll stay lower. They come back upward just as fast as the way they went down lower. Think about it from the T's perspective. They even have longer rotations to pull off something like that than the CTs do. It really depends about what's going on in Vent, of course, in these types of situations. But alas, we move on to the next round. Art is going to be on us the single AK for the T's. It might be our small lead here.
Ooh, Art's between the smokes. Oh my god, they're just gonna walk right through it, and that's great kills from TRK. Leo with 1 added to the tally. TRK can see nothing, and now it's just the P250s to be swiftly swept away.
I love how Art comes through that smoke like his entrance to an all-star game. You know what I mean? Like he comes out with his hands out to his side, like high-fiving everybody. Yeah.
Just gets absolutely dismantled. Yeah, face plants instantly.
Right. No, it's
poor guy.
The flash was dodged, and it was just a nice setup overall just to watch things. Not let him get away with this tricky business. Tough start from Vinny. We saw the same thing yesterday where Vinny had like a really bad game and then a really good game. But opening map was rough. Initial grenades to stop any kind of early aggression here. And eyes on Art. Okay, he grabs all of the opening duels for the T side in particular. Okay. It mostly has to do with Squeaky. Leo knows that's coming. But K-Serrato somehow dies on Art's watch. And Vinny helps him out with a kill, and Art will now start to come back up. They're thinking about hitting upstairs fast.
Yeah, they're sitting in it. Art back to the vent a 3rd time. With all 3 of his teammates actually on the A site. Ooh.
Oh my god.
Good catch by VSM. Man, he's omnipresent downstairs.
Free VSM.
Yep. Frag grenade goes in. Do they commit to the retake? Hard to with the smoke in your face like this. They've still got 3 flashbangs and a Molotov. VSM with a little bit of heaven presence. T's positions, well, that's back in lobby, down beneath, and 1 tucked in behind the vents. They're gonna go for this. Time is of the essence. It's already incredibly low, but they pick up 2 kills, and they need to get that 3rd. They're trying, and Vinny dies. Now it's just about the time. They sprint over, they've got it. Or do they?
It's locked. Free VSM. That's it. You know, the reason why I picked MIBR in the predictions today is because VSM walks in every round with 3 flashbangs, 2 in his pocket, that set of teeth. He blinds them all every single round. He's got a nice rack of teeth, and my god, the aim to boot. Really sick stuff. The info on the last guy is all they need. The walking cold gate commercial. Well, they get stuffed on that. That's actually such a strong start to get the hut kill.
That's huge.
Open sight.
Yeah.
And we know that the
Poor Quesarado.
The meta shifted a little bit where if you get the heaven control and the 3v3, the retake is so viable with the paint can smoke or with the upper side smoke that Furia used that presumably MIBR know or maybe use now. Interestingly, not seeing a lot of teams throw that. What, Eerie with all the util damage? Just low util damage all the way, yeah.
Oh.
Very low.
What's up with that?
CT side should
take it up a notch?
Yeah, a little bit.
Should. Could. Buy back in from Furia. 3-round lead for the CT side. Squeaky, a consistent point of contention. Art consistently trying to challenge it.
Oh,
and
boy.
oh man, Leo, that's lady luck.
No, yeah, it is.
A little bit.
But they know he's always there.
Sure.
Yeah, that's the problem.
That didn't even look. That looked like a moving inaccuracy headshot. I would like
true.
to see that.
I
again,
didn't see it from his perspective.
Joey, chop.
Okay, cue it up. Lucas tucked in outside. Quesarado very low on HP. They were looking to do a boost. They tried this. It looked like they were going to do this 2 rounds in a row.
Okay.
But Leo got Quesarado that first time, and this time when Quesarado comes out to jump, Arc gets spammed through the squeaky.
All right, time for some outdoors play.
I think what they need to do is throw the smoke squeaky and then throw some nades in the early round. Come back to it a bit later on.
Look at Lucas.
Oh my god.
It's enough video games for the day. The kids have been sent outdoors. Get some fresh air. KNG is going to give him a face full of op if he has it his way.
Will Lucas jump up?
Oh, he saw
bad
the
smoke.
gap. Lucas then activates and swings for the fences with the double. Suddenly, Quesarado, who is waiting for his friends to show up, is left alone at the park. And it's getting dark. He's getting scared. And there's nobody coming to help him.
Call it a movie. Call it a frag movie because it's Lucasfilms all over the board. Sick stuff. Thought he was going to go for the jump up play.
12-8.
The smoke that gets dropped, it's bad.
Dud.
Quesarado sees a feat. And he doesn't need to be into him to know that's all he needs.
Yeah, KNG just I love how he just placed his cross. Like, the moment he saw that gap, he placed his crosshair in response to it.
Yeah.
And then just, you know, it's as simple as...
It wasn't like Kenny S tight, right?
Left.
It was,
Yeah.
It was KNG tight.
Gave himself a little bit of space.
Yeah.
He needs a little more width. Okay, maybe not as lucky as I thought.
Okay. But yeah, that's the problem. You know, it's like that smoke is there, but all that does is it gives him the confidence to shoot through unabashedly. Just he knows someone might be in that corner. I got nothing else to do right now. Clear my schedule. I'm spamming the squeaky vent.
A wild ride that MIBR are taking us on this evening. Now on fire with a 4-round lead and a 5-round spree. This CT side yet to falter in the face of Furia. Yet again, we'll get this wall of smoke thrown up, but it's back again. Oh! And a blinded second from KNG.
They throw the third smoke now.
Easy pickup following that one. The AK's passed to the hands of Henny. He's got a player back behind him, and he's just bested his brother to get some sort of footing towards the B site. But will they get in? There's already a response. VSM constantly on this bomb site. But the door's swinging wide. Give him the jitters. He's gonna have to hit the sitter. Boom. Just like that.
He's icy. He's ice cold, man.
And that's it.
Tough.
13th round for Made in Brazil.
You know the energy don't stop either. Rough. Some of the opening tactics here from Furia, it doesn't look right. 2 times we're seeing bad cross smokes, and I think the first cross smoke, I'm not sure if that one's being lined up. I think they might be right-clicking it. But if they right-clicked it bad twice,
shame on you.
Yeah, they're just a bit stronger than they realize. Real tough. Was it? Do you know if the interview they talked about Gary at all? Not being able to be here. No. That might be an interesting question to ask.
It could be
in the future.
I know Freya is always on point with her interviews.
Again, I linked on my Twitter like a really important, like a huge comment that this guy wrote. They just broke it down for everybody who wasn't Portuguese about everything Furia, about art, about how important Gary is, and that just opened my eyes completely. Translated all these Portuguese interviews.
You've seen...
It's on my Twitter from yesterday. I do tweet like 500 times a day, so it might be hard to find, but it's there somewhere.
Yeah, you just gotta, you know, work through the dirt.
But like
hidden treasures.
Yeah.
Nothing should be for free. You make your follows
work for it.
Okay, well, not the greatest buy. Hampered a little bit by Queserado's Deagle. Eyes on something ramp, and maybe it is time to keep it a bit more simple.
Could be, but there's also still an aspect of outer play.
Wait, where's VSM?
Smokes have not yet been perfect.
Oh, double up.
Here. Yep,
Yeah.
ready for it. Art trade frags. KNG falls back. His Tech 9 may not be enough. And instantly, Furia start moving inwards from Secret. KNG is going to forfeit the B site.
Wait, keep eyes on Art, okay? This is what they're trying to do, is actually cause a distraction for him, 100%.
Ooh, works out perfectly. They should have known Art was still near. Obviously, KNG evacuating ramp room, didn't know where Art got off to, but Leo walks right into the blind side, and we have done it. We have seen it. I mean, we've done nothing. Furia have done it.
Yeah.
They got themselves their first T round, 7 rounds deep of this second half.
So that was cool, because it starts out more standard. It's like, hey, let's just work for this trade. And VSM goes 1 for 1. Scary because it's actually a double ramp setup, so they might think the first guy they see on the ramp is VSM, but then he's back there, and he could be set up for, 2K if he's really nice. Only gets the 1. But that's when that's when the round becomes about Art, when he gets into those spots. I really don't believe that the plan out of spawn is to get him into those positions all the time. But I think when he spots that opportunity, the calling takes over completely. You'll see that the rest of the players on his team will go through with the whole fake. They'll throw a lot of grenades, they'll commit really hard on one side of the site, and they'll rest all of their interest on Art catching a rotator and then following that frag. And then that's what's really hard to kind of get in the server and play against with Furia. So there's something where Furia actually, find a way in. They found it on ramp. Could they do it again?
They're going to have to. Cutting that lead down to only 4 rounds. Double op setup. The smoke doesn't quite work. Art, he intends it to go differently. Still, he finds his exit. Can't quite catch the kill. It's 2 in for MIBR, a third as Leo connects onto Hut. Lucas comes into the mix and lends a helping hand to KNG. And Henny is all that's remaining now. At the minute 25 mark, it's a 1v4, an absolute total shutdown of that attempt of an A-site hit.
They're being too good about not losing their squeaky player in those executes. We've had Leo is doing such an incredible job of staying alive, never getting blind, never getting caught by Art coming out fast through the smoke. And here he's backside. The mini guy comes in later. I mean, it's just all about him. Damn. Yeah, I mean, the frustration is there, and you can see why. It's tough. You lose a round like that. Real confidence sucker, because they've tried the exact same play, and it's fallen flat completely. I mean, they're making the whole thing so easy. Oh my goodness.
93 damage in the molly.
Willing to risk it. Maybe that's what it'll take to fire him up.
Literally.
True.
Digitally.
Yeah.
Lucas heard that scope.
Yeah.
And I mean, Art, it should be an easy pushover. There's the flash.
Ooh.
And the headshot connects the re-peek into the Dink versus Yuri. Oh, nice nade. Half of Lucas now gone. Molotov thrown upwards. Lucas trying to get it. Queserado? Staring at his feet. And Leo takes 2 heads off. I mean, if he wasn't pumped after that last round, this has got to feel good. Him getting those 2 deny kills on the Hut. No entrance onto A yet again. Furia just hitting a brick wall in the form of MIBR.
I don't know if this is hard to watch or exciting. I mean, Furia's T-sides today and yesterday, not so great. And, I mean, we as North Americans cheering for Furia to come over here, but it's equally as exciting to talk about how good MIBR look right now.
Okay.
And the fact that they're making these rounds look so seamless is not just luck. Like, it's actually looking so easy. I'm not sure if you ask Furia right now if they feel like they're failing on their grenade protocols, if their flashes are not coming as many as they're supposed to on their upstairs hits, if they feel like they're not hitting their shots like they're supposed to, if they feel like they had a slow start and then couldn't get it together on the T side, if it's gearing not being there. But this is not Furia obviously at their peak, and it is MIBR playing really goddamn well.
Really, really well.
Really, really well, as Pip would say. So we got a tech timeout to talk things over. And I mean, MIBR don't have to do anything. They've been doing great. They can leave Lucas outside. Again, he's not been a liability by any means. He's been one of the better performers. Some of the best KD. TRK has been a star. VSM has got these critical frags. It's like shades of Nico almost, with how he's not top fragging but having unbelievable impact. And KNG's been locking it down in all these different spots as well.
Yeah.
And I was actually looking forward to MIBR's T side from what we saw yesterday.
Yeah.
You know, their CT side, I mean, they clutched it out with that crazy couple of rounds on the T side. But their CT side is a whole vibe. Again, only one round here for Furia.
Unreal. I thought the T side was where Furia were going to give us a show.
P90's
this
out.
was meant to stay as close as it had been. Again, tied at 6, 7, and 8. And then ever since then, it's MIBR just tearing them apart.
Holy shit.
Starting to get a ridiculous lead. KNG with the second op finishes what VSM started. TRK rains death from above.
Oh, they just took so
Kenny stuck in hell, dropped back by the lockers, and this is Made in Brazil, debuting their roster this week, and now holding map wins on Nuke over Astralis and Furia if Yuri goes down. Exceeding all expectations and then some. And this series will not nearly over. Hell, this round even has a little gusto still left on it. But I mean, bomb control handed over to MIBR. 1v3. Yuri's still looking to work through it. They've got 2 players stacked up. Smoke will isolate 1. Come on, Yuri, give it. Give it to him. But he peeks in and goes down. Leo closes, as he has on that A site, round after round. The energy for MIBR looks good. Furia deflating step after step. Looks like they may not be the only team going down to the showdown. One map separates Furia from elimination, and an absolute shocking result. MIBR, can they close this? Join us in a bit to find out.
Não chegou não, hein?
Nossa, central de comando.
Nossa, esse keyboard tá maluco, hein, mano? É.
Vou apertar o verde aqui. Vamos sincronizar a música, ó. Oh, agora eu vi, você ouviu?
Ah, esse é o ritmo que nós temos que chegar, tá ligado?
Chegou não, hein?
Mano, se pá essa sequência mesmo, Cacerata, aqui, do verde pro azul pro rosa.
Ai, mano. Não, mas... Porra. Travou? Ai.
Aqui. Calma, com carinho, com carinho.
Ô, mas pera aí. Eu acabei de perceber uma coisa. O cara volta aí pra cor, mano.
Ah, mano, nós trouxe a vermelha pra cá, mano. Tem que ser azul, não é?
Véi, tá quase indo.
Ok.
Que piranha arrumou pra cabeça, hein, mano.
Opa, colocamos. Tá ali dentro. Tá lá. Ó, vamos na verde aqui que tá perto, cola.
Golaço. Clear, entendeu?
Ah, agora tem mais 15 portas. Ai, tem... Mano, muda de cor, velho. Então nós tem que fazer tudo. Vai falando pra mim, Cacerato, onde que tá todas? Qual que é a sequência, entendeu?
Certo. E na moral, toca aqui, tio. Fazer. Bora. No 3, hein? No 3, o que será?
Work this time around as MIBR, they're hyped, they're ready, and they're here to make another statement when it comes to Nuke. They have a respectable first half on their T side as Furia tried to claw back as many CT rounds, but it did not matter. Once MIBR got to their CT side, they made Furia look stupid. This was not the Furia we expect to see them go up against. This was a Furia that definitely doesn't need to be able to match up against NA teams.
Yeah, and this is a little bit worrying, let's be honest. Right? MIBR, they're playing the best Counter-Strike I guess we've seen MIBR playing quite some time. Of course, it's a new lineup. It's a lineup we haven't seen before, so it's an easy statement to come off with. But all the players on the scoreboard right here showing up, having a presence and having moments in the game. You saw Leroy going absolutely crazy in the last couple of rounds, just killing everyone with the rifle. You saw KNG, again, a great performance as an in-game leader, you know, having entry frags on the T side all over the place. There were so many positives for MIBR. Hats off, you know. I think they're playing some solid Counter-Strike. We've been talking about a Maniac. It's not an upset in the way that MIBR got lucky. They're actually playing some solid Counter-Strike, and as James said, they're making Furia look a little bit silly.
And that's the surprising part of it, right? Because for the viewers at home, that was MIBR's map pick, right? They pick Nuke, they win their map pick. But the way they've done it, by completely stopping Furia on their T side, which is usually what we praise, which is usually what is so hard to control. We talk about a couple of players from MIBR. I also think that this tournament so far is a breakout moment for TRK.
Yes.
When he was in the old MIBR lineup, I had the feeling that he was doing a decent job, even though it was full chaos around him and they were not able to manage to, pull results. But individually, he was interesting. And in this lineup now, he's proving it.
And think what you like about the old MIBR, right? Fallen said that they had an eye on TRK. They certainly saw something with him in, and he's showing that, but he's now getting the space to do it. And I think a leader like KNG is something you want. He's definitely motivational with it, right? He'll lead by example, at least within the server.
Sure.
Full-on crazy mode coming out there, but he won't just take the limelight. He will allow more room for his teammates.
Yeah, and I think that's a great point to make. It seems like all the players are getting the freedom to make the plays if they feel for it. We saw Leroy yesterday against Astralis, closing out the game, going crazy. We saw TRK doing it again today. I think there's a lot of positive signs with MIBR, but if you have to take away one thing just from looking at their body language, looking from their performance on the server, it's the desire to win they play with. It's the energy they play with. It means so much to these guys, and you could see it round after round. Whereas for Furia, it seems like they are super, super frustrated. Let's be honest, they've been there before. They've been in Europe, and they have, performed well. As of right now, they're not. But MIBR, this is a breakthrough potential event for them if they continue down this path.
And one thing I want to touch on here, right? I'm talking about what KNG's able to do as in-game leader, but I wonder also how much of this is Kogu as well. We've been hearing from him in a couple of interviews now. Yes, he's a brand new coach. We can't go too deep on it, but he's definitely got the emotional side handled with these guys.
Everyone has. Everyone has. Emotionally speaking, as Jacob is talking about, you can see they live and die for Counter-Strike. Every round is important. They stand up. We see players just literally standing up from their chair as the round is over, going high-fiving teammates and all that. So that's insane. Point about Kogu as well, he doesn't have the headset on. So probably the most of his work is done for the preparation, and he's probably just, making sure they're okay as the game progresses. Don't know how much he contributes tactically if he doesn't have the headset on.
But most important for me, right, in that is maybe he knows at this point he's not quite there when it comes to CSGO. Rather than someone chiming in, giving the wrong information, this could be a positive you can see there. Because sometimes you can kind of have over-input added to your game.
Definitely. I mean, if he's not at a place where he can add value, then there's no reason to force it, right? And I think that's another great attribute to have as a coach. Know where your value is, right? If you're a great motivator, if your presence in the room makes the players, be more serious, makes them perform better, or at least give them that extra ignition, then, just be present in the room. Don't try to take over or do stuff you don't know what to do.
And this is where we might see the problem about Gary not being here.
That's what I was about to say,
You're talking about coach situation. Obviously, Kogu with the guys here in MIBR, we see them cheering. Gary is not with Furia right now. And that could be, obviously we're playing hypothesis right here, but that could be why they're struggling to find that second breath on the T side. We've seen them go against the wall again and again, just headbutting against that MIBR wall. Maybe Gary not being here, not finding the solution, not helping Art to take a step back and look at the bird's eye view on the situation, that could be a difference maker.
And someone can happily quote me if I'm wrong, but I remember with Furia, they did use a lot of timeouts, right? And Gary is that father figure in how he is within these players and what he does to them. I remember them back at the first, it was the Berlin Minor where I first spent time with these guys, and they would get very excited, very on top of it. And Gary would even call a timeout at that point and say, like, no, let's bring this back down. Let's make sure we have some common sense going on here.
Potentially a big loss for them. As Maniac said, we don't really know how the mood is within the lineup, but I would guess by now, I would expect by now that lineup would have enough experience to go an event without him,
You think so?
I would think so, yeah. I don't think that the downfall from him not being here shouldn't be as massive as it is right now. It can be a contributing factor. It can be part of the problem, but that's not the sole thing right now. We don't see them win the duels. They're always opening duels 16-9. TRK, we talked about his impact on the server. He went 6 out of 7 duels against Art, shut him down completely as a player. Art, the guy who always is finding the room, creating the room for the rest of the guys, well, he was shut down by TRK. So it's not like Furia is playing great counters right now. We just have to admit that and face that.
And I love what you're saying there about Art, because did you see how they were positioning CT side there for MIBR? They were not even allowing Art to get in positions where he could sneak. He maybe tried to sneak, and he's like, oh, well, there's 2 players right in front of me. I got to take this fight now.
It looked like they were ready for Art.
Yeah.
And if you are, at the moment, this is a complicated situation. Not only do you individually not really find a solution, not the impact you want to, but just think of it as a team perspective. Going into this event, Furia had semi-final in the Cologne event for NA. They won Pro League, first place. They won IEM New York NA, first place. Now they are 1 map away from being thrown down to the showdown without winning a single series. That is the pressure that is on Art's shoulders right now. And we can meme about the EU versus NA. Sure, I think that's a funny line, But in Furia overall, where you would rate them in the top ranking at the moment, they cannot just come here, play 2 games, and be eliminated.
They really cannot, because we put them on a pedestal above the other NA teams, and rightly so. But the crazy thing and the good thing for this Furia lineup is they're going to Inferno.
Yes,
and there's many times, I know you mentioned it, Maynard, like recently you've maybe not seen the best Inferno coming out from these guys, but I do have so many memories of Inferno, of Furia, being able to battle back. But also, we've got to look at the domestic matchup. How many times have we seen this in many other countries? When it comes to Counter-Strike, you go up against opposition from your country, and all of it goes out the window of what you had planned.
It's always a factor. It's always a factor, especially when you go into maps like Dust 2, Mirage, maybe potentially Nuke a little bit. I will say Inferno is such a clear-cut map where you need your protocols. We talked about it in the first matchup as well between G2 and Astralis, right? If you don't have the protocols, if you don't have the synergy, you don't have the crossfires, you don't have the setups, you are going to struggle on Inferno. It's simple as it is. If you don't know how to retake banana control or take banana control for that matter, you are going to struggle. So it's going to be a real test for MIBR. They were not looking good yesterday against Astralis, let's be honest. But if they were, just facing a better Astralis yesterday and they actually have been practicing Inferno and can play the map to a somewhat decent level, that would be a testament to how well MIBR is playing.
And to bounce back on that point, it was the B bomb side for MIBR that was under a lot of struggle against Astralis. The new guard, VSM and Leo together struggled to hold these B executes again and again and again from the Danish squad. KNG is playing over on the A side. He's got the impact, obviously, with the AWP. He's being very aggressive. You're going to see him pick down middle. But the new guys, the rookies on the block, they need to make a statement. They need to block Art, because we know he's going to be coming, peeking to that broken wall. He's going to be looking for the limits, looking for the line over on the B-bomb side, and I'm looking at VSM and Leo to make the difference. Otherwise, we might be looking for a third map.
And I'm really interested to see on the CT side there from MIBR how much they want to challenge and look for Art in these situations. If they're aware of what he's doing, how are they going to match it? Because you can think about how they did it here on Nuke, but I don't think they're going to get away on a map like Inferno trying to take the challenge, because there's too many longer open areas to fight from.
Yeah, and that's a good question to put out there. Are they going to challenge him, or should they just wait for him to come to them? Because he's going to be there at some point. He's going to try to force those duels. He's going to try to force himself into a position where he can have an impact on the game. Art has not been having a bad tournament per se. I think the problem for Furia right now is that the support cast around Art. He's creating the space, but the rest of the players are not dealing very well with that space. Vinny not having a great tournament. Matthew said that in the green room. We have other players not performing up to the usual standards. Henny, a player that I praise a lot, has been absolutely outstanding in NA. Nowhere to be found on the server right now. So individual as players right now, Furia will have to step up. Otherwise, they could potentially face the 2-0, and that would be a gigantic surprise.
It really would be a huge surprise here, but we've got to kick it to a break once again. We're going to Inferno. It's Furia's map pick. They're one away from elimination. Say it ain't so. We'll have to see how it goes down as soon as we're back.
descer o duto, Vina. Pode descer o duto, Vina. Nada duto, não vi nada do duto. Bota miolo também, calma. Vou olhar a cara.
Vem na minha! Vem na minha!
Linda, Léo.
Vem na minha! Vamos.
Understandable hype.
I don't want to. I don't want to.
Yeah, I don't want
to come to Brazil. I don't want to.
Because Leo's gonna smoke you every single time they tried to walk onto that A site. Leo
He was
managed to find
amazing.
impact, and you know what? I understand why MIBR are popping off. They are one map away from eliminating Furia from the Blast Fall series, sending them spiraling down into the showdown. Their Brazilian brethren, the better of the two teams everyone expected, now facing some very real turmoil.
The mood is so
difficulty.
You can see from just the color of their webcams how the mood is different in the MIBR bootcamp compared to Furia's. I mean, Furia just looks frustrated, despondent at times, and Art, I mean, he knocked over his webcam, I think a total of 3 times that game. It's time to get it together. We're on Inferno. Woo! Pistol rounds out. 4-stack MIBR. They're running down mid.
Yeah, they said, come at me, come at me. Well, you just got some. Leo still up, actually. Dual Berettas.
This way.
Oh, he is. However,
He's all on his own. One player left back is all it takes. We have Furia with an opening round.
Okay, then they go live in 3. We'll try that again. Sometimes this will happen. If only one person jumped into pit, that's when things can get tricky. But beyond that, they're just, ooh, a couple of great shots from Leo, but
some nice ones.
Yeah, they have to face all of those T's crossing wide. So nice opening round here for Fury to start things out. Galil, AK Mac 10. Still always got to be scared. CT side. They've got that scope down mid. Look at this line that he has all the way to the stairs. He's going to look for some damage, but more importantly, let him know that he has information.
Drops the smoke instantly after the shot. Henny, one of 2 AKs, moving up close. SMG and CZ on the other side. Second flashbang's fantastic from VSM. K Serato barely alive. Now he gets taken out. And it's a 3 versus 3. Mac 10's retrieved. There's an AK down there somewhere. They haven't quite gotten their paws on it.
Whoa.
An additional smoke could give them that cover, but they're so scared about getting caught by some wild spray.
It's kind of interesting. Oh my God, they're actually going for the arch aggression from K.
Wow.
Oh, sorry, from KNG, excuse me. But the CZ rotated in. Yuri whips back with the Galil, takes him out, and that's just TRK, who is alone at the bottom of Banana. Art is here, waiting for him to come down mid, but that's not going to happen. So we'll get a post-plan situation, an unwinnable one, and Made in Brazil will lose another round. Don't know if we're talking Made in Brazil or MIBR, because I'm pretty sure that they are supposed to just be made MIBR, not spelled at all Made in Brazil, if that makes sense.
Okay.
By like trademarking or something like that. This is what they intentioned.
Okay.
But I don't know. I don't know which one it is.
It's not an acronym.
But it says Made in Brazil on the server, and, you know, we don't have minds of our own, of course. We just read what's on the screen. So sometimes we see MIBR, we look up top, we look down, we see Made in Brazil.
You see, in the GOTV on the server, it also says Furia Esports.
Yes, but we know never be called Furia Esports, right? So that maybe we should just call it MIBR.
Oh my God. Maybe we should. Lawyers, contact us.
If you guys want to know why in esports in Brazil, they capitalize the S, it's because esports is just sports, I believe, normally. So they have to separate it somehow. Okay. Well, looking for the 3-0.
Should find it with ease.
You'd think.
I tend to. AK P250, USP CZ P250. 2 smokes, 3 flashes. You know, it's enough to work with. The AK goes for the peak. Can't connect instantly. And check out Furia. They're already starting to crank up the pressure here towards the B site. VSM with the P250 of all things. Oh my God, he's got a knife out! What's going on?
He got the stab in too.
K Serato bleeding from the gut. Still standing. That was horrifying. I was scared for a moment. What was that, bro?
They've got control of things. Yeah, he just used all his bullets and was like, I will die for you, VSM. I will die for you.
I absolutely respect the commitment. KNG looking for a parting gift. But it will be that 3-0, no doubt. And, ooh. Oh, the
One
2
bullet?
shots.
He got it.
Nope. And he's going to die to the bomb, though, so mission accomplished.
Okay.
Ooh.
Tough. He gives it his best go. He doesn't exactly have the legs of Tom Cruise. Doesn't make it look like Mission Impossible. Best run in Hollywood. But Henny's not got the best run in Counter-Strike. Okay. Well,
gun round
is up. So, you know, it kills me to see Furia frustrated. Just don't want to see that. Just want to see Furia playing like they should. And it feels like it's their T sides that have been mostly affected, which is, one of the most interesting T sides in CS, just period. So let's see if they can start off strong here, do something a bit different from that perspective. They've got some aggression. We know that opping on T-side Inferno has fallen off greatly, so for Art to pick it up, it's pretty interesting in and of itself. He's getting trapped inside of the fire, and actually, wow, it's a great trap. They don't have a final smoke. to extinguish that. They trap him completely, force him to fight. That was actually really tricky from MIBR. It looks simple, but that's the moment where Art feels like the nades are done. And they throw an additional Molotov and then take control of bottom banana.
Steals the op, runs back as fast as he can. Molly to the top of mid. 2 snipers in play here for MIBR. That secondary sniper on VSM stays stationary at the top of banana, enables Lucas to work over onto Arch, and justifies the 3-man lane stack. VSM having his attention kind of pulled to the left here. Ooh, he hit that.
My God, he hit that.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got the speed.
Now they go ahead and grab his gun, and they're getting ever closer. Lucas has worked over. VSM just seeing the barrel. Nice wide swing out from Vinny.
Inferno.
He gets the second. Check out the HP left over.
We haven't even got the CT side. We already got Inferno. Great double entry. Insane first shot, and the damage dealt by VSM meant, you know, Furia were scared. They're within 1 HP of dying, basically.
Oh, the nade goes like the only place where it's not going to find any impact. Still so much damage stacked up here, man. I mean, MIBR, they're going to work into this, but Yuri, instant headshot, and he's like the one player for Furia that still has legs to stand on. Oh, what a heartbreaker for MIBR.
Yeah, the op, they've got to call it. If the op makes it so it doesn't even matter how much health they have. And TRK will actually look for some exits, maybe knowing that the damage is here. One player coming up on his right, and he grabs him. Yuri's out. Not so bad. You know, not so bad, even despite losing. But this is another round for Furia, and a real big confidence round for Vinny.
Absolutely. And Vinny, you know what? Somebody who was quiet across the first series versus G2.
That was a wonderful trap. I mean, they're getting an Art's head for sure. That's just nasty.
And he was moving around already, checking out towards Coffin. Yeah. So for him to snap back on CT, excellently done.
And they were low behind him.
4-0 for Furia. Kicking off Inferno very well. Buyback up from MIBR, engulfing the tunnel in flames. Player coming down from Furia in Boiler. Gotta be cautious of that. He's actually now doubled back. It's Yuri, but KNG bests Art. A frag to the base of mid. Leo commits to the wall as VSM's kind of calling them into action. They could go ahead and attempt to stampede into B. There is a second player moving over. Leo, powerful position. If he can connect the first shot, they are right on the other side. He gives chase, and he gets his kill versus Cerrado. But it's a transition from Furia over to the A site, hoping they can work this man advantage. Who's at bat? It's Lucas attempting the second. He gets the better of Henny, and Yuri, all that's left over.
Damn. How expensive is that with the 2 kills that TRK got last round? Money in the dumps. Yuri getting kills would be nice because they're MIBR are low as well. And maybe a nice shot here. No, potentially. TRK grabs it, and MIBR win that round. 4 alive. Furia are broke. They've got enough money on Vinny to buy up if they want to. And in fact, they're going to try to go for a force just because Yuri also has some cash, but not enough to drop. Okay, Vinny can at least. All right, so the buy is not perfect, but it's still there for what it's worth. Galil, 2 AKs. It's good enough. Is there a gun down for Art too? Oh no, there is. Okay. Oh, it's actually pretty good. They spend the money very efficiently, and yeah, it's not looking too bad.
Good chance at a recovery. VSM. Oh my God, the aggression and a player close, but even blind. Art's able to connect to the headshot. Are they going to try this again? Further damage being done ever so slightly. T's chuck a nade back, doesn't hit the mark. A boost is perfect, and Leo, he wants more. He's hunting these headshots, but they have to be content with their 4 versus 3. They concede the control of Banana slightly. Lucas lingers longer, and MIBR, they are shooting for this second round. If they can convert, then the CT side can get back on the board early. Can't afford to go for too much of a risk. However, giving up the top of Banana, that's going to lend itself into the execute from Furia. Check it out. Double smoke, double molly. 3v2 on the site.
They cannot afford to go down empty-handed. I love the fact that they stack above one another. Somebody here for Furia has to die. So unlikely, but oh my! Lucas just snaps it over. Leo's got another, and it could be here for Yuri. A 1 versus 4. Chops down half the players first and foremost. Smoke to ensure he could get on the site, but he doubles back, in fact. Oh, that could be huge! He just caught TRK, and now he is genuinely on for the 1 versus 4. But it's KNG, posted and patient, and he misses his first chance, but not that second. They will get doubled up on rounds.
Wow, the confidence to stick around for KNG. Such a close attempt. A drop shot from KNG as well to give Yuri that one opening. Wicked shot to the bottom of Banana. You better believe if he dropped this one, CT would have got to cover, reset of the round. KNG moves into a prime position. You see the shoulder bait was very, very nice from Yuri. Nice attempt, man. And oh, dude, I mean, the frustration from Art is just unbelievable right now. I mean, across these 2 maps, we're talking 4 webcam drops, okay? I don't know who's picking that up, but someone's got to.
They come back in with another buy. Serato just desperately hanging on inside of that smoke. All the grenades actually go past, so they could catch them here with aggression. Serato catching Leo with his back turn, and he attempts a second off the pistol. That one, not so good. Vinny, in the meantime, opens up on Arch, and he now has an AWP of all things. It's VSM ready, but Vinny, too quick. And just like that, it's lickety-split. They've taken over A-site.
Hey, taking control of things. But man, Art's gotta get these emotions
in check,
man. In check, man. Yeah, I look at him as just like, you know, sometimes I see him tweeting out like, you know, to play chess and play chess against people on Twitter. And I've watched some of his games. Pretty good.
Okay.
It's not, you know, he's not a chess master or anything like that, but he's pretty damn good. And I just hear his interviews, and you watch him play, and you see the philosophy that he's bringing to the game. So much bravery, so much leadership, you know, so much honor, so much innovation.
Class.
Right? He got to the fork of the road and went straight. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, there are so many ways to play this game, but Art found a brand new one. And I think in Brazil, a lot of players come up playing like Art. A lot of people talk about him as the ultimate Brazilian pucker, but nobody lives the dream to the point that they win tournaments playing that style, and Art has. And you know, to see someone like that in pain just pains me, right? Because it's like Fallen, right? Does so much for Brazil, so much impact, so much influence on the meta for so many teams in so many regions. I feel like I see a little bit of Furia and Heroic these days. You know what I'm saying? I'm sure that there are a lot of people watching and learning about how they play. And yeah, you just don't want to see that. No, good to see Vinny, you know, coming through with that great couple of rounds, the double entry round, that off round.
Oh, it's again, Mohan, it's the same more. More of the same.
Yeah.
Oh, but Leo just gets wrecked through the edge of the smoke. Good job by Art there, taking a beating and a bruising by those utilities, and yet still walks away with the opening kill. And you know, you talk about the frustrations we're seeing from Art. Genuinely cannot remember when I have ever seen him like this.
Not like this, yeah. I'm sure this is killing Gary to watch, to be honest.
Brother, no. But obviously not too far gone. KNG bested by Yuri. Henny with another pickup. So we could be seeing Furia get right back into total control of this T side. I can get the frustrations when you're being robbed of your kills, when things aren't working out the way you'd hope for. But if you're sitting pretty on a 6-2 T side, money in the bank, let's take a deep breath and remember where we're at. Yes, you're down a map. Yes, you don't want to lose out to the lesser proven, newer Brazilian roster, but they are playing well, and now so is Furia. That's going to be, of course, their second in a row, from 4-0 to 4-2 to 6-2.
These are rounds also where MIBR have these overstacks at the top of Banana, 3 players up to them. And they're able to get all of them in these situations. So kind of an imperfect attack from Furia to go into these stacks, but still, for them to come up with the trades is huge for their confidence. And now we're back on pistols for MIBR. We'll see what they try to come up with. They're split up 2-3. No specific goal here, it looks like, on this round. No No tactics available. This re-aggression onto Banana with the Deagle. Flashes one, separates the fight, but doesn't net him much. And at this point, they're down to the single smoke on TRK. For Furia, they could go back to what worked in the past, but I really have a hard time figuring out what Art will call sometimes. Like in terms of the site he wants to go to, one of the toughest to read, to be honest. So we'll see where he wants to go with it. We've seen a lot of Banana to B hits. I'm a firm believer that on the inti ecos, even if they know you're there, 5-stack, whatever, with if you've got a full exec in your hands and they're all camping in corners, first, second oranges, that's one molly. New box, that's one molly. Emo, that's one molly. Like, you should be able to trade out effectively. It's these close angles that are the scariest. Top oranges, stack and CD spawn.
Lucas is going to be up close and personal. Better swing it wide. Ooh. Deagle drops the shot. Yuri in position. Good little pre-fire. Loses 60 HP, but Henny with another. And Furia, they're going to move this bomb into the B site where KNG still stands. If they think he's alone, then suddenly they could be walking into a world of hurt. That's the bomb carrier dropped. Another kill from KNG. And suddenly, this 2v2,
no time.
There's just no time. Oh my God.
I don't even know how that transpired. I was so fixated on this.
On the arch play?
Yeah. I really felt like there was more time, but
what?
They actually just kind of ran dry. Damn. You know, we started out this round, and I talked about how MIBR weren't even doing anything that special. 2-3 setup, player and arch camping out. When do you see the clock run out for Furia?
Never.
Never.
This is not a Furia you see often.
It never happens. It's just not something that ever happens.
Art's off-centered. Furia losing to time.
To time. On an anti-eco. And not even one where early kills happened and they pushed everything. Literally one where MIBR couldn't have had a less inspired setup.
That just makes me uncomfortable.
Scary signs. But listen, it's all about mental resets. We saw, back at the Dream Hacks in their early days, they would go and meditate 10 minutes before the match.
Yeah.
We'll see. Anyways, they come through with a hot push.
What is this?
And it's just CT's dying. Getting absolutely mowed down. That's the 2 opening kills they need. They're doing a good job now of winning Banana with this smoke. I mean, MIBR taking a huge risk by pushing through that half-wall smoke. It's not one you'd normally want to.
We've seen them with some excellent flashbangs, but not that round, not at all. T is not nearly touched, but I mean, 4 of them all stacked up here. TRK is going to have to just knock this one out of the park if they even commit beyond him. I mean, A site completely clear for the taking. You can see Furia starting to go feel it out. Leave Vinny here ahead of bomb. Move into the A site and call it when it's clear. 50 seconds, no stress.
They'll get the info they need. They're going to try to wrap.
There's the first peek. TRK will take one with him. Bomb still tucked in the corner. Henny
killed his teammate.
Maybe he lagged out again and needed the bomb. That's the only thing that explains it.
Oh, I see.
Case Serrato also lagged out on Nuke. We saw him staring at his feet.
Oh, that's tough. Oh, my God.
There he goes.
That's so unfortunate. Well, they'll get the bomb down to plant on A, but he's having troubles. I don't know if they're all in Serbia for the boot camp. I know that MIBR are, but I'm not sure if they are as well. But yeah, that's not. That doesn't help.
That's one of those moments that for a second, like
tough.
Your heart just stops.
You're just like
what?
They hate each other now? Damn.
All right. Well, listen. Of all the times for that to have happened, at least it doesn't affect the outcome of the round.
Right, they still win. It's yeah, a little bit awkward for the money.
But
that's it.
7-3, you shrug it off. You got to. Mental state's already
where Gary would be lugging a PC in from the shop right now for them. Damn.
Booting up a new hard drive.
Yeah.
Here it is. Art
blind on the first one. Second player comes through.
It's very brave for them to be trying this. I really do appreciate that they're just not scared of Furia at all. Yeah, it's tilting. It's tilting. It is. It does have a huge. It has a huge effect.
Brutal.
Excellent shot by Henny.
Yeah, one tap. Nice. Furia are most certainly going through a mental test with this series. There's a lot of pressure considering that they are expected to be the victors within Brazil. Obviously, technical issues certainly don't help. Art's individual struggles have to, in some way, affect the mood. You know, they're all sharing a room. It's not as though he's silent on TeamSpeak, raging to himself. You see it. It's around you. You know?
Mm-hmm.
Somebody has to absorb that negative energy.
And okay. The music's playing games with me. I wasn't sure if we were going to get started. Okay, so they're just going to see if anything happens before they start the next round, just to be safe. Hopefully everything's good. Uninstall the bloatware.
Get it out.
Get it out. Poor Vinny. Always just wants to be happy.
You know, we were talking about gamer
sleeves
the other day.
I want one.
Mm-hmm. And I would say, you know, Vinny, one of the early adopters.
A trailblazer.
And also he went with the double gamer sleeve plus turtleneck once upon a time.
Yes.
Yes, that was a very Vinny look.
He's covering up all limbs and neck included.
Yeah, staying as warm as can be.
Mm-hmm. Cozy Vinny. Wide people, blanket energy.
Keep it up. Furia, 4-round lead. Excellent T-side, despite some very real struggles. Oh my god, that utility damage is massive. Yuri swinging out into Lucas. Easy first pickup for him. Frag grenade nearly picks up the double kill, but Leo will still connect before they can fade away. Closer towards A, they will go. They were met by utility resistance and also that pickup on mid, but KNG just slams it home. And now the A-Stite still in question. TRK up in position. Leo, if he denies Vinny, that would be huge, but he's caught jumping. And so there is no rotate to save TRK. He has everything to do on his own. Whether or not they come to him.
TR3K, King of Pit, TRK, best in Pit, no.
Vinny's got it nailed to the wall. Vinny now 8-4, his third frag here in the 11th round. Cerato's still not yet able to figure out those tech issues, so we are set for another pause.
VSM, play this one slowly for him. It's interesting that he's... Oh, okay. He's getting close to the off. I see. I was like, is he actually?
He's going to get caught.
Oh, man. He's flanked.
Done.
Yeah.
And dusted.
Well.
5-round lead for Furia. Back to the tunes.
I don't know if he's frozen right now, but reading body language. I mean, he's in the server.
Yeah, just got back in.
Yeah, tough. Well, at least he's got teammates like Yuri and Vinny, who have been stepping up to the challenge.
Mm-hmm. Hell, even Cerato's 9-7. You know, like he's dropped out of the server 4 times.
Right.
And still has.
He's almost got a 1.0 KPR.
Second highest amount of kills. It's crazy. You know, when you see issues like this and the team's trailing by 5 rounds, that's when you kind of really feel bad for them.
Yeah.
I still don't wish this upon any team, but hell, at least you're winning.
Yeah, winning. Yeah. By a margin. Headphones are on.
Gamer hours begin.
We're in action. Pause, champ. Oh.
Hey, Art.
I don't know what he's doing to... Look, if this isn't clipped onto the monitor at all.
I really need that to focus. Thank you.
All right. Because he's slamming the desk so hard, it's flying off. but he's doing it a lot. I mean, I think when all is said and done, maybe it could be GIF potential, and he could laugh about it, because I'd really like that GIF.
One of them was very comical. It like shook for a good 5 seconds before finally falling off.
Right.
You know, like the rest of us, just trying to hang on.
Yeah. Wow, so relatable.
We're in this together.
Okay. Another uninspired Deagle Eco from MIBR split into a 2-3. Couple of grenades to work with, but no specific plan. Let's see if the time runs out. Did the time run out because K-Serrato? I don't think so. Not on that one.
So either.
No. I'm not sure that had anything to do with it. We'll see.
No, they just walked into the B site and got crossfired.
Right. I love that MIBR have been just fighting for mana control every single round. They've just been fighting it, like winning the round or losing the round in the first 20 seconds. I love that. Not even being sarcastic. I think I understand where they're coming from. They don't want to give up too much control.
Ooh, they've got something going on this one. Look at this. Lucas rotates over. You got VSM close smoke, and K-Serrato just got caught on timing. Had a nade out. Now they could still eject back to the A site, in which case they're going to run into TRK. Vinny peeling him off of the B bomb site. B site actually clear for the taking, but oh, he almost stopped the bomb. He 1-Deeg's Art instead. Could have been way worse had that been K-Serrato's head. And the bomb will be inevitably planted. Little damage exchange here through smoke. A 9th round for Furia, tripling the round count of MIBR.
Yeah, just committing on through. And that's a cracked open B site, like a can of tuna. You ever do tuna, mustard, mayonnaise, jalapenos?
Absolutely not.
On flatbread?
No.
Where do you stop?
Tuna.
Oh. How do you feel about mustard?
Yes.
How do you feel about mayonnaise?
Yes.
How much butter is in peanut butter?
At least a little, right?
So Connor got vegan peanut butter.
No, DJ bought me. I was looking for peanut butter in Denmark.
We went to the corner store.
Okay.
Got some, I think I got like a bunch of chocolate milk, and other people bought a bunch of other things that we needed for the apartment.
Yep.
DJ walked out with a pack of batteries and a jar of vegan peanut butter.
Yes. Organic
and we were like,
vegan peanut butter.
What's that? He's like, I gotta charge my thing or whatever. I was like, okay. And we came back inside and we were discussing this, like, what's vegan peanut butter? And then Connor was like, the butter. And man, he really knows how to make a room laugh, let me tell you.
Yeah. You know, I knew peanuts crushed up would be creamy, but like the extra creamy Kraft,
yeah,
there's got to be something in there.
But to be fair, they were trying to trick, you know, vegan peanut butter. It's a real scam. You know, it doesn't need to be called vegan.
And organic.
Yeah, organic.
Spoiler alert.
Don't spend the extra money. Sometimes.
Tastes awful.
The vegan peanut butter?
Yeah, it's really bad.
Listen, no free brand deals, but there's of course a brand that we know and love back in North America.
That is true.
And you can get it in the crunchy or creamier variety. And it can really make or break your day. And of course, when you travel, you got to find new brands that you love. We don't know what the most loved peanut butter brand is in Denmark. So might take some sifting through to find
I was asking
the
Pimp
brand that's right for us. What's that?
I said Pimp.
Okay.
I've been looking for some peanut butter, man. You know, peanut butter toast, peanut butter in your smoothies. Like, peanut butter is a staple. A guy like me trying to put on some pounds, you know, it's easy to just shove some peanut butter into whatever it is you need. And
you.
Yeah, me. And yeah, he said, Conda, we don't eat that here.
That's what he sounded like.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's actually pretty good.
And he looked at me like I was.
Could you say that again? What was that?
He said, we don't have any peanut butter.
That's good. That's Pimp, yeah?
Yeah.
Sounds exactly like Pimp.
This
That's
is
so
Mathieu.
weird.
This is Maniac.
Right.
This is Maniac when he predicts for Vitality to win the games.
Yes.
And then you got James Banks, bro.
Yeah. You came in here, said you're a genius because you picked Astralis for the first game.
Mm-hmm.
And you picked Made in Brazil.
Yes.
Who are currently losing to a team that keep dropping out of the server, so maybe not. I don't know.
I was feeling like a genius after Nuke.
Yeah, Nuke was
Not gonna lie.
That was steep.
Not gonna lie. Was the only person on the talent lineup to go for the Astralis MIBR doozy. Took a bit of a risk today. You know, there's only today and tomorrow left in the prediction game for the Blast Fall series. And coming into the day, I believe there was like a 4 or 5-way tie at 8 points.
Yeah.
Biggest prop has to go to Freya because she was absolutely dead last at the start, and now she has gotten all the way back.
Right.
Flawless Group 2, I believe.
Okay.
But the Astralis pick puts me, Semler, and Freya tied at 9.
Right.
If MIBR win this, I take double digits first.
Okay.
If Furia can reverse sweep the series,
it's possible
that it's Freya and Semler on for the crown tomorrow.
Don't hold your breath. We don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah. Could be a good one. Should be a good one. Damn, this group, has it ever delivered? You know, it's wild. You go back to the Blast Spring series where we had Complexity in the quote-unquote group of death. You know, they were alongside NAVI, Astralis, and Vitality. And, you know, there's that famous Thorin quote where it's like, this group has all the best teams in the world and Complexity. And that was so fair at the time. And then Complexity comes out of nowhere, blows everybody out of the water, shocks the Counter-Strike world. Fast forward to October 2020. We finally get a little action back in Counter-Strike. Blast Fall series, this is the group of death instead. Again, we have a total underdog meant to be written off every single day of the week. And here we are, Made in Brazil, with a map win over Astralis and Furia.
It'll take some eyes adjusting. Now, luckily for MIBR, they haven't really won any trophies under this banner. So when you look at their HLTV page, it's kind of a fresh start.
Yes.
New roster. And you just get used to the fact, you know, it's been a while. The closest they really got was with Stewie and Tarek. Deny it if you'd like, but that was the best version of the roster. And they were within one round of winning a couple of trophies, actually. Kind of sad to see that dissolve. Maybe it was for the best. But now, I mean, it's not an amalgamation of bits and pieces and good things that worked with a little bit of bad that we know was there that you have to get used to and sure they'll find consistency. No, it's brand new. Everything is brand new. It's brand spanking new. I'm slapping the rooftop of this Made in Brazil car and saying, don't think about old MIBR anymore. This is just something of its own. So it's taken we have to get used to it, but I'm liking what we're getting used to.
As do I. I think Counter-Strike's just kind of hitting a phase where there's a lot of teams going through.
Everything is going really well right now. I love that in Counter-Strike, all of the dream and nightmare and crazy roster moves, every single rumor almost comes true. And when you hear about things like, even like players who have almost gone to Cloud9, Simple almost came to NA at one point. I mean, some crazy stuff has almost happened, but then still, almost every other roster move has delivered. The Kovac brothers have found each other on G2. Faze have now opened up to a point. They actually have started to look like their own team. This MIBR roster, Furia is the most stable player. JKS to Complexity. Finally getting to see a star player on a lineup where he can potentially do even more. Everything's worked out quite well. Everything's worked out quite well. We still have yet to see Cloud9, which will be very interesting, but Counter-Strike's in a really fun spot from that perspective.
It is in a fun spot.
Vitality with showing us how to do a six-man roster properly.
Yep.
Properly.
History being made.
Yeah, not like with Astralis where they had players that come in as a sub and we don't exactly know what their real intentions are with that. With Vitality, they show us specialize on maps, introduce them on 2 of whatever maps, maybe add more maps in, but they showed us consistent, reliable way that doesn't feel like there's emotional decision-making behind it, right? Just like you play on this one map, as a way for other teams to frame how they could bring in new players. They've been a trailblazer in that regard. Vitality were the ones.
Yes.
Which is sick. So much cool stuff, man.
The fact that they came into their group here at Blast Fall Series with no real need to prove this new experiment. You know, they had already qualified for the Global Finals. They had already qualified for Fall Finals, having opened up the group so well.
And then we just saw them continuously test it. You know, it's not like Navera played one map across the 3 days and whatever not. By the time we got to the 3rd day, when they were making a run at the winner's victory, we saw 2 roster changes within the series.
Yeah, Navera playing alongside Masuda.
Masuda with Navera. It was so cool to see them properly implement it. You know, they pushed the envelope, and I think it. You know, there are types of people in this world who would kind of in the back of their minds have that as a safety net. We're just trying something so incredibly different that who cares if it falters?
Yeah.
Who cares if it fails? But they didn't fail at all, and you saw it, man. They were hyped. They were really pumped for their victory.
And you have to remember that, like, the reason it doesn't make sense to people who are looking on who have played Counter-Strike for as long as we have, it's like you could never imagine a situation where you could sub someone out and then still be the #1 team in the world. That seems like such a crazy goal, right? It's hard enough to do it with 5 kind of thing. But when you look at Navera, taking him on his specialty maps, he had the highest rating for the 2 maps that he played.
Yep.
And if you look at his stats, everything would allude to the fact that he is really great at Dust 2, for example, where he was a top fragger in the game that they won. And the only game they lost, he bottom fragged. Or sorry, the only game they lost, he top fragged.
Yep.
He didn't even play well one map, and they still won.
And then after the very obvious expertise that he implements with Dust 2, we kind of got drip-fed because his second best performing map was Inferno, and that's where we saw him in the winners BO3. So, again, that also going well. Just really, you know, it's almost like they didn't try and force him into the roster, overwhelm the kid with way too much to handle. You know, there's no stimulus overload for Navera. He walks in with a very clear path to success, a very clear road to victory, and he kept the lineup, all 5, all 6 in fact.
Yeah.
Stayed on the road, stuck between the lines.
And the return of Zipex.
Oh my God, the return of Zipex.
Like,
dude, we were in the hotel
beyond everything else.
We were that 1 versus 2 on Catwalk.
I couldn't believe it, man.
I sat there, I said, watch, Zipnix is back. Wanders looked up from his red curry. Huh? And then next thing you know, boop, boop. Double headshots.
Yeah.
So good.
It's like his aim is not... He's probably got the least impressive aim on Astralis, but when he's in 1vx situations, he suddenly has like a better aim than he's ever had. It's so cool to watch.
It's like Dragon Ball Z, you know? It's the unsuspecting characters that are constantly useless.
Gohan versus...
Frieza.
Did you just take a shot in the dark?
May have.
I see your face. You look terrified.
Damn it. Krillin versus Frieza.
Okay.
Krillin versus Cell. That's actually an underdog fight.
Okay.
Facts.
Gohan versus Cell.
Chiatsu versus the Cybermen.
Okay. Got any more? When's the last... Do you still watch... Sophie watch anime?
Sophie watches some very obscure animes that I have no clue what they're called.
Okay.
She turns anime on the TV, and I say, love you to death, babe, but I'll see you in a few hours.
I gotta go play COD.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, we get along. I like anime. Yeah, I said that.
Good for you.
In front of thousands and thousands. I've heard Chad referencing like Haikyuu and stuff like that. I'm like, oh, okay.
There has been a very...
They're getting into it.
A very good...
I don't know how long you've been into it.
From our dear Danger Zone Messiah, Rushly123456.
Okay.
And
true.
Bad Chad Brochill.
True.
That is a really great bromance.
True.
And I think that they make each other better people. And I've played games with them both. They synergize well. You know? I like to see Rushly to Chad is like you to DJ.
Okay, yeah. I mean, my favorite thing about DJ is quoting things that he says and just tweeting things that he says. He's actually like 30% of my tweets when I'm at LAN with him. My favorite one, I don't know if I said this on the broadcast. I always reference it in person every time he says something new. And I always link back to this tweet. Last Copenhagen 2018. I'm at the breakfast buffet. This is my favorite DJ quote of all time. It actually brings tears to my eyes. I'm at the breakfast buffet. I'm complaining to DJ. I'm saying, DJ, man, I wish there were more vegetables at the breakfast buffet. If I get my vegetables in the morning after a run. He said, hey, I think there's a fruit salad at the breakfast buffet. I said, DJ, there's no vegetables in a fruit salad. And he said, what do people normally call a vegetable salad?
And I bet you had that face.
It makes you go cross-eyed because you're trying to understand what that question even means, how it addresses the issue, why he thought there were vegetables in fruit salad. All of these questions.
There's so many questions.
So many questions.
DJ
so
leaves
few
you
answers.
asking questions. You know, it's the best kept secret in all of Counter-Strike that Prius, DJ, would actually be the most valuable member of broadcast talent. He's hilarious.
He's ascended.
He's the whole package.
He's
but
ascended, yeah.
He is too much of a gem that we keep him. We gotta hold him back.
Okay.
We gotta keep him behind the lines so that we can enjoy it. Because if you all knew what DJ had for you, he'd become the star of the show.
And we've seen some BTS skits.
And it would change him.
That's true. Yeah, we can't have him change.
I must protect him at all costs.
Oddly enough, he's listening into this, planning his escape. But
when you started that salad story, he was actually shaking the observer screen, obviously in protest.
Yeah.
But he's doing it again. There's nothing he can do to stop us.
Right.
One time DJ said to us, he said, guys, you know, my dad, he actually has 4 toes. And then wait, no, he has 5. And we kind of looked at him as if thinking, what is the point of this story? And you know what? He didn't have an answer. There was no explanation. DJ,
how do you accidentally think your dad doesn't have the right amount of toes and then just correct it to actually 5?
Leaves you with so many questions.
DJ's life, a giant fever dream that we're all just a part of. Maybe we're the crazy ones.
Well, I mean, I'm not doubting that. I am not doubting that. Ladies and gents, just to give you guys an update, I see 10 players back in the server. I see players buying guns. I see readies. I see have funds. Thank you so much for bearing with us and our storytelling. Yeah. 6-round lead here for Furia, the T side that delivered despite the roughest of technical issues. Let's see how strong they can close. K-Serato rejoining the server like a fully powered Goku, ready to chop down MIBR before we get into that second half. Full buy each side, double sniper setup for the defense.
Interesting. Actually fast out to halt. It's not something that we saw Furia do. It's all about Yuri this round. We can see how much space he's actually bringing up for Art, busting out to top mid. Something brand new out of this pause. Bit of a change of style here.
Oh, nice boost.
Yeah, this
is gonna get caught. What?
Whoa, hold on a second.
Wow.
Yeah, as you mentioned.
Unlucky. KNG, he had an inkling as to what was going down there, decided not to pull the trigger, and Lucas will. Finds the headshot into Yuri. TRK sprays from the corner. Lucas finding his second, but TRK not yet having a teammate to help him out. Leo in full support mode, just can't quite exit library fast enough, and he sticks around to a fight that loses his head. We have praised VSM, but he is 3-12. And while both these players incredibly low, he's going to have to swap to the sidearm to close. Or else it's double digit to the T side of Furia. K-Serato falls first.
Oh, that's actually so
VSM
sick.
back in with the op. Henny posted on the box. And VSM's just going to let this one sink in.
He knows.
Yeah, he's starting to figure it out. Clearing his corners, has to check close. The no-scope connects. For a man with 5 frags, he's got a clutch to his name and a 4th on the board for MIBR.
I love that there's no secrets with VSM. You know exactly what he's thinking. He's doing all the right moves, and it's not based on random information. You saw he's clearing out the hay card just in case Henny makes a play, but he's waiting with just enough patience, isolating the 2 fights in the most common positions, and then just winning the duels. I mean, he makes it look very easy. And this is even on such low kills. This guy is special. Free this man. Free this man. Cheating when you're young and then getting banned forever is garbage. Oh no. I think they've got... oh, VSM's got a fix, actually.
Looks like an FPS bug, so at least it's not a crash. Gaben, I know it's your birthday. I'd get you a present, but I want one first. Fix the FPS bug.
FPS bug, and Acor will release the hostages.
Yeah, they're gonna die of starvation soon.
Yeah.
Unless he feeds them.
Okay.
Quick fix.
Back in.
DJ was getting nervous.
That was a different bug, right?
Stories.
Yeah. It might have been a different bug. Okay. Which is good. Because I think one is a big PC thing.
No.
Okay. Well, that was a very, very cool round. I mean, just the 1v2 was sick, but also the opening. Okay, Art. Jesus.
Oh,
and of course, the op shot to top it off.
He survives the 2 nades.
Survives the bombing run and gets caught before he can land the plane.
Yeah, the fast hauls for Yuri. Love that.
They're just going to transition this one quick. There is still a player posted up. Lucas, he's just going to run right into Vinny. Easy kills coming into this A site. Looking like the double digits likely.
That's a nice adjustment. I like these last 2 rounds. Yuri fast hauls. Again, not something that they've been doing. They've been focusing almost every single player to banana for most of these early rounds. And this time, these last couple of rounds, they've had Yuri just go out the halls and use him as a failsafe. He's actually leading the charge on that pass round and just most recently been an exit plan for if Art doesn't get what he wants off of banana. Again, I'm really like the way that, you know, Made in Brazil are attacking banana hard on the CT side, not letting Art get space, making him frustrated.
Yeah.
Probably crashing K-Serato's PC out of frustration. But even if they lose the round, which sometimes doesn't look great, they're making sure to just not let it get to that point. Now, the rest of the protocols and stuff, I mean, that's where Furia can really shine. And it's good to see that their T side is getting on track, so we can really talk about the depth of their playbook now. But we're already wrapping up this half, finally. Into round 15, and there's that opening kill. But this is the important one.
Yeah, catching up the fallback. KNG just wasn't quite quick enough, and Yuri predicts the position from TRK. He's been there a couple times now. 15th and final round of this never-ending T side. P90 for Art, and KNG goes for the audacious peek. He's gonna even go for another, lands it. There goes the P90, KNG looking for another. 2 players down there, but he anticipates that alt peek.
Trademark it.
I'm losing my mind. And K-Serato blows the brains out of KNG. Vinny at bat, walks outwards. Nobody keeping him in here. And now suddenly Lucas, he is in a bit of a pickle. Vinny on the rafters is actually taken down. And now man advantage up for MIBR.
Interesting, they pulled guard here on the B side. K-Serato's gonna walk through a smoke. They're not so scared of this because they know there's more at stake if they don't take a risk and run into a stack. So potential here for the smoke to come out. Rotator position. CTs will have to coordinate for a retake. No impact grenades to stop the bomb from getting planted. They're not going for any tricky reverse boost. Instead, you're come flying through the smoke. He heard the reload, but there was just 2. So a really nice bait here from MIBR.
Yeah, good cover here by Leo. Final attempt in the half for K-Serato to clutch. Now would be a bad time for a PC crash. But he's fine.
Please
and
don't jinx it.
No utility to play. Tons of nades still for MIBR. Double smoke, double flash, one of which thrown out. He's going to play the skinny pillar. A couple shots whiz by, but he focused onto Leo. Jumps the gun ever so slightly, sprays for the first headshot, but that is all he'll find. Made in Brazil, adding a 5th round to the tally after a labored first 15. Of course, there's still a chance they can run back Inferno now that they're on the T side. They can set the pace after Furia set the precedent. Join us after the break.
Ladies and gentlemen, the time has come for yet another episode of the CS Money Skin Survivor. I'm joined by Nexa, and he's going to be taking us through the AK-47s. How are you today?
I'm really good today, and thank you guys for having me on the show.
With Skin Survivor, 16 skins start in our tournament bracket, and only one will walk away. Without further ado, let's start the rapid fire round.
I'm ready. The Jaguar, Redline, Empress, Neon Revolution, Neon Rider, Point Disarray, Asimov, Wasteland Rebel.
Already half of the pack cut down. We have only 8 skins left over. This round gets a little trickier though, Nexa. You're gonna have to explain some of these answers, especially if I don't agree. Round 2, the Jaguar or the Redline?
The red line, if you want to apply stickers, you can make something like really beautiful.
Empress or the Neon Revolution?
I'll keep the Empress. For me, the Neon Revolution is just too bright.
The Point Disarray or the Neon Rider?
Well, for the exact same reason, I'll go with the Point Disarray.
The Asimov or the Wasteland Rebel?
Honestly, I don't like either one of these, so I think I'll just go with the Asimov.
We are now in the semi-finals. So 4 skins left over, and only 2 walk away from this one. The Empress or the Red Line?
Well, definitely I will choose the AK Empress.
And then on the other side of the bracket, the Point Disarray or the Asimov?
Point Disarray.
Everybody's been waiting to see the Kovacs together. And now, we've got him represented in this grand finals with the Point Disarray, but on the other side is your own Empress, something close to your heart. So this is a tough one. Empress or Point Disarray?
I will pick the Empress, and the main reason for it is because I'm better than Nico, so
yeah. The Empress, top of the AK-47 skin selection, thanks to Nexa. But Nexa, there is just one last question. Please choose a number between 1 and 4.
3.
3 is revealed, and therefore the Empress now belongs to Des Kubra. Congratulations, my man, and thank you, Nexa, for joining us on the CS Money Skin Survivor, for going through the AKs alongside me.
Thank you guys for having me. It was my pleasure.
Doubling the score of Made in Brazil, we find Furia sitting on a comfortable 10 rounds after the T side of their map choice. Took us a bit of time to get there, but now we are back into the action. And is this too much of a challenge for MIBR to handle longer? What do you make of it?
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, your guess is as good as mine. I actually feel like T side will be easier than their CT side, but I don't think that, you know, Furia are going to be like sad or upset to be playing CT side at all. Good to see. We haven't even seen Inferno yet, and he was already doing so much work on the T side. And Inferno is all about his incredible CT sides. A few outstanding performances on a team full of stars, shining brighter than a supernova sometimes at the top of Banana for some reason. Vinny just has performances that no one else on the team can even come close to on CT side Inferno, just out of nowhere. On average, you know, the kind of the least well-performing player on Furia, but still a role player does his job. It's just weird that sometimes he can literally be the most mechanically gifted, smart player on this map. It's just yeah, it's a treat. I don't know if we're gonna get that Inferno today, but we're already 12-7 in the first half.
It's a decent showing. Can't be upset with that. But how much of a second half will we even get? Bombs down on T ramp, and Art is about to find it. KNG trying to keep him honest. Further damage done to the 2 players already tagged up. Art, he is a wrench in the works. There's a fight going down on mid, but they're in full damage control, trying to catch Art, trying to hunt him down. His gun goes dry, and now he's dead. A man advantage for the T-side pistol, but 35 seconds left. What do they feel here? If they head into this A site headstrong, they could very well be wrong in doing so, but Furia move their feet. They evacuate with no need.
Oh, the bomb. Ooh,
The bomb's going to be nonetheless. They could have just walked into the A site. Suddenly they're going to pause over on the CT spawn. VSM with the kill versus Henny. Yuri further back at a bit of a distance. Bomb plant now through. A wild pistol that could still easily slip either way.
Smoke for Banana.
Kit
2
on
players.
Yuri. KNG, quick execution, sees another player coming in.
Bad smoke.
Yuri's got the answer. VSM, what can he offer? Nothing further. Leo now has to clutch this 1 versus 2. Yuri with the kit, already halfway through the defuse, needs to stop it. He gets popped, and Quesarado can't quite catch him on the chase. There's barely any time. He's going to sprint back in for kit. Taps it once to cause confusion, but Leo takes the pistol.
That's just beautiful, man. He ran instantly, left no time to be chased down. I think Quesarado made the best play possible looking for that duel. Leo, he's got you covered, man. This guy is an insurance policy on MIBR. Plays such an interesting role on this team, has so many standout rounds, and this is just one more to tie it in. And Of course, it was such a great start for Serato. And also Yuri was so close to getting that bomb from crossing as well. So tough for him. The rotations made sense, but MIBR take it. And surely we'll see some more inspired rounds here from Furia on their CT side, on their save rounds. They've got more time and practice together.
That's a hell of a way to start.
That's a meaty nade.
Lucas wasting no time taking control of the apartments. Deagles come blaring through the walls. 4 members of Furia up on this A site. What's that leave for the solo hold? Vinny on the Deag with smoke. Arch would actually be the greatest way to wrap around to the B site, but Henny with the pistol. Good for 1. Bomb still back.
Oh, this push through. Oh my god. He's committing?
Oh my lord. This is a dangerous breadbasket. 2 members of Furia on the A site. Vinny's starting to wrap around in CT spawn. 50 seconds.
These rotations are a little bit worrying for Made in Brazil. The way that they're moving around the map at this moment. They have pulled out, it looks like almost safely. They almost got caught out by the lane push, but the bomb has made its way to the bottom of B. And looks like the CTs will be forced to chase them around. So it's not that the idea was bad to go B, of course. Look at it, it's open, but
still slow on B site.
Yeah.
Clearing everything, but clearly this is where they will go for their commitment. So Vinny's Desert Eagle, as he's long lost his smoke. Now the Arch player just called that the hot flank is on. KNG could clear it all. Doesn't want to lose the AK. No need to die. Oh my god. Imagine if VSM comes off that plant with only 4 seconds.
Right.
That's the only way they could have lost this, which means they won't. Made in Brazil with a 7th, now trailing by 3. But dude, that entire round just made my skin crawl.
Yeah, it's a bit
I was
scary.
I was uncomfortable watching it.
I think we talk about that feel out period again, and I think there was moments there where in that feel out they could have easily, if Furia knew what was going on or how unconfident they felt or looked, they might have been able to exploit it, but they didn't. And yeah, and ultimately in terms of picking the correct site, they've got that idea. The calls have been very strong, I'd say, for MIBR on their T sides, which has been some of the most impressive stuff because fresh IGL, of course. Again, a lot of Leo's ideas. Kogu, I think, as Matthew mentioned, doesn't even have his headset on, so he's not contributing in terms of tactics. Not sure if he's put it on for map 2 or what, but yeah, they've been doing a good job of just understanding, being pragmatic about which site they choose. How they get there, obviously, is not going to look as sick when you have a less first and experienced team, but they're getting the job done. That's all that matters. So, another save here. Serato will recycle a scout, some armor. Yuri will have armor as well. Push down mid.
Yeah, completely open for the taking.
They're not really prepared for this, are they?
No, VSM, offset crosshair. Bomb's actually on the ramp, completely cut off. If the CTs could win a couple gunfights, then suddenly this round is winnable. KNG, damage down range. Problem with Henny was that he's up in their face, but he too taken out of this one. So that scout was unable to find any frags. The pistol players tried their damnedest, but obviously from the get-go here, MIBR were favored, and therefore they'll close. Already within 2 on this T side, but of course, we have yet to see guns for Furia.
Yeah, that's the big thing. So we'll see what happens when the guns come out, but the bomb goes down, and no joke these days to have clean anti-ecos. So that's a lot of money made here for MIBR. Not too much going into just the SMGs, but it doesn't matter.
They could make a bit.
They'd rather take 5 alive.
You belie. He hears the footsteps, so Serato's definitely dead. Maybe Yuri gets away. He's still sitting in the boiler. Mac 10 player could get him, but he's got the flank on Lucas. Nice. A Galil. Ah, the wallbang headshot. This cake has been iced. How about a cherry on top? A 3rd frag, perhaps?
Yeah, I mean, they kind of want to chase, but at the same time, not really. Like, they're going to want 3 more. They have these AKs as well. Yeah, just about money right now. So, lots of money for Furia. Certainly, we see the off come out. Don't know if there's potential for 2. Henny will be the one to buy 1. Art's going up on the M4. Vinny will keep the Galil. And they'll have a little bit to spare after this round is over as well, I think. At least on Vinny. What is going to be the opening strategy for MIBR? Well, we saw actually yesterday it was so interesting that one call from Nexa where they bought 2 MAC-10s and rushed ramp versus Furia, who on a round where they had 1,500 or so to spare, they still didn't buy head armor.
And they were stuck with the triple op.
That's like a demo round. So I wonder if MIBR are going to assume that they are also not going to have much head armor. MP7.
Yes, sir. Leo, my man.
Your favorite.
My favorite. I'm telling you, this bad boy at $1,500.
Slap the roof of it. Got 267 utility damage, I believe, from Leo, but it's been kind of low for everybody else.
Up on the field in Henny. Don't forget about that. Yuri trying to get control of the apartments.
Taking a close look at that util damage, but it must be an average or something, right? Because there was lots of util damage, I feel like, in that first half. Screen's kind of far away, so I'm not sure if that's what I read. Anyways, Hall's control here for MIBR.
Yeah, they got Yuri convinced to fall back at least onto the balcony. B player is Art alone, so the closer they get to this A site, the closer they get to danger. Good chip damage off of the nade. Art may hesitate to continuously peek like this.
Close. He could die even jump peeking.
Yeah, got to be cautious, and he falls back just at the right time.
This is so much info.
Does he fall back? He's still here.
They might think that there's only one on B still, so this could be a good opportunity, but they don't want to get too loose where the bomb is still left back on A site.
Art, not even with a gun out.
Oh my god.
He had his smoke primed. Now KNG, he's going to create all this space, not shot in the back, predicts Vinny's peek, and blows his head clean off. That's 100% going to magnetize bomb, and Made in Brazil will win the very first gun round of this second half. Furia will be lucky if they even get to save.
Okay, I love not using grenades to get banana control because you can, even though you could get opt, if you don't think you'll get opt and you're willing to take that risk, there is no way that a CT can make a competent rotation, like a reasonable guess as to where to go. And if you know a team is going to go into that 4-1, the worst thing you want to do is like fake or window flash from spawn, send like 3 up banana, and then let everybody know that you're going to take banana control. So a really big risk there actually for KNG, but he plays it all the way into the end to perfection. That was exactly what the read is on the setup. Totally punishes Art for trying to put that smoke down. And the first oranges barrels are so highly spammable. Not surprised he died on that first peak. And it looks like they might lock down these kills as well. We'll see.
They're trying. Taking down the op would be massive, but Lucas
maybe not
softened up, and ooh, it actually comes to cost MIBR. They lose out 2.
Yeah.
Easy rebuy though. Check out KNG, 10K.
Yeah, they're at a surplus with the 3. It's just very nice for Furia. They keep 3 as well. We see they turn that into a double op setup right now.
You know, I thought to myself, like, KNG going on a bit of a tear towards the B site. I really appreciate the fact that he went hunting for an entry. You know, but finding Art with his smoke in hand, VSM supported him with the flash. He wasted no time trying to find a second player on site, but rather honed in on Vinny.
He knew as soon as Art was there by himself. Yeah.
It all went well. Big fight down banana. Vinny gets denied. He got the dink versus VSM, who's now ahead of the grenade, and he anticipates Art's peak. That has to be frustration. Art thinking he could close out, but Quesarado will have the back turned of Leo.
Leo?
Oh no!
Oh my god.
He drops the shot. Leo's gonna come back, and that is a crucial kill to lose. This round unraveled. And yet there is still a chance, or at least there was. Henny tries to toy with the CT smoke, and now this could be 5 alive for Made in Brazil. Could this have gone any better?
What is happening right now? Well, these rounds are insane. I don't know what, like VSM stuffs him on B. I missed that Vinny kill.
So
somewhere else.
The Vinny kill, yeah, so VSM stuck in the corner. Vinny comes running down banana. He's got VSM stuck in the corner with a smoke advantage, hits the dink, but doesn't get the kill. AK beats him. Then VSM, in order to dodge the frag grenade that was coming to trade him, moves forward. Art scopes, Cyclops vision. He's not even
right on his side,
fully exposed, man. But
and then Leo,
and then I mean that one's just
that's tough.
That's a trigger discipline.
He really just wanted to hope. He was just hoping a second player would come onto his screen, but there's no one else there, and he misses that first one. Okay, get a second look at it.
Gets that, moves inwards, knows he has to aggress.
Oh, dude.
And Art's just looking down.
This is so rough. I mean, especially. Oh, what?
And just like that, it's tied 10-10.
Man, did he start strafing before he started shooting? I don't even know. That's tough. That's tilting. That one could have brought it back.
Absolutely.
10-10.
Dude, K-Serrato doesn't want to be here.
Listen, Furia's #1 enemy is themselves right now. Double op setup again.
Both at this B site.
I can't believe it. They're doing the 2 ops on Banana again.
Molly will miss the mark, not going to fluster VSM. He does take a shot, and the grenade is perfect. Yes, he throws one back the other way, but Art, he's got himself the shot. KNG down to the dirt. That's the opening they were hoping for in the previous round. You know, you just said it. They go back for the exact same thing, and this time it works wonderfully. Yuri gonna eat nades, but Henny with the wall bang into the apartments gets smoked. Lucas could trade, but the incendiary makes things a little more difficult. 2 versus 5 here. MIBR, little to lose. Easy rebuy, so there is crucial impact to be found here with frags. And that frag grenade itself nearly gets the job done, but Yuri up on balcony, still ever present. And TRK outnumbered 1-5. This is absolutely a round Furia needed. In a fashion, they had to get one.
Yeah, true. Everyone, like any situation where they lose 2 or 3, even 2, yeah.
And with last round being such a blunder, I'm happy to see Furia get a chance to recover.
Yeah, real sick round here from Art, and just the nades that they use on Banana to isolate the frags. Try to put MIBR in their place a little bit. Here, you know, wall bang combined with the HE.
Ooh, high jump record.
Just beautiful.
Boom!
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that's
it was that. Oh my goodness. Okay. Well, you know, in the ridiculous fashion that MIBR won their previous rounds, they also did it getting lucky in spots, but keeping so many alive each time. They've got money left over. Going in for the op T side to KNG.
Curious to see if it pans out. Molotov at the feet. Ouch, that comes at a cost. Good damage from MIBR's grenades. K-Serrato just looking to skate by the side of smoke. Leo, he's within it. And K-Serrato just made noise on the fallback, so sure enough, the flash comes in. They chase ever so slightly.
Whoa, they've got Arch.
Fully.
Hold on a second. Does
Henny
how much
know?
does Henny know here? Yeah, he's going to clear this out and then come back, but will it be too late? They've already gone through.
Yeah, the B players have actually moved into the spawn to try and lend a helping hand.
God.
Leo, he's looking for the headshots. Awkward fight to take with that pillar. He's low. Vinny knows. There's the close, but a second player they did not expect. And Lucas 1, how about 2? Vinny and Art both drop by him. That opens the B site completely. And the bomb, even though it's back in spawn, has time to be retrieved. 11 rounds apiece, because you know Furia have to save this.
Dude, I love how they smoked Library. This is a spot where Henny, these are the protocols. Henny comes through, he wraps, he sees that he doesn't see anyone there. He knows, he's not dumb. They've gone through CT spawn. They're in this walk-up, and he knows the timings. They could potentially catch someone there. And instead of MIBR just saying, wow, we're going super incognito, solid as snake, we're in a great position, let's keep pushing it. Instead of that, they say, we know that you know we're here at this point. Let's just smoke you out and then start fighting. And it ends up being perfect. And I just, it's such a small thing, but there's a temptation to assume that the other team is stupid in a position like that, not throw that smoke down, and then just like try to lurk, and then just lose. But the double up in CT spawn, the push through with the smoke, just perfection. Kind of a brave play in some perspective, in my opinion. So Furia 3 on site, they save, no hope as you pointed out, and another tie situation. Like, the call is great, right? They find Arch wide open.
Yep. And the thing is too, is they thought they had regained control of this when Vinny killed Leo. Not expect, because think even back to when K-Serrato dropped the ball and he watched him go into Arch. He was completely on his own that round, Leo.
Yeah.
This time there's a second player there, and that second player literally makes the difference. as Furia had to transition into the save.
Man, MIBR, this is round 23, and everybody from MIBR has between 11 and 13 kills.
Wow.
What?
That's grit and determination. Double op situation for Furia versus KNG on 1. Deep utility down banana. Minute 25 on the clock.
What is that? Okay. Yeah, I just want to put my headset down. That was insane.
Instantly recalls the other 2 CTs, and that's a quick headshot from K. Serato. Can't quite catch a second. Art will cheat through smoke and slap down Leo for now. Bomb is near the site. Oh my god, he smoked right through it. I thought that was the flash for the peak, but now he's just gonna sit within it. VSM
They know.
Yeah, he's gone beyond. They don't know that VSM is through this. Not at all. And he has the bomb of all things. Art seems to know. Realizing there's a chance that they crossed paths. Art going for the peak, catches VSM. Now the bomb belongs to Furia. With 30 seconds left, MIBR need to find a way to get through this. Somehow, some way. But Vinny, he is so ready to slip through this smoke and shut down what's left of MIBR. Insta-kills TRK. Good heads-up play by Art to not lose track of the possibility that Bomb had crossed beyond him.
That's such an insane game of timing and, man, just, high-level 1v1 there from Art and VSM. VSM pushes through to gather the info that Art hasn't done that. And he took some risk by going through that smoke, but sometimes it's a bigger risk to just sit there and wait. And tries to take the round into his own hands, but Art, he gets the understanding that someone was on site, now there isn't, finds a great spot to put himself in, and nobody was willing to come out and trade once they saw Art smoke. That's respect.
Leaves me wondering, like, if VSM had just tucked further back into construction, would Art have just let his guard down?
His teammates on Banana, though, it's like they were just back there.
So many what-ifs, what could have been, and what could still be. Up by 1, Furia leading 12-11. Yuri opening up with the first kill of round 24. Vinny goes for the peek, gets the headshot to his name. Art's here to support if needed, and with VSM's frag right there, they may call him into action. Henny versus KNG on a mid-peak. Lucas there to trade. Can he get it? Yes. 2v3 nonetheless. MIBR perhaps to head strong at this A site. They would find Yuri on his own, committed to the corner. But they fall silent, and they split up.
Also looks very tantalizing. And Yuri and Cold, but as long as they clean out Pit, they got comfortable in this spot. Furia are hedging their bets. They're playing one, spotting Speedway, hoping to rotate B. But Yuri could easily multi-frag from this position alone.
Yeah, it's going to be awkward to clear him without going into Pit.
20-8?
Nobody, bro. Nobody out from Library. This is all on the shoulders of Yuri. He just heard the player drop Pit. They start to commit. They know, they hone in on him, and yes, there is the trade. Lucas needs to cross, and Art catches him in the process. 13th round for Furia.
All he needs to do right there. Got a bit dangerous. He went for the pre-fire, and they were shooting at him, so they're letting him know they're going to clear it, tried to pull him out in that spot, but he still gets the kill. 21-9. My God. Yuri, great game by him.
Yeah.
Pretty insane considering how many other players have died.
I thought that gap over on Arch was going to come back to cost Furia. Looked like maybe they'd get the bomb in, but, you know, Art does swing wide in time.
This is one strike. I don't even know.
That explains it.
I don't even know which twin, or it was Furia, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Henny, all right. So out of excitement, I guess. I
feel like I feel abused by Furia today, man.
You don't like my pizza?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Too good, too good.
Poker player?
Yeah, I saw that, All right, this is it. Desert Eagles up for MIBR. Remember, this was a 10-5 half for Furia in the first 15. 5 in a row from MIBR made us think it was possible. We exchanged some rounds back and forth, but Furia winning that last one, the 24th, now nets them you'd think, a follow-up round win. But Desert Eagles can be deadly. And they've got 2 CTs kind of pinned down here on the fast lane. But there's the pain train as Henny and Yuri will body bag 3.
The conductors of the pain train. Toot, toot. All right. I was almost more scared for Furia with the Deagles involved, considering, it's kind of like we don't know how deep MIBR's playbook's going to go, and then that random Deagle eco plus the save behind it, that would lead into another buy. It's always scary. But Furia get their feet on the ground. They plow through that one. No op will be in position here for KNG to buy. Don't know how much he wants it, but we saw that he was going for it. Almost all of them are on 13 kills. Teamwork makes the dream work. That's pretty insane for round 26. No one has more than 13 kills, and it's like a still competitive game.
T-side op's been forfeited over. Oh my god, Art. You are a madman.
Oh, he's going deep.
But not too deep.
Not too deep.
Comfortably. Can't quite hit that mini flick. Comes in for second servings.
What on earth?
VSM, closer of the 2, goes down. Henny on the other side of middle with a secondary frag. Now Yuri's at bat. Just sheer aggression here in round 26. They want their 15th round, and they want it here and now. But they can't afford to force the issue. 2 players from Furia back closer towards pit. They've got Arch plugged up with Henny or Quesarado in position. Vinny tasked with holding B on his own. Incendiary could certainly help, but if they take his head off clean, that's going to be the sprint. He jump spots it, and they commit regardless. And he's got them both. Nice transition into the expected peak. That right there is their 15th, and they lead by 4.
Yeah, he's got 9.5 so far. Started 12-7 coming into it. Looking pretty strong both sides. Same for Yuri. And again, just much higher kills here for Fury overall. A great shot from Art. I mean, a wicked fast flick. You don't even see the full thing. Yuri goes out for a ton. Labored straight by Leo. They're going to need more than that. Quicker shots to be able to win rounds. 1 Galil here on Leo. He's all alone. Mercenary mission. He was going into halls on their default, and it looks like that's what's called this time around, but it's just pistol support to support pistols here on Banana.
Yeah, that sounds like a rickety bridge.
Yeah. It's the blind leading the blind.
Look out for traffic. The semi-truck of Furia looks to put a quick end to this. MIBR perhaps about to get pancaked.
Well,
Yuri off the smoke.
Halls is not so bad. This is a tricky smoke. They're not making it seem like it's going to be some kind of lane split. KNG has 1 flash for the Halls pop, so oh no.
3 players here, though, 1 on Arch. This is going to be a very tough order for MIBR. So far, it's Furia across the kill feed entirely. Frag Grenade gets 1 out of the bread basket, but this is it. Furia, they close 16 rounds to 11. Damn, it took some time. But after that first 10-5, you thought they'd have it in the bag. We need to go to Vertigo. And this is where we know Furia can deliver. This is where we've seen MIBR try to challenge. So questions yet to be answered. Ladies and gentlemen, with elimination on the line, somebody taking an L after this next map.
That's not good. That was better. Okay, that was pretty good. Surprised. Not so good. Could have been better. Well, movement, that's definitely not my thing, so yeah, probably gonna die. Oof, I made it. This one, not so good. Oh, I made it. Wait, you're supposed to jump here. Okay, you are. Okay. Okay, never mind.
Furia battled back on Inferno, but it certainly wasn't easy for them. Not only a test of strength in the game, but mental strength with tech pauses coming on through. They have to be ready for it, they have to be good to go. But MIBR, they showed us a better face on Inferno, slight improvements to it. Obviously, you're comparing it going against Furia, going against Astralis, but it was scary at times here for Furia.
It got a little bit scary for the Furia fans out there, and there is a name that we need to mention, Vinny. Finally, the resurgence of Vinny. He's been very quiet in that tournament. He had an impressive performance on Inferno. On the opening department towards the B-bomb side, he was key, instrumental in some of these rounds. Overall, this is the first map that Furia won at this event, by the way.
Yeah.
So good start. We knew, we prefaced it moving on to Inferno. That would be a different Furia. That would be a Furia that looked more in shape, and that was the case.
We know about the Vinferno story over and over again. It is where he most notably shines at times.
Yeah, he was having a good game, as Matt just said. Finally showing a bit of glimpse of what he's been able to do, you know, the last couple of years there, say, right? He was one of the breakout players within the Furia lineup as well. All of them were, to be fair, but good to see him finally play well. I still think Furia makes a bit too many mistakes, right? There's a lot of times where you think to yourself, like, why would you repeat? You have the advantage there. They do, for whatever reason, don't really feel 100% comfortable in their own game plan right now. Maybe they're forcing the issues a little bit. Maybe Vinny feels that finally I'm having a great game. Now I've got to push it a little bit. And they seem, to me at least, a bit silly sometimes. So still a lot of mistakes being made, but definitely a better showcase for Furia on Inferno.
And that's what you like to see. We've certainly got a game on our hands, but we've been trying to break down for you guys at home many of the economical moments that can change the game. So stay tuned for another Eco Play.
Jacob is talking about issues for Furia dropping the balls. I found another example here. Another moment where the Furia fans must not feel so comfortable. It's an ETA Eco round, a 5v3 as you can see, but the timer is the key. 20 seconds when KNG finds that kill with the P250. Not enough time for Furia. They're split across the map. That kill from VSM with the Deagle, and now KNG again. 2 players from Furia. Way too far away, 8 seconds on the clock, it is done. So at this point in time, I'm wondering, why is Furia playing so slow? They have been known to be so aggressive, so fast-paced. So, you know, as you see, pushing their opponents, and on this round, it's taking too much time, and then the clock is against you, suddenly a Deagle kill left and right, and you lose a full eco round.
Sometimes you can give too much respect to your opponents.
Yeah, and I think that was a problem. We have another clip we can load up where I wouldn't necessarily say that they're giving too much respect to Art, but they're definitely not dealing with Art the way he's supposed to be dealt with. The score is 11-11. At this point, you think to yourself, all right, MIBR, you have a realistic shot of beating Furia, send them home, send them out of the tournament, and go 2-0. What happens right here? Art finds a pick through the CT smoke, rotates all the way over to Coils, and now look at VSM. He's well aware there's a player over here. You can hear Art is running There was a smoke, jumps into it, and he's just going to sit here. He's making an art play. You think to yourself, what on earth are you doing? But somehow, some way, he gets out of the smoke, and none of the MIBR players is aware. I'm not sure whether or not VSM is not communicating, whether or not he's just not, ready for it, or what's really going on right here. Art ended up winning the round for Furia, and they ended up winning 16-11. Had MIBR won this round, which they probably should have, it could very well have been MIBR winning the entire game. So Art, sure, didn't have a great game, but when he does plays like this, it's just so annoying to be up against.
Art can be annoying to play up against, but I love pointing out rounds like that can be huge difference makers in how these games turn around. Now, one thing though, right, KNG, when I think of him now not having to battle back with Fallen and swapping around on the AWP, I expected a bit more from him in this game, but he wasn't quite there.
I mean, we've talked about it a lot of times. Inferno for the AWP is not an easy map to handle. On the T side, it's very complicated to find these openings, duels. On the CT side, though, he's been moving around from the A side to the B bomb side at times. But you're right, he was not really activated in that game. He didn't have the impact. And now moving on to Vertigo, he's going to be an integral piece for MIBR. Anytime they had good results and they pushed Astralis to overtime, remember, they barely won that game. They lost 16-2 and 19. But KNG was vital with the AWP. So one bad map for him, that can happen. But now he has to reload, reconnect, refresh, move on to the third map.
Now, what do we expect from Vertigo? We've got a very limited sample size when we look at what MIBR did. The game against Astralis was certainly competitive. We never expected the overtime, that's for sure. But they're going up against Furia, and my God, I just remember so many shenanigans from these guys when it comes to it.
Yeah, if they had a hard time handling Art on Inferno, it's going to be even worse, especially on a map like Vertigo. He's going to be here, there, and everywhere. Art is a fantastic Vertigo player, and Furia is a fantastic Vertigo team. You look at the past 5 games on the map, well, they won all 5 of them, right? And yeah, it's been an NA, but look at some of the names. The Thieves. The Thieves, they won. They beat them 16-4. They won against Team Liquid 16-13. Then they beat the Thieves again 16-7. Won against Team Liquid 16-8. So they're beating some of the best teams in the world on the map, despite them being from NA. So sure, MIBR, they've been impressive so far in this tournament. I think it's safe to say they've been the surprise of the group, maybe the surprise of the day, maybe the surprise of the entire tournament. But beating Furia on a map like Vertigo, I don't see it happening.
It's going to be so cool for the viewers because we have 2 teams who has shown us that it is a religion for them to fight for the A ramp. Both of these teams will always battle for that spot. Again, the game MIBR versus Astralis was such a messy situation over A. And again, I point KNG because he was the one making the plays, being aggressive with the AWP. And we don't even need to talk about Art, right? He's going to do that all day, every day, if you let him do it. So clearly, we have to focus our attention, at least in the first 10 to 15 seconds, on that A ramp.
Now, one thing I want to say, right, when it comes to this, we expect Furia to win this series, right? Because they are supposed to be the better team. They're the more established team. They're the more storied team throughout this event. But for MIBR, win or lose, you have found great success and probably gained the hearts of more of the fans watching right now because you've shown that this new MIBR is actually capable of fighting at a top level.
Definitely. I don't think anyone expected them to be able even to win a map against neither Astralis or Furia for that matter. I think they've exceeded all of our expectations. They've been playing some solid Counter-Strike. KNJ as a player, as a leader, as an in-game leader, a new role for him as well, doing a fantastic job. There's not a lot of negative stuff to say about MIBR, but I also do think we come to the limitations of what they can do with the limited amount of time they've had to practice. They're going up against Furia, one of the best teams in Vertigo. I'm personally having a very hard time seeing how that's going to pan out.
And look at this right now on your screens, right? This is KNG rallying the troops together before we get into the game, going after those last moments and then bringing them into that hype mode before we get into the server.
And he is going to be needed because I can tell you about the psychology of going up against a favorite when it's a domestic matchup, right? When you are so close, when you can feel the victory coming, which, as we shown with the clips, was almost the case on Inferno. MIBR could make an absolute case for themselves to be able to win Inferno and then push the favorites, Furia, 2-0 out of the tournament. Now they've missed that opportunity, and now you start thinking, oh my God, did we miss that opportunity? Did we drop the ball? Are we going to be able to win again? And usually that's at this very point where you're starting to see players overplaying, forcing the issue, overcompensate, being too aggressive, because they could see that they had the victory in their grasp and they missed it. That's going to be a hard challenge for them.
And it's a thing I've got to really focus on as well, is that KNG and TRK are the most experienced players at this level compared to anyone else on this team, right? So you've also got to take that into account, that they're dealing with pressures and stresses that were never really there before.
Yeah, but the thing is, right, the rest of the player, the rest of the team, they'll have to stand on their own feet now. They'll have to show that, let's call it character. They'll have to step it up, and they, if they want to beat Furia, if they want to beat them and send them home and move on into this tournament and potentially realistically have a chance of going to the next stage, well, they will have to deliver by their own, you know. They cannot rely on KNG. They cannot rely on TRK. They've been doing a good job so far, but VSM, he stepped up a little bit, I think, on Inferno, had some good clutches, had some cool rounds. They have to get it going now. They have to stand on their own feet. It's going to be tough, but it's going to be fun, and it's going to be explosive, as Matthew said.
Now, what's the X factor we're looking for here, Maniac, from either side? What are you really looking out for to see?
If you don't say Art, I'm going to be mad at you.
Then I'm going to leave you Art.
Okay.
You can talk about Art. You
there
can have
you
it.
go.
I'm going to go for TRK once more.
Okay.
Again, he's been the player that impressed me most on the MIBR side, and he is going to play that middle area on the CT side, which means a lot of decisions to make. Sometimes he'd have a teammate with him to push towards that mid, but all these players playing the solo positions, I feel like it's our job to shine some light to them, because if you do a mistake in that position, you basically lose the round. If TRK dies mid, it's a highway for the B split, and it's going to be done and dusted for MIBR. So I'm looking for TRK. He's been impressive, and he needs to show more again.
Just watch out.
Just watch out. That's all that's needed. I like it, Pimp. I like it, Maniac. And I like what we're seeing from these two teams. But only one can go forward. One is being eliminated. Vertigo Go is where we are heading to next. And it's Furia versus MIBR one last time.
Welcome back, everybody. We have one map left between the two Brazilian teams, and as you can see by the Betway odds, Furia have taken back their edge. Those odds were skewered to the favor of MIBR after we saw their showing on Nuke, and I'd understand why. The second half of that first map had momentum, and though things kind of got stagnant a bit in Inferno and then fizzled out towards the end, I think we come into this third and final map with elimination on the line, and we very well could get some fireworks.
Like, imagine you were in a room that's just a box, and you have a smoke in the middle, and you have Art on one side, and any other player in the world on the other side. Like, who are you gonna pick?
Nico.
Okay, who do you think is gonna win?
Art.
Art.
Yeah.
It doesn't really matter. You're gonna think he's gonna find a way to get
trick question.
And no, I mean, it's just to show, like, on Vertigo with such these wide choke points and these smokes that always land, even though you can watch him do a play 100 times, push down the A ramp 1 million different ways,
sir,
you can always find a new way to do it. That's the kind of creative mind that he is. And this is, for that reason, Art's Playground. A map that, if it was a best of one, I'd pick Furia over anyone else. But what we saw yesterday was MIBR throw this map away to Astralis after having a 14-8 to start.
Facts.
Now, on one hand, that was really great practice for MIBR. On the other hand, they showed that they could do a lot. But on the third hand, they also gave a demo up for Furia to watch. So if they saw this coming in the demo, this could be one way for them to get an edge over a team that we don't know a lot about. 3 hands to figure that out.
Whew. Imagine the things you could do. Art posted up on tarps. Very slow play coming out of MIBR early, but Art actually making a ton of noise. I mean, everybody's going to hear this for the tease. Art actually gets just wrecked by Leo, completely sidelined. Now they're going to come sprinting in for their bomb plant. Henny challenges already. He will get a kill as the bomb goes down. Smoke to evacuate Leo from the site. There is a gap, so if he tries to run back, he could very well be caught, and Yuri, in the meantime, is working in from behind. But TRK is deep down here. This is a crucial duel, and he one-taps Yuri's face-off. Now the smoke goes down on site, and you're going to start to see Made in Brazil get a little bit flustered. Vinny, he's trying to stick this, and he almost gets away, but kills across the kill feed. MIBR with the pistol.
No, I don't want to get too excited, but MIBR are back. No.
Just
there
like
are
that.
so many jokes right now about how MIBR have, like, after winning just like 2 maps so far, are just like back. Like, everyone's excited about this roster. And I feel that way too. I feel very excited about what, the future of this team now. Just looking at it again with fresh face and brand new pair of eyes.
If this is what they're coming in with, they've set the bar high for themselves.
For sure.
Awesome first showing.
So.
Ooh, good play by Art. Too bad he's got a Zeus. He jumped across. Did they catch this? I didn't see it. Yes, says DJ.
Okay.
DJ knows all. So, you don't want to get close to the Zeus. Just sit back. Not much really he can do with it. Other than, hold on to this information.
Not really anything more deflating than getting Zeused. That's for sure.
Yeah, one of the worst feelings in all of Counter-Strike, honestly.
Oh.
Okay. But dying to USP dinks is kind of up there at the top as well. KNG on for the anti-eco ace. 3 frags to his name. Leo looks to take the front runner position. Art comes barreling out with the Zeus. I love the energy. KNG still looking for the 5th. Don't you take it. Don't you do it. Vinny's tucked, and Vinny is dead. 2nd round for Made in Brazil, instantly on the board.
So who are your standouts right now for MIBR? Who's your favorite to watch?
It's got to still be VSM.
Okay.
He had a lot of hype coming into the roster.
Uh-huh.
He was like, this seemed like his breakout opportunity. And you know what? I'm going to throw KNG up there as well, just because we see him without a leash. He's not underneath the command of another leader. It seems as though he is back in control of his own reins.
For sure.
And that excites me. But so does this first gun round from Furia. Let's see what's in store.
Vinny up top, trying to lock down mid, looking for the cross. TRK is going to be his first opponent. TRK very good at clearing things out like this, working alone. A couple of figures, actually. Leo and TRK both kind of comfortable to work parts map control by themselves. Again, put together a very competent Inferno. Very scary Inferno versus Astralis.
G spot.
But opening jewel.
Weird. And a second one for Yuri. Then Henny suppressing fire down the ramp.
That's his spot.
That is his spot. You will constantly see him floating around yellow tarps to short shelf to back shelf. VSM, well, he's trying to find entry on the B site, but
He is dead. TRK will find impact as he works over, but don't forget, he doesn't have the bomb. If he could get this crisp kill, then he still has a chance, but
oh my God.
He almost got punished by Yuri. Now given a second chance, Yuri crab walks over to the left, and now he's dead, and it's all on Henny with the off. 40 seconds, and Vertigo is a playground when it comes to clutches like this.
Holy smokes, Henny hasn't moved up at all. The bomb needs to get collected, and this is so, he's trying to pull Henny forward. Jumping up mid would be the move. We'll see. Henny's actually moving around, and yeah, it works. He gets what he wants, so he potentially can flank here. Now he just has to, he knows Henny's opping.
He has to.
I actually think he might have an advantage here, but we'll see.
He has to clear close.
Oh
my God!
He doesn't have to clear close.
He flicks into it. Execution. 4 kills for TRK. 1v4 clutch to keep the flawless streak going on Vertigo. What is that?
I thought he knew what was coming because he walked it back.
Oh!
Henny did find a spot to actually get the first shot off, and TRK hits that, dude.
And now you look at the energy.
The energy, yeah, the energy's not going away.
That is a fireball.
That also yes, the economy stealer here. Just the 1 AUG for Art. A crazy round. A crazy, crazy round.
That is a ball of electricity created out of thin air from TRK, and now it is going to bounce between the players of MIBR as they look to get themselves a 4th, just having to dodge the 1 AUG and already an opening kill into Vinny.
Holy hell, man.
Wow.
All parts of that clutch, you know. Forget the last shot, right? Just he gamed him, every single one. I mean, a lot of it was I mean, even Yuri almost outplayed him. Walked around to the other side, got the dink off, and then he just hit the nicest shot back into him. Ice in his veins. What's that AUG do, Art? Wrong site.
Nothing at this B site at all.
It's a free plant. Will even rotate it over is the question. We got a rifler, or sorry, an opera listening the whole time down the ramp. He's not spotting anything just yet. Kind of a dangerous spot for him, actually. I mean, he doesn't know. I mean, sorry, we know he's pretty okay, but he's definitely worried about every kind of possible flank at the moment. But he'll get away 5 alive here for MIBR. Man, holy, that round.
Yo, Furia have their hands full.
Yeah, seriously. I mean, you look at the kind of the different play styles and how they're all peaking. I mean, they've all got very aggressive play styles. TRK is more like explosive to me than aggressive. He's able to multi-frag so damn well. We saw him break open the B site versus Astralis when everybody was tucked into their own positions.
Yeah.
He gets some space and some quiet, and he'll put the round together. He'll figure it out. Leo is kind of like their Art almost. Even though KNG can be also pretty aggressive as a rifler, as an opera, excuse me. Leo is the guy sometimes by himself making tons of space.
Yeah, we saw that on Arch of Inferno.
Yeah, and then VSM. I mean, they just got so much unique stuff going for them.
And still such an unknown quantity.
Yeah, VSM's probably the, like, I don't know, is he even the best clutch on the team after that? I feel like he is kind of, but mad, just mad.
Henny into his position. 3 players at the base of the ramp. He's gonna tuck, and they walk right into that one. TRK, first casualty. Utility comes up to try and keep him back, but he will get a chance to escape. KNG on the other side of it. He's going to be peeking over towards Elevator. Vinny, if he overstays his welcome here, if he peeks even a little bit.
This is major progress for KNG. He's locking them in, yeah.
No, he's going to give himself up. Oh, he responds, and then they get the follow-up kill onto short, but they know Henny's still in this position. He's tagged and not yet bagged. Fighting for his life. Fighting for rotations. KNG, another! Dude, total shutdown on the A site. What are these kills? And what can K Serato do about them? He's going to try and stop this bomb from winning out on B, but VSM in their spawn. 5-0 to the start of MIBR.
Just as you were spotting the angle they had cut off here, a couple shots go off. The adjustment is amazing.
Yeah.
And then this shot as well. He wasn't prepared for that. But neither was Art. Oh my God. Oh my God. You can't even analyze that.
I won't try.
The kills he's not supposed to get. The TRK kills he's not supposed to get. But absolutely ridiculous shots.
I mean, I saw him.
Ridiculous
Oh, wow, this one's fast. Art drops down to B. You know, I see KNG working up ramp, and I'm thinking to myself, like, dude, he's just going to get blindsided by Vinny.
Yeah.
Vinny had a chance to execute him. Oh my God, VSM, what are you up to?
Is he trying to? He's trying to recover
the in there.
He's trying to recover Art's gun. Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah. Holy.
Huge risk to take.
Yeah, but that op goes back. It's scary.
Yeah. Could have traded his life, and then that would have given the second CT a weapon as well.
This is smart. I think they just want to execute into this where they know the op is, however.
Okay, Leo a bit too quick on the draw. TRK will answer with a frag onto Henny. You know, you've got that ball of electricity I'm talking about, but if you're handling that, it can get out of control. If you think that off of one kill, you can maybe get a bit too aggressive. These are the sorts of rounds where you can't let Furia rob one back. And it was starting to look scary there with Leo just haphazardly jumping into the B site. TRK just looked away. Will have a chance to still fight versus Vinny. K-Serato on the other side. TRK gets them both. And now that leaves Yuri all alone. But he has played this patient. Now they know where he's at. And a 1 versus 4, he is no more. That's a 6th round for MIBR.
Nasty shots by TRK. Nasty. Can't believe he doesn't even get offed. Look how quick this is. Instant. That's a pretty perfect step. Not too wide. CT timeout called. Get yourself together is the call. Take a stress break, maybe. I mean, you had a 4-on-1, and that turned into an eco against you. So it's not as if you were playing badly until the 1v4, right? The opening to the round was great. That's what I'm trying to say.
Maybe could have prevented that one.
Yeah, prevented that one maybe a little bit.
So what's our scoreboard tell us so far? 8-2 on KNG, 8-1 is TRK. 5 kills Leo, 4 for VSM.
Yeah.
Lucas floating low, but he's got the most assists, so be it. We check out the other side of the scoreboard. Henny at the top with 4. K-Serato 3, Yuri 2. Art not yet on the board, and this is supposed to be his playground.
Yeah, absolutely.
Seems like recess has been denied for the big bully. See how long it takes him to get into this. In the meantime, it's just continuous utility being chucked up and down the ramp. No significant damage comes from it. Yet. That's a missed smoke out of Made in Brazil. Furia, they can be the champions of fighting A. So to see MIBR.
I like that. Taking a crack at mid. They lost their default big time on the A ramp. Yeah.
Audibles made by Vinny. He misses his Molotov.
Missed. Yeah, he should jump back up.
He's gonna challenge. Oh, nice. Vinny just cheats back with a headshot into TRK. Awesome opening here for Furia. Can they get their first round on the board? Missed shot. That's gonna give Leo a bit of space creation. There is no second CT to keep him back and pinned down. Henny actually takes the task into his own hands, walks forward on the op. In fact, there's 2 players here from Furia, and Made in Brazil have taken that one man from A to move him over. They could very well transition into this B split. You're gonna have VSM coming up from ramp with Leo, as KNG and Lucas look to split around from spawn. Art now down to a quarter HP. The op shot connects to the knees, and K-Serato, he takes his path through smoke, doubles back round, buying time, 4 seconds left. They can't win this, I don't think.
Nope, no
They
time.
missed the mark.
They can't plant the bomb. I don't know.
They missed the mark.
They don't run and grab it because K-Serato dips through the smoke and they can't finish him off. So they wait till they get that kill.
Wow.
They needed to get the other player on the bomb instantly, and that's a round Furia will take all day. Okay, they'll take all day. I'm surprised they decided to double press here through A and B at the same time, but that mid control is what made it really scary. A nice opening kill from Vinny as well to help him out a lot, to take some pressure off, but what's scary is that re-aggression that came right away.
Still, if I'm MIBR, I just tell myself, you chalk it up to time. That was nearly a 4v5 regardless. Double MP9 in this equation from Furia.
Man, KNG is on point right now.
Wow, Leo just runs straight into Henny. Now they've got 2 CT stranded back on short shelf. He gets the favorable duel, but he's blinded. KNG with the op gets 1. Lucas also on the kill feed. This is looking like MIBR in with a 7. And we're talking 7 of 8 with no cash in the coffers. K Serrato has to walk away, tail tucked, and hope to fight tomorrow.
I need some more data, man. I need to see some more MIBR versus other teams at this point. This is just all too confusing how they could be this good this quickly. It just looks so sick. KNG is really just on point at the moment. Leo looks so dope. I mean, Leo stood out on his other teams, but not like this.
No.
This is insane, the level that he's playing at. So, K Serrato, his days are numbered.
That they are.
They don't need to hunt him too hard, but they know exactly where he is, so
he's got the upgrade.
Yeah, he'll get the AK and move out and move back in, so he's safe.
Still,
that's going to be nice because they are piss poor. Here, Henny doesn't have much money. The rest of them can try to buy.
Yeah.
Art will probably pick up an MP9 again. Actually gets tossed an AK.
That is half the timeouts from Furia, 8 rounds deep.
That is so beastly, man. It's not every day that Yuri will get outgunned like that, just straight on.
Yep.
He's the guy in the 4v5 to bring 2 back. You know, you're just going in to trade him, you can't.
Massages, water bottle deliveries. MIBR have the support. They've got each other's backs, and they've got the tenacity in this first half, man. Some of this aggression from Leo, like we see him jumping over construction without a player to trade. That one gets punished, but he doesn't give up on his task, on his role, on his ability to crack heads early. Art will be the man with the AK. Can he get his first kill of the map? He has to provide something special for Furia here in the 9th round, or else MIBR will already finish this first half with an advantage no matter what. KNG on point with op. Player to his left, called out as he hits the dink. Yuri, he's got the opening kill. Pistols prevailing, and that frag grenade's fantastic.
They know where both are and B, I think.
MIBR, they've got to be nervous already, and they still haven't even dealt with either of the 2 AKs. Everybody from Furia comes sprinting in, smoke down. They're going to stack up behind it. This could be the angle Art needs. He sees 2 Ts. Ducks back into the cover.
They've done a good job of going back when they need to. But they're getting pulled forward. K Serrato looks for information. Oh my God, it gets brought back, yeah.
Health advantage, though, still in the back pocket of Furia. 50 seconds on the clock. They could just leave. You could walk away and leave. Trying to bait out some kind of a shot, trying to get the information. Flash with no response. Oh my God! Lucas with the shoulder peek punish into Vinny. Yuri, he has revealed his hand.
Did he shoot?
I don't think so, in fact.
He's on the kill. They know he was at B at one point. Oh, mid is a great play.
Yeah. Leave TRK at the base of this with Bomb. KNG plays contact. If KNG dies on B, Bomb runs to A, but he's got 20 seconds, so there is no exit route, Launders. This is the commitment. He sees him. And he almost gives him a chance, but KNG gobbles him up. His 11th kill of the half.
Ops out. Damn. They score that back. Did Furia overface too much on that anti-eco? I don't know.
Dude, I don't think so, because think about the way Vinny peeks, man. It was barely. Look at this.
Yeah.
Like, I don't, like...
It was already 3v3 at that point, though.
He gave him the shot, but is that wrong?
Yeah.
He barely showed him skin.
That was already 3v3, though. It's like 5v3. At 3v3, I get it, now you're bringing it back, but...
Okay. Fast clash, though. No time to think about it. You've just got to move. No time to breathe, even. KNG already posted back on B ramp. He's got VSM to work inwards. K Serrato takes to the top rope, and now Yuri's in position. TRK split wide open with the bomb down in the dirt. There you have it. Furia with a second.
Okay, we're up. Okay, K Serrato, nicely done. Spray down from the site after he got spotted too. We see KNG keeps posting up on this angle, looking for K Serrato's swing one side of the box or the other. This time around, K Serrato's got no play. He gets spotted throwing the smoke down. They know not seeing any smoke can fly in from the left or right side. He has to be there. And then he jumps up top for a new angle. And I feel like KNG was prepared for that, but not his teammate in front of him.
man, they're not going to stop this pace. This is nuts.
Oh boy.
Somebody's going to have to gas out. Henny gets traded inside of middle by his bro. Leo drops bomb at the feet of the 2 men in B. But VSM takes a headshot back. Vinny kind of caught within the utility. KNG on the kill feed, man advantage, but Yuri, he's got a hot flank, and VSM gets executed. Now, how do they get that bomb?
Yeah, 2 at mid, 1 makes noise. That's to draw him away. KNG, this molly that goes down is interesting.
Misses the map,
yeah.
Falls downwards. Vinny, he tries to get aggressive through the smoke, but there's the backstab from Lucas. What? Flanks upon flanks, and another smoke in. Yuri has to make the difference. He gets tagged up and fires back. Minute on the clock.
Oh my God. I think grew for this is the question. It's Yuri to make a play. We'll leave that bomb. Don't want to be too obvious about it. Instant headshot. Clean. Straight off. Free haircut from Yuri, excuse me.
At what point does he question his flank?
1-on-1.
Yuri took this exact same route to get into the round. He's starting to question it. Gives his back up to spawn, heard the utility, dodges the flash. The cross is there from KNG. He falls to 8 HP. And Yuri's reposition could win this round. 20 on the clock. KNG, gets popped as Furia find a third.
Beast mode by Yuri. Handles that 1v2 perfection, man. In these 2-on-2s, MIBR have been splitting up. They've been going for these big flanks, making noise in one spot, walking alongside another, being very, very difficult to read, and Yuri's comfortable. He's got the vocabulary to read as complicated of attacks as they can put down. That's a round they absolutely needed. Are still 0 and 9.
Curb by.
Clapping in support.
We are great. But finally,
the strats, boys.
Finally, MIBR, they've got to give a round to just kind of cool off. I so respect the fact that they tried to play hardball. Oh, the grenade is so good.
Yummy.
Shin splints. They followed up with a bit more utility. VSM will find one with the Deeg, but Henny with the wall bang, and there's a player down beneath him. Misses his shot, and down he goes to Leo.
That's an op, isn't it?
It is. And there's a second gun as well. TRK on the AK, straight up 2v2. Henny has done everything this round thus far.
They want to wait because they want to make it seem like they could go back to B.
Absolutely.
Looks like they could just totally re-aggress onto the A ramp.
Furia's done a good job of going for flanks. We saw Yuri in the last round hit them from behind. Makes you wonder whether MIBR start to question if they'll shift. For all they know, Furia have the bottom of elevator already.
And we haven't seen too many of those flanks come in for Furia, kind of surprisingly. No one's actually taken the risk of going all the way around, even though MIBR have left it pretty open.
Yeah, just Yuri once, that's it.
Yeah.
Leo's going to take point with bomb. No frag to deny the bomb plant. He goes for the cross off flash.
No impact nades.
Oh, he gets the bomb down, and on the peak, he's dropped by Vinny. The clutch falls to the shoulders of TRK. No armor.
Who better?
And a reposition back onto the shelf. Now what? They've got a smoke to cover bomb and 2 defuse kits. They lay down the utility. This is going to start to fluster him, rush the process. This is a stick down to a second. They've got it already.
They go for the full in. Nicely done from Furia. The one smoke they had, they didn't blow it too early. Crispy 2v2, and of course, killing the default plant as well.
Cost-effective round from MIBR, though.
For sure. Oh my God, yeah, just forgetting that. That was an eco to begin with.
They've got the CTs where they still want them. Low cash.
Yeah, they're dancing with death.
Still, awesome little recovery here from Furia. A mini spree of rounds with 3 in a row already. Potential to close this half 7-8.
Art, the very best moral support he can be. Pushing down the A ramp, doing what he does.
He lost Yuri. Now he has to perform.
Uh-oh. This is actually very dangerous now because his position relies on Yuri to cover these angles.
He's got Henny to help. But there's an op on each side. And he's about to find the angle. Awesome shot from Henny, but Art still 0 kills on the scoreboard as he gets shut down by Leo. And a 4v3 ensues to the favor of the T's.
I love these late rounds into mid. It's just completely open. Henny's been good though on the rotate. Vinny's actually coming up.
With a smoke flash from elevator.
TRK to challenge, and it's an instant headshot. Now it's K-Serrado on the bomb site, trying to lay down the lead, but VSM will trade his head, and 3v1 left over.
Money is terrible. Oh my God, after
because
that
of the eco success.
The last 2 rounds, Furia have saved 3 players in total.
MIBR have set themselves up so well to have an absolute masterclass of a first half, genuinely gunning for an 11-4.
Just disgusting. I want to take a look at their Astralis map from yesterday.
8-7 halves.
Oh, both ways to go to OT, that's right. Okay.
But a 14-8 lead at one point, I think you said.
Yeah, 14-8 lead, yeah. Yeah, that was the, I guess their T side fell off, but it doesn't look like it's falling off right now.
Not with a round like this one.
Yeah.
You know, that eco really set them up nicely.
How is this possible?
Through smoke.
Just how it goes. You unload 45, 50, 60 bullets through that smoke, and a lot of the times you can get a kill. You're supposed to get a kill. You're supposed to get some damage. It is the nature of the beast here on the A ramp. Art knows what he signs up for.
Smoke down ramp. TRK sprays. I believe Yuri... No. Okay, he's over on A ramp. They're going to go for the B play. Bombs in tow. K-Serrado on the Deagle. MP9 on Vinny within the site. He crosses. It's a great distraction, but K-Serrado actually pops right up, and he gets dropped. Now Leo's going to clear this bomb site. There is a CT in spawn, but they've already outclassed Furia in this 14th round. And if I'm the CTs, I save.
Yeah.
10-4.
10-4. Yeah, no retake possible. And the buy next round is not even going to be great. They'll be able to rebuy grenades, and that's just about it. Going to be more SMGs probably to support with this. Loss bonus, 2 for Furia. Holy hell.
What an energetic T side.
I know. I mean...
so sick.
Such a great matchup, and just so many insane rounds. KNG.
Robbed, man. He hit the shot.
Yeah.
The metal pillar saves him. Yuri's going to get Leo, but does he expect KNG to be this close? I don't think so. Oh, what the heck? Still able to hang on, as is Arts. He almost got away with it. The op save, perhaps? Yeah, they'll bring that back into the 15th and final round of the first half, and check out the cash that remains here for Furia. Made in Brazil. Has come into this half in 6th year. Absolute terror, round after round, sprinting to the top of mid. The one round we've seen them slow down, essentially, was when they went with the eco. They had to wait the smokes out, and even once they decided to pull the trigger, it was action-packed. This entire half has been electric, but it does have to come to a close, here and now. What's the situation? Furia with an AWP, M4, MP9, and enough pieces of utility to slow things down at the start. But will MIBR even let them? They face Art's AWP, VSM goes down first, and we even have CTs feeling out the base of B as Yuri stands tall in mid.
Yeah, nice boost. Nice new approach to mid. They've been catching a lot of lurks here, especially when the opening kill doesn't go the way of MIBR. They've been pushing out, squeezing into mid control. And nice to just have that in place early. So even though low on grenades, you know, Art taking 10 million entry attempts, and finally it's
oh my god, that
one.
flash.
Oh, they both dead?
Oh! Leo, he was about to throw a smoke of his own, but the CTs dropped one, and he absolutely abused it. Lucas with a headshot, Vinny with a deagle, and K-Serrado by his side, just both trying to survive. 50 seconds on the clock, and MIBR slowed down.
Yeah, the nades are a bit awkward on the A site. The molly doesn't go far enough. Stops them from being able to get the bomb down.
Picks up the M4.
And the smoke's got a gap. We'll just wait it out. Make sure there's no cover here. Like this play from MIBR.
But in doing so, Vinny did get a gun. If that comes back to bite the T's, we'll know that this moment of caution, this momentary pause, could cost them. KNG on contact with AWP, leaving one man to watch flank. But this is a good cohort from the T side, grouped up well. One flash from K-Serrado to try and help out. He gets a shot, Vinny, but he doesn't quite land it. Now we're in the post plant with KNG rattling off. Leo will close 16-9 at the top of that scoreboard. A masterclass on Vertigo, and a second half coming up next. An MIBR roster that seemed more like a fill-in than a genuine prospect, and they are now 5 rounds away from being the most successful team from North America at the Blast Falls Series. Nobody.
It didn't even exist 2 weeks ago.
Nobody would have expected this. Absolute tenacity, electricity, blood and fury from that first 15. And now they take to the CT side where we have to wonder, what can Furia offer?
What Furia will we get today, man? We've seen nothing but frustration out of them. We saw a nice comeback on Inferno, but things have reset. I can't believe we're looking at MIBR in the pole position in this third map.
With comfort.
They just don't run out of gas. They look so fired up. Okay, Petit's all over mid. Spread out like a spider web in all corners, looking for that B hit.
Smoke down to mid. Here's the B split. Yep. They're going to find some footing. Vinny's got the 1 kill. TRK challenging down that B ramp. He's got an answer, and that hot flank from KNG could make the difference. He needs another headshot. Yuri's got the cover, but KNG snaps into Henny, and now it's him versus his brother and the leader of MIBR. Yuri instead rather hits the headshot. Oh boy. Health advantage massive here for Lucas's favor, but Yuri has the chance to redirect.
Damn, a way out. Nothing but clutch from Yuri. Pure 1v2s this map by him. A huge mind game at this moment. And Lucas, not moving is a gamble. Just like moving is too. And staying middle of the map could be just fine. I honestly, his spot seems, it's catch-all. If he goes back, the only thing he's worried about, of course, getting shot in the back of the head. Looks like Yuri has no intention to run it up to A.
I like this position from Lucas. It takes into consideration anybody that would be flanking from A to B.
I think the one thing he needs to do is when he hears the bomb going down, he needs to, I would say run because of how low Yuri is.
Okay.
Just make sure he can't get to a spot where he can shoot him in the side.
And off of that, he walks.
Yeah, so this means that Yuri can get into the position he wants to and at least get 1 bullet off for free if he plays it smart enough. We'll see if Lucas reads this correctly.
If Yuri can land this flashbang perfectly with a peek, suddenly Lucas may not even see his death coming. He's walking in onto green. He's got the cover of the boxes. Now he's starting to stampede, making a lot of sound. The tap. And Yuri, he's just got to go for the peek here. He sees him and dies out. It's MIBR with a 12th round.
Well, one hell of an attempt. That's actually nuts. Leo, well, first of all, we got to shine the spotlight on KNG.
Hell yeah.
That
flank's so
all
fast.
His first shots onto Yuri, kills his teammate behind him, looking to just ice him out, coming out on the flank. Yeah, it's everything for them. 4 rounds to go, and they win this series. Not a situation anyone expected. Well, except us.
Yeah, except us.
Us and Abdo, Twitter user.
Hell yeah.
Shout out to Abdo.
Community predictions coming in hot.
We'll see. We'll see.
Yeah, let's not get ahead of ourselves.
I mean, if this is a best of 1, I would have picked Furia all day.
Yeah, why not,
On
man?
Vertigo.
It's crazy to think that they're, MIBR.
As good as they were yesterday versus Astralis, mind you.
You know, this run so far in the event is map wins on Nuke and Vertigo, perhaps over Astralis. Overtime loss, man. That one was close. Crazy good showings. But this series, to push Furia into the showdown, alongside EG and Liquid, who's already waiting there because they forfeited this phase of the tournament. Man, the competition just gets better and better. But we'll see. Furia can sink their teeth into the A site. We get the callback from MIBR, 3 members in position. And Leo goes down for free. KNG answers. And Lucas, well, he's trying to choose between committing to the yellow wall or going back by tarp. KNG, another headshot. And Furia's stagnation, yet to leave an impact. They just wait and wait and wait. And allow the CTs to hold position, now even furthering the difficulty for Furia. They've gone ahead and lost the bomb. TRK spots the shoulder, and it all falls on Yuri. 38 HP, 30 seconds on the clock, and nothing to do here.
they kind of had no choice, you know. They've got to win a round. So, you know, not surprised to see a force here from Furia, but it does mean a lot for them to lose it because they might continue to make risky investments. And Yuri just saw a foot, but I don't think anyone told him. Pretty sure that was off X-Ray. Anyways, the save is good. Yuri been really strong late round player coming in. Super clutch. K-Serrato was putting up extremely strong holes, it seemed like, on the B site. And there was quite a bit of attention. I feel like it was a very diversified game plan for MIBR in that first half. Attention to A early on, those late mid squeezes, some full-on B hits. Again, just so impressed by how well they've got their act together in such a short period of time. And of course, the added advantage of just, you know, being a brand new team every single day. Hard to read, hard to play against.
Most certainly so. Frag grenades sailing down onto the tees. They just want a little bit of ramp control. Is that too much to ask? Leo finding Vinny through smoke, and he's about to run through it himself, trading spots with 2 Ts. K-Serrato punishes. But oh, the lineup from KNG nearly connects. A 2v2 ensues. Now's a great time for Furia to fall silent. Minute 15 on the clock.
I kind of want to tell VSM that maybe he shouldn't be running this far over TRK in a good anchored position, but Furia are going to use that little bit of information and run with it. Love this fast rotation over to the B site.
Awesome.
We'll get a post-plant situation now. Yuri can spot over top of the smoke. That's huge. Oh, but he misses it by a hair.
Decent nade.
Goes a bit far.
Drops K-Serrato to 58. 5 HP less than that of Yuri. Full bars on both of MIBR's player. He saw the head. He sees the shadow. If he jumps up, he is done.
Yuri does not know.
How long can they spend here, though? That's the issue.
Is Yuri thinking about going wider is the question. They want to just hold this, wait for a mistake, but it's not coming just yet.
They have to go. And they're not quite sure where that second man is at. Damage done to Yuri. K-Serrato playing with it. VSM looking in for the clutch. 9 HP to make the difference. There's the kill.
Do they have time?
Is there time?
That's extremely close.
Real close.
It's turning green, baby.
Woo!
They nail it. No way.
14
You're joking.
rounds. 10-round lead. A buyback on the cards from Furia.
0.3 second clutch.
Heartbreaker, breathtaker.
Holy hell. That's exciting. I mean, yeah. I mean, they already had their wedding. Now they're just opening gifts, right? So it's exciting, but they have a lot to celebrate at this point.
And it's not going to stop, man.
Oh, man.
Not even giving Art a chance. Immediate clash on short shelf. He goes back in for second servings. Yuri dropped to 2. Sandbags control here from the CTs. Go ahead and wrap that short shelf. They're going to play right into the hands of Made in Brazil. KNG sees utility sail over. Leo has to make his move. He reveals his hand. Still, they spam shots through smoke, and he ducks out for now. And Yuri, even able, with such little health, to get back onto the kill feed. 3v3 ensues. That frag could blow Yuri into tomorrow.
They're waiting for that tap.
And K-Serrato's going to go for it. There's the nade. There's the damage. Not the end of the world.
Smokes go up, though. Not utility left here for the T side. Open lines for KNG to work. It's going to be all about him now.
Oh, and Vinny's going to give it to him.
And
a wall bang for the bomb plant?
Oh, he didn't hear it, I don't think.
He waits. K-Serrato attempts to cross back. There is nobody preventing him from doing this. They want that third player over. But he actually holds the line launders. He doesn't go all the way back. He wants his gunfight here and now. The flash goes high. Yuri's dead. Here's K-Serrato's attempt to answer. Can he get them all? He's got the first 2. He's pinned into cover. VSM focused forward, but K-Serrato goes for it, and he falls. 15 rounds for MIBR. Only 1 to go.
Oh, my God. Another clutch. Man, such a great attempt by K-Serrato.
Damn.
Hats off. Clean
so
shot.
So close.
Yeah.
And that's the heartbreaking thing about this scoreline. 17 kills on Yuri, 13 frags for K-Serrato, Henny on 11. There have been rounds would have made this so much closer.
but they have to watch it fall between their fingertips just round after round.
I don't know if this is true, but I feel like VSM has not lost a 1v1 yet, and I think he's won 2 1v2s, something like that in this series. He's been a monster in the clutch situations.
Let's see if
Love
this
how
is
he
it.
moves.
KNG misses the op shot, second one also a stray, but a good spray from VSM connects into Art. Damage done to K Serrato. TRK's on the kill feed. Henny finally answers, but that is all that there is for Furia. Vinny with a 1v4, or this is it. Furia eliminated to the showdown if he can't do it all, and so far so good. Molly at his feet means he has to walk away. Minute 15, 14 HP. You'd think this would never be possible, but it's Vinny. And he's in the clutch. And they actually walk away from him, so he has to make a move.
Another situation where the bomb down is in the open, and it really is just a playground for the clutching player as well as the two in the 2v1. So much movement can be made, so many rotations can be made. You have to give respect to the player who's left over. Getting shot in the side of the head is easy. Vinny potentially upgrades to the op. It could be a liability, but he can't play this standard and win.
So many corners to clear. So many positions he could be punished from. Isolates out CT spawn, screw elevator. He needs to look on to mid where the bomb is. TRK on the box. Oh, he just missed it. And now this is going to give a chance for Vinny to get close. I
think Vinny saw him.
He's going to have to do some combat opping or hope to steal that bomb. He takes a bit more damage, and that is it. 16-4 from MIBR on Vertigo of all places. A deserved pop-off as they came to Europe with such little expectations around them, shattering what people would have thought a complete and total write-off that they have now rewritten. Ladies and gentlemen, there is a new Brazilian hot dog, and it is MIBR.
Wow, oh wow, MIBR. They smelt blood, they painted Vertigo red, and they dealt with Furia from start to finish. None of us could have predicted that. None of us, other than Scrawny, Launders, and the fan pick. I'll give a shout out to Abdo. We saw him in Blast London. He got that correct as well. But you all lost your damn minds predicting that in the first place. My God, this was MIBR that wanted this so bad, but this was a very deflated Furia. When have you seen it where they just look completely lost? There was no fight in them towards the end.
No, there wasn't. And I think MIBR pretty much took the fight out of Furia. They took it from them. You could see Art 3 and 18 completely defeated, but you can contrast that with MIBR and their webcams being so animated. They gave everything they had in that game. We could see that winning moment, what it means to them to be able to beat Furia in that BO3. We did not see it come in, but it's a clear victory. It's a 16-9 on the first map and a 16-4 on the third map. It cannot be more clear than that. MIBR in that series were the better team. How can we explain it? I have no idea. But somehow this roster coming in together, having the impact, individually finding all the clutches, they were the better team today.
I'll say it right here and right now. It comes down to how bad do you want it? Yeah. MIBR had a point to prove, and they showed up. Now, you mentioned Art needing to be a big man in there. Well, he was non-existent, Pimp. It was all about TRK.
Well, all I said was you had to watch out for Art, you know, and unfortunately for him, he didn't really show up on the server today. I think he went 3 and 17. 3 and 17 on a map like this. He didn't win a lot of opening duels. He went 2 and 7 for that. It's simply not good enough. TRK, on the other hand, though, right? He was shutting him down. That clutch he made in the beginning of the game, that's something that is gonna fill your own team, but it's also gonna be one of those situations where if you're Furia, you're thinking to yourself, no matter what we do, no matter how it's gonna go, they will have a response, and that's gonna leave them a little bit deflated. Leo as well having a fantastic game. KNJ, we talked about him, coming in, being the in-game leader, have to I guess, redefine his own role, take on the responsibility, dropping plus 100 ADR and being potentially the best player on the server, potentially the best player in the series. It's just so impressive. I'm lost for words for what to say towards MIBR. They're so good. You know, they deserve this victory. They've been doing a fantastic job coming into this tournament with lack of preparation, lack of practice, lack of basically everything. 3 stand-ins as well. I don't even know where to begin, but as for Furia, this is simply not good enough.
That is stand-ins that are all bought into the MIBR plan, and they deserve this win here. But they've got a tough task on their hands tomorrow. But we're going to listen to some of these comms that we've got translated from TRK.
Vamos!
Joga demais, Henry!
You are the best, TRK. Well,
fair enough.
Yeah. Henny also should have probably hit those shots as well. I'll be honest there.
I feel like this clutch is where it all went down. Like TRK being able to pull that 1v3. If you keep an eye on the scoreline, it's only 2-0 at that time. Furia were completely in control in that first gun round, and then we hear the whiffs coming out of Henny. TRK will take him down. And I think Connor mentioned it during the cast. The scoreline might be really harsh, but on many occasions we had 1v1s, 2v2s where Furia could have clawed their way back into the game, but there was no discussion today, no negotiation. MIBR were winning all these 50-50 situations. They took all of them home, and this is why we have such a clear scoreline.
We really do have such a clear scoreline. And when you come to Furia, though, it's another one of these things where you come from fighting at the top of NA, maybe you're too confident in what you have, maybe you've not adjusted at times. We've just got to look at this, right? It's not just about Furia. A lot of these NA teams have not hit the level we expected them to do, and they've really just, I don't know how to put it into words, they've lost their mojo.
Yeah, and I'm afraid the consequence of being in NA for too long has been a big problem for them, right? Normally, these teams, they travel the world, they get to stay in Europe for boot camp throughout the year, and that hasn't been the case with this whole pandemic situation we're going through. So them being stuck in NA, them having to practice against, you know, less good opponents, you know, people who play Valorant half the time and then they play CSGO and then they play Valorant again, you know, that's not optimal. That's just the way it is. So maybe we underestimated that just a tiny bit. The fact that Furia haven't been able to find quality practice. I don't want to use it as an excuse for them, though, because it's not good enough no matter what, you know. But you're going
up against another NA team, so it's not an excuse.
Exactly. It's the same situation for MIBR. So in this instance, it's not the excuse, right? But for EG, for Furia, and for MIBR as well, it must have been a rough situation. And you can see, as you said, how bad do we want it? Who has made the most out of their practice? Who has made the most out of their boot camp and their time in Europe? Well, by the looks of it, MIBR, without a doubt. They're playing the best Counter-Strike we've seen, you know, the clan tag of MIBR playing quite some time. And that is not, you know, small words, especially if you're a Brazilian Counter-Strike fan. We used to see Cold Zero falling in those guys. Well, these guys are better right now.
And you're saying about like making the most of your time. We heard it from Kogu, and I'll be honest here. In a lot of interviews we get, players talk a lot, right? And it's half truths in there of how much work they're putting in, how hard they want to work for it. Well, I think Kogu's just proved that since they got here, all they have done is non-stop practice.
Yeah, I mean, based on the very little we have seen from them, they seem to be very dedicated. They seem to be very passionate about their game. I just hope this is going to be for the long term, right?
Yeah.
We talked about the situation. They have players on loan. We don't really know what's the long-term plan for them, but it feels like chemistry is working. Now they've been winning. They've been coming back into games. I can't wait to see more of this team.
And I got to, again, one last time before we close this out. They are playing with 3 players that aren't even like on the actual roster, right? Crazy. This is just a testing period. It's like, okay, we've got Lucas. We'll take 2 players from other teams and we'll see what we can make happen here. And this is good early signs. For Furia, I hope they stay in Europe and I hope they practice super hard for everything else they've got ahead of them.
I hope they use this as a motivational boost. Yeah. Sure, right now it sucks. Right now they're mad. Right now they're sad. And they should have, you know, they should be allowed to have all those emotions, all those negative emotions. Get them out of there and get it out of the system. But I think it will be, you know, one of those proving grounds where one thing, sure, you come all the way from NA over to Europe and you're not making it to the next stage of this tournament. Not for now, at least. You have to go down the showdown. That's disappointing for Furia. But losing to MIBR, losing to your countrymen who are, let's be honest, right? Maniac, you did a fantastic treat. Henny, he's won basically everything he could win in North America. And now Lucas just sent him out. His brother sent him out of this tournament or sit him down in the showdown. they should be hurt by that. You know, their dignity, their honor, that should hurt, and that should be enough motivation for Furia, of course, to stay in Europe, but make the most out of their practice. And then we know when they practice regularly against European opposition, when they play against European opposition under normal circumstances, they are one of the best teams in the world. So, again, right now, disappointed, but for the future, I don't worry on Furia's behalf. They'll come back.
They've come back before, they've shown it over and over again, but this is what we've looked at today. We had 3 maps all the way, and it has been impressive. Astralis versus G2, one of the best series that we have seen in Counter-Strike this year. Astralis, the first team to make it to the grand final, and then the first team to be eliminated. You would have never expected it at the beginning of this. Furia, and it's MIBR to do it. Now we see there is only one more NA team that remains, and they've got to deal with G2 tomorrow if they want to avoid being the last NA team. NA's final hope. We can make a Star Wars episode out of this.
They could, and I mean, they've made a pretty good case out of themselves, right? I mean, when they took a map off of Astralis, we could have written off as an upset. We could have said, you know, maybe Zip not being full force. We can explain that. Don't worry, Furia's going to teach them. No, actually, no. They've just beaten them again. They've kicked off Furia out of the tournament, and now, for my French heart, I got to make a decision tomorrow. These predictions, man, they're going to get spicy.
Oh, they're going to get spicy. I want to see Scrawny and Launders right now double down on the MIBR, back to back. That's what I'm expecting from these guys, because these predictions, I'm having a terrible time, right? Okay, it all went bad for me when I went doubling down on NAVI. At this point, I got to catch up in a big way. Scrawny looks like a god, and Semler, at least someone has finally gone above him. Pimp, I thought you were always right.
Yeah, normally, but let's be honest, MIBR exceeding all our expectations. So even though you are sometimes the smartest guy in the room, you can be wrong once in a while. It's okay.
And I got to say to the fan pick, Abdo, yep, you did well there, right?
Not too bad.
You went well. You're representing the fans. They're even there above me now, you know, it's pretty terrible. But let's have a look at what's going to be coming tomorrow, because that is where the final day here for the Blast Premier is going to be. Before we get to the showdown, these are the final games. We're opening up with G2 taking on MIBR. And you might think it's going to be the G2 show, but that MIBR, they are going to be all in for it. And then we've got Astralis, the Kings, waiting in the wings to see who they'll face. I'm sure they'd love a rematch against G2 to show more of their stuff, but maybe they'll be facing MIBR.
I mean, I'd love to see a rematch, but let's be honest, MIBR have pushed expectations game after game, map after map after map. They've pushed what we can hope for them, what we can trust in them. Now they've kicked Furia out of the tournament. They're going to play against G2. And I cannot tell you right now what's going to happen. I don't know where's the limit for that new MIBR lineup. They seem to be all fired up. They have the momentum with them. They have the motivation. Where's the limit? I have no idea.
We have no idea. I just hope that G2 will respect what MIBR have shown on the server.
They need to.
If they come into the game tomorrow underestimating MIBR, I think they've shown us enough that they can take down a candidate like G2. But no matter what, you know, with the way MIBR is playing Counter-Strike, with the way Nico was playing Counter-Strike against earlier today against Astralis, no matter what's going to happen tomorrow, it's going to be a banger of a Counter-Strike day.
And that's why we love what we do, lads. I've got one more treat for everyone at home as well. We got the play of the day coming out from G2 Nico.
Oh, that's actually the 1v3, and this is Nico doing it in styles with the critical one tap. You have 3 bullets left in the magazine. That's really a Nico fashion, and he has to be the player of the day because he had an amazing game. He had an amazing series. It was not enough, but I also think that we have the team speak from that crazy action.
Oh, all right.
Nice! Nice! Good job, bro.
To be fair, it must have been incredibly tough to pick the moment of the day. You know, when you look at what Nico did, you know, there's a one tap on Dust too. There was a clutch more we saw on Nuke as well. He was on fire today. I cannot wait to see Nico if he can replicate those performances on a consistent basis. We talked about it. Maybe we can, you know, add another name to the conversation about who is the best player in the world. We stand here talking about Symbol. We stand here talking about Saivu. Maybe at some point within the future, we have to add Nico into that conversation, because what he's showing right now on the server, especially aim-wise, skill-wise, absolutely outstanding.
Finally, right? Finally getting to see Nico get his ascension to being back towards that top spot, one of the best players in the world. And it's been a long time coming.
It's a bit early. Aren't we a little bit jumping the gun on that one? You know, Nico's been amazing.
No, we're
all
not.
right.
Join us.
Please drop your weapon. Drop your weapon. I mean, yes, I was impressed by what Nico has done, but it only has been a couple of days, a couple of maps for him. But sure, what he has shown today on Dust 2 with that 38 bomb he dropped, that was insane. So if he can do that more tomorrow, okay, but let's just take a deep breath, right? It's just a day.
All right, you need to calm us down. I'm with you, Maniac. I appreciate it. Right. He has to bring us back down to earth every now and again.
Sometimes.
But we're done. It's been another day of amazing Counter-Strike action, and we're nearly at the end here for Blast Premier. I love Counter-Strike, and if you guys are still watching, I know goddamn you love Counter-Strike as well. So make sure you are back tomorrow for the conclusion of the group stages here at Blast Premier. See you tomorrow.